but what is it about C9 that you think that's made them so much stronger this split as opposed to last split?
So much stronger this split. Well, I'm not too sure if they're like so much stronger. I think they've been always kind of like solid. And I feel like for me at least, our game versus them this like yesterday, especially game one, it just felt like we had the lead and we were on the driver's seat and we just messed it up. Game two, you know, those games happen where like Israel starts with 3 kills and it's a berserker on Israel. So like, you know, like he's gonna do his job. He's gonna be really annoying and he's gonna kind of carry if we make mistakes. But that being said, I felt like we still felt like we had a pretty good chance versus them. So I don't think they're like this unbeatable team which has 0 losses. I think they're definitely beatable, and I definitely think even Team Liquid they play next week, they have a really good chance of beating them.
Yeah, I mean, C9 even last spring split. I mean, people tend to forget they were the clearly 3rd best team. They only lost to the C9 and then Team Liquid and then FlyQuest, and they haven't played versus Team Liquid or FlyQuest yet. I think they were already good, and now they need to show like they are legit got better or not. I think next 2 weeks matter a lot for them.
So, yeah, do you think they have actually improved or?
Oh, yeah. I think every team got improved since spring to summer split. I think this meta fit well on the C9. So I would say they got improved well. They got
You're going to
better.
beat them.
They got better, but I'm not actually worried.
What about you, because you faced them in the week after?
I think from scrimming them, they just seem to play a lot more as a team compared to last split. I think last split they were disconnecting. They like every single player was just like playing their own game. So I think that was the biggest difference for me.
How do you tell something like that in scrims from like?
Just like when they're making plays, when they're how each person is even playing their lane, like it can affect the rest of the game, of course. So that matters too.
I'm going to return to something you said, Core, kind of when you were talking about TL scrim performance. When you are at the top of the table, how difficult is it to stay on top, and where do you find those moments to try to improve?
Didn't think about that way. I think when we went to the international stage, MSI and then EWC, we learned a lot. I think in some way we learned too much. So we can say like, oh, we could do this one, we could do this one, we could do this one. Now we can see a lot of things we can do. So game is like very more like complicated and not simple, hard to be on the same page. So I think we are figuring out, and then which one is good for us, what we were good at, and we're in the process. I think we are doing well.
Masi, did you have a similar experience coming back from internationals?
Yeah, I'd say it was mostly for me and Alan or Busio. I think just like playing against the teams and especially their bot lanes, we realized how much like we were missing or how lazy we were with some things. So it was like a good reality check to show us how to improve and like what to focus on.
What do you think the number one thing NA teams let you get away with is? Yeah, it feels like I mean, you obviously have a ton of international experience. You made a face. I felt like you had an answer.
Well, we're like going away with, or like
yeah. What is the number one thing you think North American teams don't punish compared to when you've gone internationally?
I think it's just the laning phase. Like it's just so much weaker. Like in every position, in my opinion, like they just understand better as a team how to punish and how to not get punished. And punishing is much easier than not getting punished, in my opinion. So, and I think Asian teams, when they even play a losing matchup, they know how to lose the least. And I think that's like a big thing for me.
Yeah, I agree with Hui. And then, I mean, it's like very different when you play versus like international Batio, and then playing versus NA Batio. Like like your confidence level is different, even from the draft page.
Yeah.
Against this bot, we can play more greedy way to play the bot lane, because if you don't lose lane, you're gonna win the game, and then you will not get punished based on their skill level. So the laning page is definitely the thing, and then more NA team are making more like very weird mistake, like very simple mistake that not many Asian team are making a mistake, like just randomly dying when enemy team is just walking to you like on the vision or something, and something that you cannot explain is happening a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
How do you explain it when you do it?
it happens. I mean, NA. I mean, when it happened to me, unlucky. Yeah.
Okay. But other players, it's just bad.
I mean, I don't know. Just happens sometimes.
Yeah. Just sometimes like you have those games,
Yeah.
and it's like kind of, I think your teammates to step it up and kind of cover your teammates' weakness. But yeah, I think not the top teams at least. I think on the bottom teams we kind of don't have that connection like you guys have, like where we cover for each other's mistakes. Because everyone kind of just want to play their own game, so it makes it hard to play the team game.
How do you think an NA team can kind of, I guess, keep those things in mind and make noise internationally? Because I feel like that's always been the challenge, right?
Well, I feel like we've made noises. Like we've made some noises. Like we definitely improved internationally. I think Team Liquid and Energy, when I wasn't there, they started showing up a bit, and I think we definitely outperformed like EU quite a bit now. But I think it's about like consistency. Any as a whole region has to step it up, like not only the top teams. And I feel like right now it's just only the top teams are playing well. And the bottom teams are like, I don't know, like our quality level is like really low, and I think we just gotta step it up by, I don't know, like maybe drop some ego, like try to learn as much as possible and kind of have a reality check.
So it sounds like you're including yourself in the bottom teams, but whenever we talk to other pros, even on last week's episode, everyone is like, oh, NRG can maybe do something. So I'll turn to Core and Masu. Where do you rate NRG? You can tell who he right now.
I think during the spring split, I thought NRG was the last place level of team. And then actually, I think this summer, I can see like NRG, like why NRG player were good. I think they're not showing consistently, but they're showing like sometimes why these players were considered the best players. I think spring worst team right now, good potential right now.
Yeah, same as Score. I think honestly, they're like if I were to place them right now, I would think they could get fourth over the other teams.
That's been the consensus.
Yeah, I mean I agree with the consensus. I think we at least have more agency compared to the bottom teams, but I don't think I'm gonna put myself in the top tier teams because I still see a lot of improvements that we have to do, and I mean that's why like for me, like I've already accepted where I am at as a team and as a player, and I think it's just important for me to kind of be positive and I'm like just positive about our improvements right now, and we just got to focus on ourselves. And I think we definitely have the potential to be back up there.
What's the biggest takeaway from like this week's loss?
This week's loss, I mean, I think it's just for us, we are aware of our issue. It's just like Corey is saying, consistency and habits and discipline, like those three things are like the hardest thing to really improve on as a player, because sometimes you just get bored or you just have a bad day. Like it's about like being consistent in practice, right? And yeah, I think we're trying to tackle that as much as possible. And whether that's like coaches talking to us or we talk like as teammates to each other, stuff like that, I think we're going to the right direction.
You laughed and you said sometimes you get bored. Do players just get bored sometimes?
Oh yeah. I think last few weeks we were very bored during the scrim. Sometimes I tell team like, I guess we don't want to win. It's okay, we don't want to win. Like, but I think in those situations, like always, stage game helps us a lot. Like having a stage game, like making us like come back to on the track, and I believe today's win will bring us back on the track.
Yeah. Have you gotten bored at all, Masayu? Or like, because you're new to all of this, right?
I'm a big culprit. Sometimes we have like a plan, and then I might do something random, which I've been doing less of. So
in a scrim, it's fine though, right? Because I mean, not fine,
not really.
but not fine. But what is the difference between like testing your limits, especially as a rookie, right, as opposed to making such a massive mistake that it then inhibits your ability to learn from that practice?
Mostly I think if you're actually testing your limit, it's like you're playing out the situation to either like block the enemy play or make your play as good as possible, and then you're playing the line to like make it as hard as possible for them or as good as possible for you.
Mm-hmm.
But then I guess like inting would just be like there's like a team plan that's already happening, and then you see like an angle to 1v1 someone, and it might give you a kill and might lose you the whole game, and you just go for it. So it's like, I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. I mean, also it's really easy to tell when that happens, when you kind of know how that person is reacting to the confrontation that you're getting. Like, you know, you're kind of saying, oh, but like, if this goes well, like, everything is gonna be okay, right? Like, but like, that's not what we're asking for. We're trying to like be a team and trying to like improve together. So I think you can kind of tell if someone is testing the limit or kind of inting by just seeing their reaction like after the game too.
Oh, bot lane is sometimes a bit more isolated than the rest of the map, or at least you're focusing hard on like the 2v2, right? So if you are going for that type of play, how do you convince your teammates that is what it is instead of just inting?
You just take it, and then if you lose, say, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
You can't stop taking it.
You just have to own up to it.
I think for me, like, scrim is always like trying to do your 100%, not more than 100%, less than 100%. And then if your limit is wrong, you will know. And then if your limit is right, you should just take it.
Yeah, that's fair.
You agree?
Yeah,
For sure.
You can't just stop like taking it. I don't know.
Yeah, you need to punish Inter.
Yeah, you gotta play aggressive and you gotta be proactive as much as possible. I mean, I think that's why like the consistency and getting bored is like the issue here, because it's just like not that simple. Like, you know, like outside perspective, they might just think, oh, just don't get bored. Like, why are you getting bored? Right? It's just not that simple. We're humans, and like when you play the same champion over and over, and someone is like every single time, it's not even about the same person mistake the same mistake. It's like another person will make the mistake, and the next game is like it just keeps going, right? And it's just important that 5 players can just try to stop that cycle somehow.
What does that discussion look like then? Again, like if your teammates are like, oh, why are you doing this? And then you're like, my bad. What is the resulting discussion?
Well, I think that process is very important. I mean, you can tell if they are making a mistake, so you punish it, or you are asking them to make a mistake.
Yeah.
You are creating enemy team's mistake. It's very two different things. If you are passively looking at the situation or actively looking for the volatility, so I think it's different. And then I think we can just tell by watching the plays.
Yeah, I think the thought process is like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Is that super different for you coming from, because you've also talked about this in other interviews of like just not being punished nearly as much when you were in NACL and then coming up to LCS?
Yeah. I I guess like it was different at the beginning, but now it's like I've already gotten up to speed, I think. So yeah, I think it's the same now.
What was there anything now that you have a full split and almost 2 splits under your belt? What has surprised you the most?
I was surprised in terms of like when we went to MSI and EWC. I was surprised like maybe the difference in how the teams played, like in scrims or even on stage matches. I think LCS, well, it's like faster paced than NACL, and it's obviously like higher level of play. I think it's still not very polished. Like there's a lot of random mistakes like happen, like Hui and Kor said, and there's like when a team gets control of the game, they throw it away easily, I think.
What, since you guys have both played against him, what how has he improved this split from when you first faced him? Or like, is there any advice you would have for him?
I mean, I think he's doing really well. I think FlyQuest bot lane especially, I think, are like kind of the strongest in the LCS. That's how I feel right now, and I feel like they're just playing really solid. Even though I think last split, I think their top side kind of carried them a little bit, and they still play solid. But I think right now, they sometimes even carry them, and even today's game, I think their top side, at least in the beginning, were kind of struggling, and like they're those pressure point, getting solo kills, getting dove by themselves, stuff like that. So I think, yeah, especially for like the new players, I think it's just good to see like them executing this kind of dives, like 2v2 dives by themselves, bot lane and stuff like that, and kind of getting the lead. So yeah, I think they're just doing really well. So not much advice for me to give.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was a bit impressive at the beginning when he first time playing in the LCS, because when even though he just called up, like he's playing extremely aggressive, and then he's not afraid of taking fight. And then, I mean, if enemy team is better than you, like you're gonna get punished. But that's why he's keep challenging his limit. So I think they were doing really well, and then playing consistently aggressive, and then they're still playing aggressive, so they could keep improving. I think they're doing pretty good.
Kind of bottom of the table, I did want to touch briefly on Dignitas, who were the team that lost to Shopify. How do each of you kind of rate Dignitas and their performance, and what has kind of... Because I feel like they were still really high in people's estimation because they did manage to take games, but not series, off of top teams. So where would you guys place them?
I feel like they couldn't find their identity. I don't know what, like I can't think what they are good at right now. So I think they might be the problem. I don't know what they are good at. When I think about the other team, they have some specialty, like energy, like to play like Kalista playing aggressive, fighting, and Insanity is gonna play AD mid, Boogie is gonna play AP jungle. Like I can see some concept, but on the Dignitas, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I agree with Kor. I think mostly the same, and I think they were a bit overhyped because people like saw high-profile names, and like they expected them to be really good, which is like fair, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Masu. I think they're a little overhyped. they're a little overhyped. I think they're where they belong. We're like in the mid to like mid low, kind of contesting us. I think they are decent, but I don't think they'll really be amazing.
Do you think that's just because, I guess, people see in their minds what they achieved previously and then ascribe that to the roster? Or?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I think some of those plays into it. It's just when I see those 5 players together, yeah, I mean, I know their names, but I'm not that scared of them, you know? Yeah.
With when Dig faced you guys, you did end up dropping a game.
Yeah.
What do you think they did do well in there that they might be able to improve on going forward?
What game did I lose? I think I remember I played Ivern versus Leona versus Ivern Brown, and then it was very painful to play. Yeah, I think that series, I think they did play their game. They played Ivan's game, and then we didn't play. I think to beat the Ivan, you need to play well, but we didn't play well, so that when they played Ivan game, we couldn't beat them.
What is the key to beating Ivern?
Playing well. Ivan, if you play like noob, you cannot beat Ivan.
Wow, we really are the league of Ivern. We touched upon NRG, so we won't pick on Huhi anymore.
Yeah, don't attack me anymore, guys. We're already down there. We're trying to be positive here. Let us be positive.
But right now, obviously, we have Dig, 100 Thieves, Immortals, and Shopify all at 1 and 4 in like series score. Dignitas is ahead slightly in game score because of the games that they were able to take. Of those teams, who do you think has the chance of being the best? Like, not only making playoffs, but actually being able to do something in it?
I think it's Shopify. For me, it's clearly Shopify among those teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think they have the most potential.
Why?
I think just with them adding Boogie back, and I think already they like, if B-Boy is strong in the game, they already have like a carry to play through.
Yeah.
And I think he knows his role like really well. And more than that, I think he knows what he needs from all his teams. So now that they have Boogie who can also shot call, I think they have a lot more potential than the other 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them with Shopify. If I had a different team, it will be 100 Ds. I think their top side is just solid. Like, Sniper has been, I think, solo killing a lot recently. And River and Quid are both really good players from like last split. I think we all know that. Yes, the meta doesn't really like fit them like last split, but since like Vi priority is like rising up in LCK again and stuff like that, you know, like maybe like the Viability or like Vi, like it's like their time, you know.
Yeah.
And I think for them it's just kind of figuring out their weak bottom lane, how to, not get those and be stable.
I agree. I think 100 Tips and Shopify have players can be the top team, like top class players in the LCS. But other teams, at best, is mid-core. So I think there's a little bit of difference.
I guess for me, I'm surprised at Shopify only because that means that Boogie has made such a difference in their play. What's been going on in scrims against Shopify?
I mean, for me, not much. I just think Boogie is just better than Tomio, and Insanity is just solid, and like they've said before, is always kind of like ahead or like at least even and doing his job. So I think that just makes them like a solid team that can, like have better chance compared to other bottom teams.
Yeah, I think biggest thing is also, I think it's really important to find the team identity so that they can consistently playing their game. I think Shopify looks like they found a way to play the game, and when some team know how to play their game, the other team need to play well. So if you're not playing well against Shopify, you're gonna lose.
So it's kind of that idea of them having a specific way of play that you have to respond
Yeah,
to.
they have a like Ivern game. They have a Shopify's game. So if they know how to play their game, it's a really good step.
What? Only because I always hear players and coaches say we just have to play our game, and obviously that is a shortcut for like what we've been doing really well or what we know we can do really well. But then what becomes the difference maker between playing your game and not playing your game? This is something I've always wanted to ask players because it's always a default answer in interviews.
I mean, it depends like what kind of draft you have. I mean, from there, like you're already kind of choosing like what game you want to play. Like you can either play early game or like mid game strong, stacking dragons. Like FlyQuest were trying like they picked 3 games of Callista. You know, first game they didn't really prioritize that much dragon, and in mid late game you just have a lethality Callista that doesn't really is not a threat anymore, right? And they just had longer range, so like they were struggling. And after that, I felt like you guys were gonna change your draft priorities, but they still went with Callista with engage support, and they just put more priorities on the dragon and like on the boss side. So they just played their game. Like I think that's what it is, and I think I guess draft is the easiest way to tell.
Do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah.
Both of your series and just like what it means to play your game.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been hearing it ever since I came into LCS, but I guess like play your game to me is like just like focus on your role, what your comp wants to do, like the overall like idea of how you want to play the map, and then just try to like make plans around it and execute it, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like playing on your draft, your champion well is playing your game.
Yeah.
Like you're not picking Callista to go like 40-minute late game and then stay behind, not farming, not diving bot, not fighting 2v2 or something.
Yeah.
You pick Callista to fight. So if they fight with a Callista, they know how to play their game. So I think finding a champion fit with your team is very important.
This fly is like
And
our
there's a lot.
fourth guest.
Is there
What's
like 2
going
or
on?
all
All right, we are going to be on 14-15 next week. Have any of you looked at the patch?
No, yeah.
I have not seen it. No.
Nope.
Well, I heard something like boots change or something.
Oh,
That's
I
kinda
remember
big.
seeing that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
there's
remember exactly
there's
what-
the boots change. There's also Aurora being enabled because she was on this patch,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
How much practice have you guys seen of Aurora?
I've seen Aura in the swarm mode once.
At least I played once.
I don't remember. Like, I just know she has an invisible thing, and she has like a big Camille ulti thing. But yeah, I just heard that she's a little strong. But it will be up to me to try to figure it out as well.
It's OP Ballet and I'm gonna play next week.
Nice. Us too, yeah. Busa has been
Nice.
spamming it. Yeah.
When it comes to, because obviously I do understand why you wouldn't necessarily look that far ahead, right? Especially when you're prepping for LCS teams. When it comes to looking at patch changes, how do each of you approach that? Like, how far ahead do you look?
I mean, we'll try to focus on the current patch we're playing on. We're just looking at, just try to get an idea from the future patch. If Riot nerfed the champion, I guess this champion was OP, so we'll try to play the champion on the current patch. And if they buff the champion, other way. And for me, it's like focusing on the current patch and then thinking later when patch actually come through.
Yeah, just on the patch that we're playing on right now, and then for the future patch, it's mostly just like looking at the really popular champs, like what kind of nerfs or buffs happened, like item changes, maybe if they haven't changed like objectives or anything in a while, so anything like that, just like big changes.
Yeah, I think we're similar, where we will kind of decide our own like meta in the patch, but that meta might be completely wrong. When we watch LPL or LCK, we're like, oh wait, they're not doing that, or like they're practicing other champions. So like we'll try to kind of copy them and kind of be on the back foot. But I think it's just hard to kind of consistently be right in the moment.
That is one thing that's changed this year, though, because for the most part, we've actually been on the patch ahead of them.
Yeah.
So is that something that you then like readjust, where you're like, oh, we had the wrong read, and LPL, LCK definitely have the right read?
For us, at least, for sure, because FBI is a big LPL watcher, and I watch LCK, and they clearly have different like draft style too. Like in LPL, Leonize are like mostly pick or band, and LCK is kind of the other side where Israel or Ash are like usually touched early, and for us, I think it's like a back and forth, and I think it's just a healthy thing to have like about the conversation, because it just kind of chooses your draft style and your play style as a team.
With you, Masa, you have two like, I would say, very vocal people in Bwipo and Inspired who are definitely looking at patch notes, I'd say. Like, did they kind of readjust expectations, or like how much do they dictate how you guys approach patch as a team? Because from what it sounds like with NRG, it's like, oh, we have LPL and LCK covered, and then we reconvene and see like what our meta read is.
Yeah.
Is that similar to what happens on FlyQuest, or what do you guys do?
Yeah, because like Bwipo Inspired have a lot of confidence in themselves, of course. So like they might see a change and they'll just like instantly, if it's in their role, they'll say this champion's OP, or if it's in our role, they'll tell me or like Quad or Busio to play that champion. And then sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong, and then usually LCK or LPL happens, and then usually we're like pretty close, so we just kind of figure out their prios and why they have prio on it, and yeah, that's it.
What is the weirdest or worst read that they've had on bot lane?
I don't think they've missed yet, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
They've been pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Just listen to them.
Yeah,
just some
listen to
tips
them.
at this point. Then.
Yeah. I can't leak the next OP bot lane.
Okay.
But-
Okay.
Oh, it's
Okay.
Aurora,
But it's
right?
already-
You guys are
Yeah.
you guys
Yeah.
already
Oh
leaked
shit,
it.
I already leaked.
What about you, Core? I assume you still watch LCK occasionally.
Yeah, I will try to like see the trend from the older legends, and then why they are picking. And I usually don't care about what I'm playing. I just pick the best champion. Try to pick the best champion at the moment. And sometimes it's wrong. Sometimes one champion is extremely OP. We should play no matter what. So, after watching the HK LPL trend, please adjust the priority. Yeah, I think always going back and forth.
What do you think NA has gotten right? Since we've been on the patch first, what do you think we have actually like been like, oh man, we had this?
Ivern.
Ivern?
Yeah, actually.
Look
yeah.
at like, Ivern was so OP in the NA for long time, and then not
LCK
many
started
Asian
playing.
team were watching how strong LCS Ivern was, and then even the international stage, TS played it, looked amazing. And then some HCK team sometimes played it, and then it looked very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like one champ I'll hear from like contracts. Oh, this guy's Ivern, not good. Not good.
Kenyon Ivern
Yeah, Kenyon Ivern. I think I could do better, you know.
Okay.
But it's just kind of funny.
hasn't played.
Is he just sitting there rating Ivern pathing or something?
Yeah, he's just saying like he doesn't understand this Ivern pathing, like, or, like stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, really? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. but because contract is a really good Ivern, so like I'm like trusting him, full trust.
Nice. So we're the League of Ivern
Yeah.
in NA.
Oh, and Chicks.
And Zix and Seraphine back then.
Oh yeah,
Before,
true.
yeah.
Huhi and Core. I'm gonna show. Yeah, okay. Core can already see it. I'm gonna show you a picture.
Okay.
Mossy, do you recognize these people?
You cannot find
That's
me?
cool.
Yeah, you can't find Core?
In the middle?
Yeah. Do I look different?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Like more face structure. now.
Okay.
A little bit different.
Damn.
When was that?
2014.
Yeah,
Like
exactly,
10 years
yeah.
ago.
You guys played on the same team?
Yeah.
As-
in LCK.
As a carry.
OGN.
Yeah.
Oh, you were AD?
AD carry mid lane.
Yeah, we were carry duo. Now playing support post.
Both support, you know.
Demoted.
Nice. Support is OP.
Yeah. In our group, I think there was SKT T1S. Do you know? Like when
When they had two teams?
Yeah, when they
I
had
think
two
I think
teams.
so.
and Samsung White.
Okay.
Samsung White. And
then
then
one-
CJ
CJ Blaze or something.
Frost.
Yeah.
Shea Frost.
However, 3 strong team, and then
That was-
yeah, it was hard.
It was hard?
Yeah, it was hard.
I was gonna say, I just think it's really funny because not many people know that you guys played together at all, and then also as AD carry and mid. For Masu, who is again our rookie, what is one thing during that year that you wish you had known going into your League of Legends career?
I think now like the industry is like so much more advanced. Because back then, like me and Core, you know, like we didn't even have AC. We don't have 5 computers. Like we couldn't even eat
No
like
food.
a meal. You know, like
money.
so I guess like be grateful of like what you have and like don't ever lose your motivation. I think we should just be thankful about like this. Now it's kind of becoming weird, but like, just being grateful and kind of not just doing your best. I think.
And then when we started, like there was no veteran players on the team, so we didn't know how to play the game. So like we got shit on, but we didn't know why we got shit on.
Yeah.
Like no one can tell us the truth. So I think the more time after getting experience, I think having those players on the team very important.
Sure.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you all so much
Thank
for
you.
joining
Thank you.
me. And that will do it for this week's episode of Pros. Please reach out to our guests, thank them for being here, and thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, man. I can't say C9 after today. I just can't. I'm sorry.
With a counter strike to get him away. Blabber chases him over the wall. Beautifully done from Uzi to drag the C9 jungler away to the wrong spot. Impact makes his way into the back line at the same time, and now JoJo's in some trouble as Impact goes all out. He's looking to finish the kill with the bailout. Might be able to keep JoJo alive. No, it will not. Team Liquid has found 2 kills, and C9 gets a whole lot of nothing.
Ja, er det noe Kalister?
Ja.
Kalister.
I'm dead.
Nice fight, Kalister dead. Guys, 2v4. Our backline all died.
It's good. Watch me.
Come here. Okay, come here. Ready to flash. We should them. Yeah, Penta kill it. Penta kill. Yeah, you guys can end, right? Penta.
Nice. You got Penta.
Omti.
Nice.
Great work.
And 5 players staring down 5 other players in the mid lane. Dredgeline goes off as the equalizer is just cooking Berserker. Uzi goes
Take this guy.
Guys, stand on
Stand on the flash. 1 HP. Stand on the flash. I'm looking forward. I'm hitting lane top. Big win, guys. Big win. Lane top. Big win.
That could be big win.
No flash. Everybody no flash.
Pushing themselves to match point.
Score JJ with the flash of the wall from the dredge line into the back line, and now Blabber's gonna get bursted before the fight even starts. Fudge the second target, and Team Liquid is taking no prisoners. They are all paper, and this man's looking like a pair of scissors. Blabber's still chasing him underneath the turret here. Impact stays alive with a nice call to mid. There's no way, bro! It's first blood in a 1v3 for Impact!
흔들리지 말아요.
좀 톡식하네요. 좀 생각해보니까.
You're hit!
Great work. 3 seconds.
Oh, nice!
Good job.
Nice Impact!
Next melee.
Lucian,
Lucian side. Lucian.
Yeah, I'm looking side.
I don't flash.
Come on the flash. I can cut him off.
진짜.
Can we enter? No.
Keep pushing.
Went after APA and Impact, so he kept alive by the Sterix gauge. But now the rest of the fight, Vulcan's already down to the 3v3. Yawn is free firing on the Blabber. Cloud9 is collapsing.
Guys, big win side.
I'm up to go, guys.
Nice.
Yes!
no one would say that TL on paper is better than C9 on paper.
I don't know. We have 2 world champions on my roster.
But like that's like 20 years ago.
Since I've been in the league, he has not made an international event. So what's different this split? Or am I gonna kick you out again?
You think you're gonna kick me out? I think TL, they're good, but I think that they are too cocky. But I definitely think we have good odds. I was a problem for sure.
Cool.
You think you're gonna 2-0 us?
Of course, bro.
That's cap.
Welcome, I got APA and JoJo here, 2 yappers. I need you guys to critique each other's trash talking. You claim to be the first trash talker.
Well, not even first. I think APA just, I don't know if I like influenced you. I definitely influenced you. I definitely do think APA does force it though. Like when I see APA's all chat, it's not even like it's tilting, it's just like, he's just trying too hard, you know? Which definitely tilts some of the other players. But to me, it's like, I'm just looking at it and it's just kind of like funny, you know? I feel like when I trash talk APA, it definitely affects him though. Like when I trash talk him in game, I could definitely feel it affects your performance. So I feel like it's kind of one-sided, but I do respect APA for trash talking because I definitely think if it's only me doing it, it's kind of boring, you know? Someone has to kind of join me.
I don't think I force it. I just type what's on my mind. I'm not in the middle of the game in laning phase like trying to cook up what to say. Something stupid happens, the enemy team does, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Any critiques for JoJo's trash talk?
I mean, he just doesn't do it anymore. I said it in the interview. He's muzzled right now. C9 Jack must like have a knife in his back or something, saying if you type, you're gonna.
No, he definitely likes that. Not gonna lie, Jack definitely likes it. So.
Well, what do you think about the matchup now between the 2 of you?
JoJo for the longest time before I entered the league was kind of just running the league.
Okay.
But then, I mean, less so last split because he was still kind of running the league last split. His team just sucked. But
I mean, I thought my team was pretty good last split. To be honest, I definitely should have helped my team improve more because I was giving bad practice, so we couldn't really improve as a team. But I thought my team played pretty well last split, to be honest. I think in playoffs, I was underperforming, to be honest. Versus FlyQuest and versus TL, I was a problem for sure.
Cool.
You don't think so?
So I do know that since I've been in the league, he has not made an international event.
This is true. The last one was 2022.
That is true.
So what's different this split? Do you think we're both making it? Or am I going to kick you out again?
You think you're going to kick me out?
When I see other players in the league, like I think River, for example, is really good in the regular season. But then River always chokes in playoffs. Are you like that?
I mean, I think definitely TL plays well in playoffs, at least the last split. But to be honest, I think C9 as a team just choked in the playoffs last split. I think it was me choking too. I don't know if it was choking or us just...
So you choked playoffs?
To be honest, I wouldn't say it's choking. I think we just suck. I don't know if that's the same thing. Like, we could say we sucked last split in the playoffs. We just, TL and FlyQuest got better and we weren't improving. Or we could say we choked. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We just lost, which sucks. But this split, I don't think it'll happen again. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen again. And I think we're preparing for that, so. I mean, if I don't go international this year, I just have to retire because, like, no other team, I don't know if the league can see it, but FlyQuest, TL, and C9 are, like, miles above every other team.
I mean, back to your question, I do think now that this split, we're definitely becoming, like, rivals. Like, I think, to be honest, last split, JoJo was definitely better than me, but I think I've improved a lot after, like, international play, where I feel like I'm on his level. So, like, in the past, I was kind of just having a better team, like, team gapping them.
Okay.
And then even last split, it was like genuinely going into our series last split, it was just, as long as I can go even and not get gapped, we're going to win because we're better elsewhere.
Was that actually the strategy?
Well, it wasn't
like, not strategy, but did you, like, was that the mindset kind of?
It was just, I didn't have to...
You didn't have to do, like,
I didn't have to win the game. Like, I just had to not get on. I was doing the Crown Malzahar cosplay.
Versus Faker?
Yeah.
Do you see weaknesses? What are the weaknesses in JoJo that you can exploit?
He's a lane one trick. I think he's actually really good in lane. Like, when I face the Eastern mid laners, I think to myself, wow, JoJo's actually better than some of these guys. But then out of lane, you kind of feel lost. You're gonna smash lane versus pretty much everyone, and then go into mid game, and you're just like a lost puppy. And just like, hopefully you can like finger check people in the side lane or something.
What do you think?
I mean, I feel like a lot of players think that until they play with me, kind of. I mean, to me, I think APA, I think the weaknesses is if it's certain metas, I don't think you'll be able to adapt as well.
I don't know if it's a meta thing. Like, I've been told I'm a meta player for the past like 3 splits. And I've been a one trick at every meta for the past 3 splits. But I've still done well in every meta.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a meta thing, and then everyone else on my team plays everything.
I mean, TL definitely does not play everything. I mean, you can say that, but like, you can't look at me and say TL plays everything. There's no way. I mean,
what don't we play then?
Okay, impact on tanks is like the GOAT. Yeah. But like, if it's like Fiora, Jace.
Yeah, but then we lane swap.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Lane swaps too right now are the meta, right? If it's like you're in a bad matchup, but you couldn't do that like, or at least no one did that back then, right? So if it's like back to where you can't lane swap and it's those type of top champions, or even on support, if it's not like full engaged champions. I'm not saying core is bad on enchanters, but I think TL just won't be nearly as good if he's playing Lulu or Yuumi or those type of champions where he's kind of playmaking. So, and also if it's like jungle carry meta, I can't see Umpty carrying, to be honest. I kind of feel like he's like the dog on your team. He's like just like playing for all the lanes and like hoping that something will work. So right now, I mean, that's how I feel about TL. I mean, you can say it's not true, but I'm pretty sure it's true, to be honest. I mean, you can deny it, they're your teammates, but we can both know it's kind of true. I mean, yeah, that's how I feel.
To me, when I face C9, it just feels like a solo queue team. Just to be completely honest. You guys are very good in lane, and then outside of lane, there's no connection, there's no anything. I think your guys like team fighting, positioning is really dog actually. After team fighting and just like the fact that if there's no objective, it just feels weird how you guys play. Like there's no thought process in a sense. I'm sure there is a thought process, but there's no like good reason in my opinion. And you guys just get ran around on the map.
Like there's no good reason why you think we're making those actions?
Yeah. And then I think Thanatos is overhyped. I think he's a good laner, but he's so lost after like 15 minutes.
I mean, to be honest, when I play with Thanatos, it's like he has a 30 CS gap every game.
Yeah, I mean, he's a goat in lane, don't get me wrong. Like, versus every other laner that's probably not Impact, he's gonna completely on. But I think if he is just even, he doesn't know how to play the game.
Any final thoughts, you two? You play each other week 6.
I
Probably
definitely
playing each other in the playoffs. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think C9 this split is better than last split. I think it's not close, to be honest. And I think TL, they're good, but I think they might be too, I don't know if cocky is the word, but they're maybe too, yeah, they are too cocky. I'm not saying they're bad, but this might drag them down, to be honest, so we'll just have to see. But I definitely think we have good odds.
Final thoughts?
I think we're going to 2-0 C9. I don't think it's going to be close. I think we're the best team in the league by far.
I respect that, but we'll just see.
All right, thank you two very much for doing this. We're done from here. See you later.
You think you're going to 2-0 us?
Of course, bro.
That's cap.
I don't know, man. I can't say C9 after today. I just can't. I'm sorry.
With a counter-strike to get him away. Blabber chases him over the wall. Beautifully done from Umpty to drag the C9 jungler away to the wrong spot. Impact makes his way into the back line at the same time, and now JoJo's in some trouble as Impact goes all out. He's looking to finish the kill, but the bailout might be able to keep JoJo alive. No, it will not. Team Liquid has found 2 kills, and C9 gets a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I'm looking at Kali's Yeah. Kali's time. I'm dead. Nice fight. Kali's dead. It's fine. Guys, 2v4. Our backline all died.
It's good. Watch me.
Come here. Okay, come here.
Ragdoll flash.
Push kill it.
아니야, 그냥 싸워.
Yeah, you guys can end, right? Penta. Nice, you got Penta. Umpty.
Nice.
Great work.
And 5 players staring down 5 other players into mid lane. Dredgeline goes off as the equalizer is just cooking Berserker. Umpty goes.
Guys, stand on
Stand on the flash. 1 HP.
Almost dead.
I'm looking forward.
Go on, reactor.
I'm hitting lane top. Big win, guys. Big win.
That can be big win.
Everybody no flash.
And pushing themselves to match point.
Score JJ with the flash from the wall from the dredge line into the back line, and now Blabber's gonna get bursted before the fight even starts. Fudge the second target, and Team Liquid is taking no prisoner. They are all paper, and this man's looking like a pair of scissors. Blabber's still chasing him underneath the turret here. Impact stays alive with a nice call to mid. There's no way, bro! It's first blood in a 1v3 for Impact!
흔들리지 말아요.
좀 톡식하네요. 좀 생각해보면.
You're hit.
Great work.
3 seconds.
Ha ha ha! Nice. Good job.
Nice impact.
Next melee.
Lucian. Lucian side.
Lucian. Yeah, I'm looking Lucian side.
I'm
flash.
I'm
Calma, flash. I can Calma.
Can we enter? No.
Keep pushing.
Went after APA and Impact to be kept alive by the Sterix gauge, but now the rest of the fight! Vulcan's already down to the 3v3! Yawn is free firing onto Blabber! Cloud9 is collapsing!
Guys, we go MSI.
I'm not
Go, guys.
Nice.
Yes!
No one would say that TL on paper is better than C9 on paper.
I don't know. We have 2 world champions on my roster.
But like that's like 20 years ago.
Since I've been in the league, he has not made an international event. So what's different this split? Or am I gonna kick you out again?
You think you're gonna kick me out? I think TL, they're good, but I think that they are too cocky. But I definitely think we have good odds.
Cool.
You think you're gonna 2-0 us?
Of course, bro.
That's cap.
Welcome, I got APA and JoJo here, 2 yappers. I need you guys to critique each other's trash talking. You claim to be the first trash talker.
Well, not even first. I think APA just, I don't know if I like influenced you. I definitely influenced you. I definitely do think APA does force it though. Like when I see APA's all chat, it's not even like it's tilting. It's just like he's just trying too hard, you know? Which definitely tilts some of the other players. But to me, it's like I'm just looking at it and it's just kind of like funny, you know? I feel like when I trash talk APA, it definitely affects him though. Like when I trash talk him in game, I could definitely feel it affects your performance. So I feel like it's kind of one-sided, but I do respect APA for trash talking because I definitely think if it's only me doing it, it's kind of boring, you know? Someone has to kind of join me.
I don't think I force it. I just type what's on my mind. I'm not in the middle of the game in laning phase like trying to cook up what to say. Something stupid happens, the enemy team does. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Any critiques for JoJo's trash talk?
I mean, he just doesn't do it anymore. I said it in the interview. He's muzzled right now. C9 Jack must like have a knife in his back or something, saying if you type, you're gonna.
No, he definitely likes that. Not gonna lie, Jack definitely likes it. So.
Well, what do you think about the matchup now between the 2 of you?
JoJo for the longest time before I entered the league was kind of just running the league.
Okay.
But then, I mean, less so last split because he was still kind of running the league last split. His team just sucked. But
I mean, I thought my team was pretty good last split. To be honest, I definitely should have helped my team improve more because I was giving bad practice, so we couldn't really improve as a team. But I thought my team played pretty well last split, to be honest. I think in playoffs, I was underperforming, to be honest. Versus FlyQuest and versus TL, I was a problem for sure.
Cool.
You don't think so?
So I do know that since I've been in the league, he has not made an international event.
This is true. The last one was 2022.
That is true.
So what's different this split? Do you think we're both making it? Or am I going to kick you out again?
You think you're going to kick me out?
When I see other players in the league, like I think River, for example, is really good in the regular season. But then River always chokes in playoffs. Are you like that?
I mean, I think definitely TL plays well in playoffs, at least the last split. But to be honest, I think C9 as a team just choked in the playoffs last split. I think it was me choking too. I don't know if it was choking or us just...
So you choked playoffs?
To be honest, I wouldn't say it's choking. I think we just suck. I don't know if that's the same thing. Like, we could say we sucked last split in the playoffs. We just, TL and FlyQuest got better and we weren't improving. Or we could say we choked. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We just lost, which sucks. But this split, I don't think it'll happen again. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen again. And I think we're preparing for that, so. I mean, if I don't go international this year, I just have to retire because, like, no other team, I don't know if the league can see it, but FlyQuest, TL, and C9 are, like, miles above every other team.
I mean, back to your question, I do think now that this split, we're definitely becoming like rivals. Like I think, to be honest, last split, JoJo was definitely better than me, but I think I've improved a lot after like international play, where I feel like I'm on his level. So like, in the past, I was kind of just having a better team, like team gapping them.
Okay.
And then even last split, it was like genuinely going into our series last split, it was just, as long as I can go even and not get gapped, we're gonna win because we're better elsewhere.
Was that actually the strategy?
Well, it wasn't
like not strategy, but did you like? Was that the mindset kind of?
It was just I didn't have to.
You didn't have to do like.
I didn't have to win the game. Like I just had to not get on. I was doing the Crown Malzahar cosplay.
Versus Faker.
Yeah.
Do you see weaknesses? What are the weaknesses in JoJo that you can exploit?
He's a lane one trick. I think he's actually really good in lane. Like when I face the Eastern mid laners, I think to myself, wow, JoJo's actually better than some of these guys. But then out of lane, you kind of feel lost. You're gonna smash lane versus pretty much everyone, and then go into mid game and you're just like a lost puppy. And just like hopefully you can like finger check people in the side lane or something.
What do you think?
I mean, I feel like a lot of players think that until they play with me, kind of. I mean, to me, I think APA, I think the weaknesses is if it's certain metas, I don't think you'll be able to adapt as well.
I don't know if it's a meta thing. Like, I've been told I'm a meta player for the past like 3 splits. And I've been a one trick at every meta for the past 3 splits, but I've still done well in every meta.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a meta thing, and then everyone else on my team plays everything.
I mean, TL definitely does not play everything. I mean, you can say that, but like, you can't look at me and say TL plays everything. There's no way. I mean...
Why don't we play then?
Okay, impact on tanks is like the GOAT. Yeah. But like, if it's like Fiora, Jace...
Yeah, but then we lane swap.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Lane swaps too right now are the meta, right? If it's like you're in a bad matchup, but you couldn't do that like... Or at least no one did that back then, right? So if it's like back to where you can't lane swap and it's those type of top champions, or even on support, if it's not like full engaged champions, I'm not saying core is bad on enchanters, but I think TL just won't be nearly as good if he's playing Lulu or Yuumi or those type of champions, where he's kind of playmaking. So, and also if it's like jungle carry meta, I can't see Umpty carrying, to be honest. I kind of feel like he's like the dog on your team. He's like just like playing for all the lanes and like hoping that something will work. So right now, I mean, that's how I feel about TL. I mean, you can say it's not true, but I'm pretty sure it's true, to be honest. I mean, you can deny it, they're your teammates, but we can both know it's kind of true. I mean, yeah, that's how I feel.
To me, when I face C9, it just feels like a solo queue team. Just to be completely honest. You guys are very good in lane, and then outside of lane, there's no connection, there's no anything. I think your guys' like team fighting, positioning is really dog, actually. After team fighting, and just like the fact that if there's no objective, it just feels weird how you guys play. Like there's no thought process in a sense. I'm sure there is a thought process, but there's no like good reason, in my opinion. And you guys just get ran around on the map.
Like there's no good reason why you think we're making those actions?
Yeah. And then I think Thanatos is overhyped. I think he's a good laner, but he's so lost after like 15 minutes.
I mean, to be honest, when I play with Thanatos, it's like he has a 30 CS gap every game.
Yeah, I mean, he's a goat in lane, don't get me wrong. Like, versus every other laner that's probably not impact, he's gonna completely on. But I think if he is just even, he doesn't know how to play the game.
Any final thoughts, you two? You play each other week 6.
Probably
playing each other in the playoffs. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think C9 this split is better than last split. I think it's not close, to be honest. And I think TL, they're good, but I think they might be too, I don't know if cocky is the word, but they're maybe too, yeah, they are too cocky. I'm not saying they're bad, but this might drag them down, to be honest, so we'll just have to see. But I definitely think we have good odds.
Final thoughts?
I think we're going to 2-0 C9. I don't think it's going to be close. I think we're the best team in the league by far.
I respect that, but we'll just see.
All right, thank you two very much for doing this. We're done from here. See you later.
You think you're going to 2-0 us?
Of course, bro.
That's cap.
Shield in 7. Okay.
Ash is holding damage.
Yo, be careful. Ezreal's low. Ezreal's 1 HP. Ash no flash. Ash dead. Ash dead. I'm shield now. Careful as rock. Careful as rock. I have shield.
Cook him. Cook him.
God, my team is so good, bro.
That's
like that?
We're so low, no?
We're pathetic. I should kill him.
Don't say it. Whoa.
Relax. Relax.
Looking.
Copy in 2. Copy in 2.
Watch Zeri.
We start Nash with our ults, please.
Jensen finds yet another kill. A beautiful grab coming out from Licorice. FBI flashing away from the Strangle Thorns. Immediately has to cleanse at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is looking to run him down. Palafox dies again. Dopa dies next to him. It's a bloodbath.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Nice.
DC can win.
Congratulations to Dignitas.
Armeo's caught in this pit, but Sniper just needs to ward him in. Meanwhile, in the mid, River is actually taken out. Oh, Ayla's in, finds Armeo. I don't think he still has flash from the fight before. Almost gets taken down by the calling. The ignite from Ayla will finally finish him off. Ole gets stiffed by Ayla as he flashes in onto Mass. The re-engage from Ayla, or Ole is good. River tries to hold off as long as he can. Sniper trying to save this fight. Tomo skates on over to the left. Sniper now has to escort him from the rest of Immortals, but he's not going to be able to do it. Ruthless Predator finishes off the second marksman from Immortals. And that's it, folks. Immortals' dreams are crushed. They are eliminated from playoffs once again by 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves once again eliminates Immortals from playoffs contention.
Welcome to the LCS waiting room. As you saw, Dignitas won yesterday, which means you're in a good enough mood to join us. Welcome, Sven.
Big season. Be honest with me, if you lost that game, are you joining us?
Oh, no.
Okay, just making sure.
If I lose, you don't hear from me for a week.
Yeah, until the next game. So congratulations as well. With the Immortals' losses yesterday, you also managed to clinch playoffs.
Yeah, with 2 wins, let's go.
Is this everything you dreamed of when coming back to AD carry?
Yeah, normally we're playing for first and second, but nowadays we're like, we're scraping by with 2 wins to get playoffs.
Your first and second win.
Yeah.
Wait, how did the schedule feel for you? Because just like looking through the schedule, you guys faced like all the top teams in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then the back half, of course, was like...
We got 1 win with 100 Thieves in the middle of that. So, it was nice. Like a little confidence boost in between the 3 scheduled losses to TL, Fly, and C9.
Yeah.
But at first, we were like 1-3. We're like, it's fine. It's just the good teams, right? Now we get all the wins. Then lost to Shopify, and we're like, wee you. Alarm bells start ringing, right? We're in danger. And then we won against Energy. I was like, okay, we can still win. There's still hope for the big season, so we're doing okay.
Yeah, real quick, we didn't talk to you at the end of yesterday's series. Anything different with your series yesterday that let you guys win? Because the first game was pretty close.
Yeah, I think I played kind of bad in the first game. It was kind of cold on stage, needed my hoodie.
Okay.
That's mostly it.
Yeah.
I think my mid and jungle played much better than theirs, honestly. I think that was what carried that series. I think it's kind of obvious that Jensen was playing really well yesterday.
Yeah.
And Palafox was not.
I made a
I don't want to say mid-gap, but it looked kind of like it.
Yeah. Now that I remember, you had back-to-back Ashe games.
Yeah.
And I made an offhanded comment, like, because you played so much support, did it just feel really broken having Hawkshot? Are you the best Hawkshotter in the league now?
I will say I appreciated the ability more when I was playing support. Because you can't, I mean, you're playing support, right? You spend the whole mid-game looking at minimap only.
Yeah.
You don't do anything else than look at minimap, right? But when you're playing AD carry, you just say, Speaker, Isles, I have Hawkshot, what do you want it?
Yeah.
I just tell them I have Hawkshot. Tell me where to put it, because I'm not watching the minimap at all times. I'm farming minions. I'm playing by my phase.
Yeah.
I'm trading. So just Speaker, if you want it somewhere, just tell me. And he's like, yeah, put it on Crux. Yes, sir.
Nice. Captain.
And he'll make a plan based on that information, right? So it's a very different perspective on that ability specifically.
That's really cool. Anyway, it's LCS Christmas.
Is it?
TL versus C9 is finally here.
Okay,
and Sven is here.
Did
I mean, Christmas in August, Christmas August 4th. I don't know. That's what it said. So I decided to read it. Undefeated teams going into week 6 has never happened in the LCS, in all of the LCS history. We've never had undefeated teams meet in week 6. Liquid versus Cloud9. So we're going to spend the entire waiting room previewing this matchup. And even JoJo is here for the TL versus C9 waiting room.
versus C9 waiting room.
I think he tweeted this in June, but we're going to run it as if he tweeted it before this game.
Sure.
So he knows.
I mean, it's kind of better that he tweeted in June, right? Because he predicted
the whole split was the TL C9
these 2 teams are going to be the best teams.
They're looking a little sluggish. Coming out of that. Coming out of that C9 mobile.
How do you look in the morning when you do that?
Just saying, like they should be a little more excited coming out ready to go. Yeah, let's check out the standings as well. And we're going to check out the playoff tool right out of this as well, just because we only have 3 more days of LCS regular season. So you can see Sven, Dignitas, clinched playoffs.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Yeah. I just love the imagery of Dig qualified, tied 2 and 4 with the rest of the teams.
Yeah.
But it's mostly just based off the match.
We have head-to-head versus NRG and these, right? And we have better game score.
Yeah.
So no matter what happens, we'll...
Yeah, so basically, the game score is the primary tiebreaker, and Shopify only has 2. The way, this thing does all the math that tells us. It puts you at 100%, so I'm just going to believe it.
Let's go. I believe it too.
Congratulations, because your game score won the tiebreaker. I want to talk about top 2, though, because playoffs has the top 2 teams getting a first-round bye, and it will put them in a position where they need to win 1 best-of-5 to guarantee themselves top 3, which would be Worlds, and they'll get 2 chances to do it as well. So looking at Team Liquid and Cloud9 specifically, the way either one of them can lock top 2 is Team Liquid can 2-0, or they can 2-1, and they'll stay at 100%. For Cloud9, if they 2-0, they will lock top 2, but if they 2-1, it's almost locked, but not entirely locked.
Okay.
So Team Liquid is a little bit better off in terms of that. But Sven,
yeah,
do you care about top 4 versus 5?
Honestly, I think it's not really relevant as long as you dodge I think 3 plays 6, right? So you want to dodge FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Or whoever is 3rd place.
So you don't want to get 6th.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, it doesn't really matter if you're 4th, 5th, or whatever, as long as you don't play against FlyQuest in first round, that's what matters.
Yeah.
If you can't get 1st or 2nd, all that matters is you're not 6th.
I'm just gonna speed run some results here.
Okay.
And just see what happens here. Let's say that actually does happen. You would be fine with the win, but if you lose to Immortals, 5th.
Hopefully it doesn't happen.
And now that they've been eliminated, they're strong as hell. So that's the expectation.
Yeah.
I think we'd actually have some type of tiebreaker if this happened.
5 plays 4, yeah? That's how it works?
Well, they would have
5 will play 4 and 3 will
play
play 6 in the first round.
They would have the head-to-head, though, in the case of that tiebreaker, right? Because it'd just be NRG.
We'd have to check with the stats guy. I'm not 100% sure.
Yep.
We'd have to check the foldy sheet.
Throw it on his plate.
If they're tied at game record and game score, theoretically you should still have the head-to-head.
I mean, I know someone loves tiebreakers, so I imagine Liam would have rallied to say make them play.
Make them play. Now to make them play a tiebreaker.
Does first place still choose their opponent, or is it like the first place plays?
I think it's just seeded.
It's just seeded?
Yeah, it's just seeded, 3 versus 6. Anyways.
Let's go.
C9 versus TL. We want to talk a little bit about draft. One thing that I think could happen in this series is something that actually happened in spring. If y'all remember, it was the first time Team Liquid versus C9 played. I want to pull up this draft over here.
All right, go and get him.
So this was spring week 3. I know it's a little bit long ago, and I don't think we'll see exactly these same champions. But what Team Liquid did here with Ziggs, Aphelios, Lulu, and Udyr is they just lane swapped at like 4 minutes, and then lane swapped again at like 6 minutes, and lane swapped again at like 8 minutes. And then once it got to 15 minutes, they just outranged everything that C9 could do, and they won this game very easily, very methodically. I do wonder if not this exact comp, but more so just the fact that if Team Liquid is gonna kind of swap around, pick a scaling comp, and almost dodge C9's early game, it worked very well for them back in spring. I think they could do something similar here in the match today. That was the whole point.
Actually, man, how annoying is it going up against Team Liquid? Because I remember you played at against one of their random swap games. I think it was game.
Oh yeah, we got rolled first game.
Because like that's something that they will just pull out from the bag.
Yeah, lane swaps are really punishing if you're not either ready for them or practicing them. And TL is both, right? They're always the initiator of lane swap, and they play champs that are good in it. Like Impact plays almost only tanks and like Jax, which is good at lane swap champ because it has either one.
Yeah.
If you see like an Ivern or Braum, they're like, yeah, I'll lane swap, and they're playing lane swap for their top laner, not for their bot lane. It's kind of different. Like normally you swap for the bot lane to lane first 3 levels for free, like you're playing something hard in lane. But TL does this often to get their top laner ahead by getting more XP than your top laner, because you're playing like Gnar top and they're playing Jax. He has either one, Gnar has a boomerang.
Yeah.
So he just dies to any dive, right?
Yeah.
And then your Jax can get farm and XP, and suddenly after 5 minutes he's level 4 and Gnar's level 1.
Yeah.
That sounds doomed to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Remake!
And it's like one mistake in lane swap, whether it's your support ganking mid and then mid is over, or like your top laner making a mistake, it's like it can doom the whole game. And TL's very good at all the iterations of lane swap. Like they've been through all the different scenarios and things people can do, whether it's jungle getting ahead, top getting ahead, bot lane, whatever, ganking mid. So if I was C9, I'll be very prepared for this because I think their biggest lose condition is getting late top on by a tank top laner with a carry top.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
And Emily, what do you see about C9 tops?
I'm just going to go over how C9 have been continuing to draft for comfort. Basically, they just keep locking in champs that they're super comfortable with, and I actually don't disagree with this until it loses, right? Because you have...
Then I'm changing everything.
Yeah, I know. Then we're shaking it up. But I actually really have liked how, again, they've recognized how good this meta is for so many of their players. Just to run through, again, Vulcan on the Alistar, it's his 5th most played, it's one of his most well-known champs. He has a 60% win rate on it. Actually, none of these champions have less than a 63% win rate for any of the players, locking them in. For Thanatos, I had some quibbles about his NAR performances in terms of team fights, but he is an absolute beast on this champ. It's his 2nd most played at 45 games. His next most played is Cassante at 27, and it's only topped by Renekton at 52. He has a 2/3% win rate on that overall. And then I think the other big one I really wanted to point out was the Azir for JoJo. I liked this because they were willing to flex into the Azir anyway with the AD coming out of NAR top. And that's been a champion that JoJo just has incredible prowess on, but also allows him to affect side lanes really well. And when you saw C9 struggling last split, they would always really rely on him on the Azir to be able to carry them out. So.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that comp specifically, that game scared me because it felt like they were losing in every lane. They picked losing drafts except for the Nidalee one. So like that one was like, let's not go in that direction, especially versus Team Liquid. But what I did love is that usually they will pick for lanes. Usually they'll pick something that allows for Blabber to invade pretty heavily. So actually I just wanted to go to mine because the pick that he had was the Nidalee. See if we can get that one ready. I'm standing up. Maybe it's a little too early. Never mind. It's not going to be on the wall. Just throw it right up. So I'm a 2nd-class citizen, ladies and gentlemen. But no, like just taking a look at the difference between both of these junglers, it's just the stylistic differences. Like the Nidalee, Karthus that he picked up, the Zyra. Like largely you're seeing Blabber on carry options, whereas you're seeing Umpty on Sejuani duty. Even though it's a shared champion, he's picking that far more frequently. Now we see the Viego. That didn't look too good versus you guys actually on Dignitas when you guys Ivern Brommed him. So I don't want to see that pick. But in general, it's interesting in this meta that we're seeing 2 clashing styles, the Sejuani, Maokai style, and what Blabber's gone towards, which is like playing Nidalee, Karthus, AP junglers heavily. What's your thought process on those 2 type of styles?
First thing, it's not only about the junglers too, right? Like for example, Thanatos has 5 games of Renekton, right? That's half his games played in LCS.
Yeah.
So that makes Nidalee better, right? And Zyra better because you have more lane prior. Impact has 0 games of Renekton this split. So it's hard to play champs like Nidalee and Karthus and Zyra if your top lane doesn't want to play early game champions, right? Yon doesn't play that much like Ashe either, for example, which makes Zyra, again, worse if you don't have silent priority to play off of. Nidalee as well can't invade early game without prior. So it's like not only Umti's fault that he's playing tanks every game and like slow facilitating junglers, it's also a team style of choice. Teal's not a bad early game team, but they aren't an aggressive early game team. They're more of a controlling the early game until 10 minutes, and then they press the whatever. Yeah. That's when they start playing the game.
And as an example of that, this is just to explain this graphic, the average gold difference in 2024 across both splits. So C9, they were actually a, quote, very good early game team, best in the league in spring, but in summer, they've kind of taken it to a different level. 2,500 gold lead on average at 14 minutes in summer split. And even Team Liquid, to your point, Sven, definitely not a bad early game team. Would have been much better than even C9's early game in spring. Just goes to show almost how much more stratification there's been in terms of early game dominance across spring and summer. We felt like we had so much parity in spring, and I think that's a good reflection of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think people kind of undervalue or undersell some of their early game points because now it's just so expected that they will have leads. Like a good example of it, even though I know we'll get into matchups a little later on, is for me like Thanatos. Like people are kind of iffy on Thanatos, but throughout the entire split, his early laning phase has been strong. But will come out to them as like what will come out to them as like big moments are when he gets solo kill versus I'm trying to remember Sniper, or like during some of his mistakes. But like through the consistent split, he and the rest of the team have been playing well in lanes.
Yeah, we're going to get into top lane completely in a little bit, but before that, APA, he did have some thoughts on how things would go in the face-to-face we had. Let's take a look.
Yeah. And then I think Thanatos is overhyped. I think he's a good laner, but he's so lost after like 15 minutes.
I mean, to be honest, when I play with Thanatos, it's like he has a 30 CS gap every game.
Yeah, I mean, he's a goat in lane, don't get me wrong. Like, versus every other laner that's probably not Impact, he's going to completely on. But I think if he is just even, he doesn't know how to play the game.
Any final thoughts, you two?
That's the final thought.
Yeah. That's the thought. Yeah. The final thought was different. You can check out that whole video over on the LCS YouTube channel. So let's look at the Impact versus Thanatos head-to-head to see how this is shaking up. I will say, in terms of raw laning stats, Thanatos does seem fairly unmatched. In terms of experience, definitely unmatched to Impact 11 LCS games versus 630. Emily, though, what are some of your thoughts?
I mean, I think Thanatos and coming in, people might be, to a point that Sven made earlier, actually undervaluing how strong his laning phase is and what it does for the team, because like we said, they do typically want to go for these pushing lanes. It's allowed Blabber to also statistically have a phenomenal summer. If you look at especially like his counter jungle, his forward percentage, his just raw farm, and a lot of that starts with, like, if you just look top lane and he has your top lane completely shoved in, he's completely dominating the matchup, it just gives you so much more freedom elsewhere. And I think that's what he's really brought to the team. I will say the team fighting and, like, you know, TPing into team fights, that's where I'm still looking at him to integrate on the team a little more.
Yeah.
But I think his inclusion on this roster has exponentially helped the things that they were already really good at.
And that's the thing. That's why I think a lot of people have kind of couched the hype on Thanatos. At the beginning, there was a lot of hype coming into the team, but then ever since then, it's been, well, he's already on an undefeated team. He's already on a really good team. He already has Blabber as his jungler. Like, he's already in a really successful working system. System. Good system player. Nice systems. But no, like, that's something that this team is now very, I mean, happy to have, is like the fact that he's been successfully laning nearly every game, surely in scrims as well, that we haven't seen. And even though the question that's been thrown out there is like post 15 minutes, post 14 minutes, the rest of the game, like, it's still nice to see a player come into the split and have such success early.
I mean, Sven, this might be a bit of a curveball question, but who would you rather have on your team, Impact or Thanatos, this split?
I think most bot laners would say Impact, because then they can carry more themselves.
Yeah.
But it also depends on the meta, right? So it's like, I think that a little bit of both is good. Impact sometimes has a weakness that he doesn't play carry champs, like hard carry champs, Jace, Gnar. So if it happens to be that kind of meta, Thanos is better, I think. But I think generally speaking, most bot laners would rather have a stable top laner that never dies to ganks, doesn't grief the game on weak side, and such. But I think there's benefits of both, right?
It's a really interesting matchup now, just because I think Impact's maybe having his best split that he's had in the LCS ever.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's just performing at such a high level, but Thanatos has also kind of blown the roof off of the top lane statistics. Compared to last split, I mean, the biggest difference in that goal difference at 14 that we showed earlier for Cloud9's jump from spring to summer is top lane. Fudge was pretty much going even in every lane, and now Thanatos is up 30, 40 CS, 700 gold in absolutely every lane. Let's move on to the mid lane, though, with APA and JoJo, because this is the highlight matchup, really. JoJo, a former league MVP, APA, this really meteoric rise from being a fringe, maybe not LCS player, to now being one of the faces of the league.
Yeah, won finals MVP in that last finals that he run too.
So who actually has the upper hand in the mid lane coming out into this matchup, Rez?
Man, it's actually just APA. He's having such a damn good split. For a while, there's always that nagging, voice in the back of your head is like, JoJo is still the better player. JoJo is still like really sick mechanically, but APA has been solo killing multiple players throughout the split. I feel like this has been his meta. People a lot of the times will think, when they think of APA, they'll think of the Ziggs or the Aurelion Sol, but remember his first champion that he played on stage was Tristana. And the meta right now is pretty heavily Tristana, Lucian, Corki, and I feel like this really fits his meta, that he can play both incredibly well. And play side lanes, which I think Team Liquid's greatest strength has been playing through side lanes mid-game, and they've really facilitated that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the thing I'm most curious about is to see what these mid laners do if and when they get prio, because I think where APA has really evolved as a player, especially watching him both domestically and internationally, has been that, and that's something that JoJo
for the past few years has challenged himself to try to do didn't look as good off of the Azir in spring, and that was kind of one of the things that we harped on C9 a lot for. I think JoJo is very quietly having like a really good summer that no one's talking about because we haven't seen those same like insane highlight plays, right? But if he gets the jump on APA today, I feel like that's going to change public opinion very quickly.
I feel like neither of these mid laners are the most important parts of this game today. I feel like they will just be like sort of even farming and both be playing well for their teams. I feel like if there's going to be a big gap into this series, it's going to be like, can TL stop Thandos from winning lane phase? Can a lane swap on his head? Or can ball in outscale? That kind of thing is going to be more important. Can TL like pick a skilling comp and survive early game? It's not going to be about APA and JoJo, I think. I think they'll both just be even farming, minus plus 10 CS, just on a quirky type shit, and then that'll be it, you know? It won't be like that big of a deal, I feel like. I think both are good players for their teams, don't get me wrong, but they're not the most important part of this series, for me at least.
That is kind of an encapsulation of the mid lane meta in general, right?
Yeah, you handshake some sort of 80 carry mid, and then you both farm some minions, and then bear team wins.
You never know though, because in the first game of the split for Team Liquid, we saw APA, I think, as Tristana against Corki getting solo kills. So you do never know.
I will say, like, TL and APA are really good at around 10, 11 minutes. APA always ends up on a side lane, and he's always ending the game.
Yeah.
Whether it's Six or Tristana, he's somewhere hitting a tower against someone, and they're winning that side.
And
They dive top laners, they dive whoever's there, and then suddenly, plus 2,000 gold, and then he's just 1v9. That's like TL's best, like the 10-minute mark, second TPs is when he strikes.
Yeah, well, we'll see how JoJo APA factors in. And Raz, you caught up with both of the coaches ahead of the series, so let's watch that.
What's up, guys? We've got a battle between the Goliaths, between Team Liquid and C9. You're already laughing, but you guys are both undefeated. I'm gonna go straight to you, Spawn, on this one. Undefeated, you guys have 1 week until the end of the split. First, I want to hear what you guys have felt has been your greatest strength, what you guys have grown a lot on throughout the split, and also just an assessment of Cloud9 going into today.
I think, honestly, that we have done a much better job of diversifying how we're playing the game. I think we're pretty linear split 1, and I think that we've done a better job of having a couple of different avenues to attack in split 2. I think what Cloud9 is really good at is when they get a lead, they're very oppressive to play against. So you have to be very aware of how they play the early game, and that's what we'll look to do today.
Same to you, Reaper. What's an assessment of Team Liquid, and also just something that you feel like your team has grown a lot?
Liquid has been really good, like looking really good, and then they were playing map properly lots of time, and then they are like, there is a lot of playmakers on the team, not gonna lie, like Core JJ and Umti played really good on the playmakers, so we are gonna looking for like not like individually trying to outclass or outplay too much, and then as a team we are looking for beat them as a team.
Okay, and the final question, I'll direct this one to you, Spawn, because the winner of this one basically is able to clinch top 2, is able to get that bye in playoffs. Question, how important is that to you going into playoffs time?
I mean, obviously we want to win every game, right? So I don't necessarily think the bye is like what we're aiming for. We just want to be the top team in the league, so that means we have to beat everyone. In saying that, I think that regardless of who wins today, we probably are the top 2 teams at the moment, so I think that this is a good preview into the finals, and I think that both teams will be treating it that way. We're going to be looking at poking and prodding a little bit, and I think that we know that we're going to play today, but I think both of us think that we're probably going to play in a couple of weeks again, so that's what the goal is today.
Sweet, sounds good to me. Let's get straight to the games. I lied about that.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yes, why'd you lie?
It is what it is. I'm a liar. Okay.
Let's check out the predictions, and then we'll discuss who we think is going to win this matchup.
Okay.
Split. Okay.
Nice job, Zen.
What the hell? No, wait a minute.
Let's go, Raz.
It's on us on that one. They took the camera away from us.
Okay, real quick for me, C9's strength of schedule has been easier, but I do think they've really built up a lot of confidence with how well they've been able to smash early games and then convert that into victories. I think individually in laning phase is where they have their edge, and if Team Liquid can't neutralize that, then C9 is going to win this series, but I do think it's going to be close.
Which I think they can definitely neutralize. They're the best lane swapping team within the league. I think they find themselves in a position where they have to go up against a Kalista Ashe or something, God forbid, like they can move away from it. They can swap away for that. And generally, I do think once we get into mid games, Team Liquid has been a solid solid team of being able to claw their way back in if they're in a deficit, or just be able to build on that. Cloud9, we still haven't seen them play against a top 3 team. Like today they're going up against Team Liquid. Next week they're going up against FlyQuest. A lot of opinions are going to be changed within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think if both teams are playing at their best in terms of what we've seen from them thus far this split, I give the edge to TL just because of their mid game, because they, again, do have the lane swap options early, but then additionally, I feel like their lane assignments in mid game and the way that they do focus on, you know, methodically kind of taking down turrets, cross mapping, stuff like that. That is the big difference maker to me that I haven't yet seen out of C9 in their games.
Sven, real quick, 20 seconds. Why did you pick C9 to win?
I think the early game just beats the stabilizing factor of TL. I think C9 will just get too far ahead and they will play well enough with that lead in mind that the superior mid game of TL doesn't matter. But I can see it going both ways. If TL has a good draft, that ban Renekton, have an answer for Gnar, lane swap possibly, you know, then we can see it. But I think C9 wins.
Split lounge here. Let's hear what some of the LCS players had to say about the series as well.
TL. Honestly, TL has been looking a little shaky lately, so I'll go C9.
TL.
Wow, that's hard actually.
Put him on the spot.
TL?
I'd say C9.
C9 or TL?
I also take C9.
C9 or TL?
C9.
Ooh, who do I have winning?
Damn, I'm so sad.
I would say TL.
We're doing a... Really? Yeah. Oh my god.
TL.
No.
TL.
Who I'm winning?
For tomorrow, yeah.
Team Liquid.
I think that C9 is going to be TL, and it's going to be a talk up. I feel like the Nados is probably better than Impact, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Jojo for the longest time, before I entered the league, was kind of just running the league.
Okay.
But then, I mean, less so last split, because he was still kind of running the league last split. His team just sucked. But
I mean, I thought my team was pretty good last split. To be honest, I definitely should have helped my team improve more because I was giving bad practice, so we can really improve as a team. But I thought my team played pretty well last split, to be honest. I think in playoffs, I was underperforming, to be honest. Versus FlyQuest and versus TL, I was a problem for sure.
Cool.
You don't think so?
So I do know that since I've been in the league, he has not made an international event.
This is true. The last one was 2022.
That is true.
So what's different this split? Do you think we're both making it? Or am I going to kick you out again?
You think you're going to kick me out?
When I see other players in the league, like I think River, for example, is really good in the regular season, but then River always chokes in playoffs. Are you like that?
I mean, I think definitely TL plays well in playoffs, at least the last split. But to be honest, I think C9 as a team just choked in the playoffs last split. I think it was me choking too. I don't know if it was choking or us just...
So you choked playoffs?
To be honest, I wouldn't say it's choking. I think we just suck. I don't know if that's the same thing. Like, we could say we sucked last split in the playoffs. We just, TL and FlyQuest got better and we weren't improving. Or we could say we choked. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We just lost, which sucks. But this split, I don't think it'll happen again. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen again. And I think we're preparing for that, so.
Any final thoughts, you two? You play each other week 6. Probably playing each other in the playoffs. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think C9 this split is better than last split. I think it's not close, to be honest. And I think TL, they're good, but I think they might be too, I don't know if cocky is the word, but they're maybe too, yeah, they are too cocky. I'm not saying they're bad, but this might drag them down, to be honest, so we'll just have to see. But I definitely think we have good odds.
Final thoughts?
I think we're going to 2-0 C9. I don't think it's going to be close. I think we're the best team in the league by far.
I respect that, but we'll just see.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
What season is it right now? Big season.
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
Oh, he kind of like stole my whole flow.
Welcome to the LCS for the biggest battle of the regular split here in summer 2024. Two undefeated Titans are ready to go head-to-head to prove who's got it and who's not it. They both want to continue this undefeated streak, but only one will be left standing after the dust has settled. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe for this series, and we got special guest from Dig Season. It's Sven joining for game number 1. Gentlemen, are you as excited for this head-to-head as I am?
Oh, yeah.
For sure, Flowers. I even got a sneak peek of some trash talk in the lobby before they jumped into Champion Select.
Let's go.
APA was starting it off spicy. He was like, Vulcan, how does it feel to be JoJo's dog? And Vulcan just responded with, bark, bark, baby, bark, bark. So expect some support chromes towards the mid lane, baby. A little bit of vengeance here, but let's go down the draft because I think incredibly important right off the bat, when you're facing TL, everybody has been double or even triple banning Umpty. But you see no Sejuani here. You see no Maokai ban here.
Yeah.
Umpty is going to be let free to play a tank. Cloud9 are saying they're fine with it.
All right, we've got the Nidalee banned away from Blabber. We've got Gnar and Aurora both out of the picture. We've also got the Ziggs banned away versus APA. Finally, that Sejuani is going to get banned out. They are going to put some respect on Umpty's name with that one. And then Kalista, just another high prio pick, removed by C9. Let's see how TL wants to start this one off.
TL banning Gnar, not Renekton. Might see a Renekton picked here very early. Nidalee is out though, so it takes part of that combo away. Aurora banned on blue side by TL is kind of sus.
Yeah, that's
normally it's banned on red side. It's an OB champ, I think at least.
Yeah. And this is also before the micro patch nerfs.
Yeah,
so this
so
is like
see
the
TL
strongest
banning on
one.
both sides this whole series off of this ban alone. C9 kind of challenging there, not banning it early at all.
Yeah, multiple roles too. So that would mean that neither Impact or APA really wanted to first pick it.
Yeah.
Neither of them felt comfortable. Cloud9 are investing actually though first in bottom lane here.
Yep, there it is.
And then Thanatos, two champions Thanatos has been spamming.
It's very simple, bro. You ban one, I pick the other.
Exactly. It's Gnar and Renekton all day long.
But TL must know this was going to happen. They must know he was going to take Renekton 1-2. So they must have an answer for it right here since they banned the Gnar to like kind of, you know, bait him into picking this almost, right?
Exactly. That would be my expectation anyway. Yeah. Otherwise, it's like, why is this?
Okay.
Why is this the strategy? Ivern is going to be locked in for Team Liquid and Umpty though.
I'm a huge fan of Ivern right now, especially if you get like a Braum frontline or something, some really big counter engage. I know Dignitas used that strategy fairly effectively.
Against TL, actually.
Maybe they learned from you.
I do think it's very important that with Ivern you pick a frontline support.
Yeah.
Leona and Braum are the best, and you can't really blind pick Braum against Ashe. It's too hard in lane, so going for Leona is good, I think. I think Cena might take the Braum at this point. It's good with Ashe against Leona, good synergy together.
I like the instant slam here, though. There was no hesitation for Blabber picking up the brand to pick that one. So immediately feels like he's going to be able to out-clear this Ivern. That's one of the things. Ivern's first clear is insanely fast, but then drops off very, 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 very quickly.
Expecting a Braum ban from Team Liquid here.
Yeah, Braum is so good into like the Nautilus Leonas.
Yes, it's such a good anti-engage champ, and it isn't very good against Corki and Ivern necessarily, but it's just so good against Leona. And good with Ashe too, the Fertile Trilogy.
All right,
taking their time.
All right, the Yone, that answer that's been popping up in mid lane against some of the marksman meta. So TL going to pay some respect towards that one. Definitely the type of champion that we've seen JoJo lock in plenty of times before. They know that they're going up against the Corki, so wanting to keep that one away.
So already to me, Sven, are you worried about TL's early game with Cloud9 having an Ashe bottom lane and a Renekton top lane?
It really depends how funny Vulcan is today.
Funny.
If you want to pick like Seraphine last pick, it can be hard, yeah. Also, if Jan picks something that's weak here, like Seri, who's his go-to champion in this kind of situation, and then Vulcan picks something strong in lane, like, I don't know, Syra support, Karma, Seraphine, it can be really hard for TL, but then lane swaps are a possibility. If we see a Seri here and a tank top like Udyr, I think the alarm bells start ringing for C9 that there might not be lane 2v2 this game.
Right, and then you got to be able to adapt to that. Can't be caught sleeping. The Lucian will be the other ban here for TL. Again, just kind of trying to protect his Corki mid. And there it is. The Seri's going to get locked in for Berserker. Old Faithful back again.
Oh yeah. That's why they didn't ban the Seri, I guess, from Jan, because they are picking it themselves. Let's go in the mid lane, I think. I hope. I mean, it could be like Seri and Ash support, but I really don't think so. I think it's Seri mid lane here for Jojopian. Yeah. Yon, what does he play at this point?
I feel like maybe I just subconsciously have Seri so associated with Berserker because of all of the... Oh, yeah, exactly. Because of all of the moments where he just pops off randomly in a team fight and wins with that champion. But it will be Rumble to pick into the Renekton here for the top side of Team Liquid.
Okay, I think we're safe from lane swaps then. You're not picking Rumble and going lane swaps here, so I think we are safe. Everybody's happy about that one. Now we're just going to get the lock in here for Yon. We actually get huge cheers for that. Ooh. Vera's got some little buffs on this patch. How did you feel about those, Ben?
I think the passive buffs, I don't even know what it does anymore at this point. It gives some AP, some attack speed, some AD, and it got some like 2 AD, I think, base AD, which is kind of helpful, but I do think that it's just more of a Yon comfort pick. I don't think I've ever seen him play MF before, which is like the go-to when all the other good AD carries are banned. So yeah, I think he was planning on getting Seri in this game, and then the pick set was like, oh.
Well, nope. Gonna have to change that one up a little bit.
At this point. He was very good on Vars in the Spring Split. I will say he was the CEO of the Vars versus Ghost matchup, so just all comfort and the Brown for C9.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually really happy to see Varus now because it's gotten so many changes. The patch, last like 3 patches, I feel like I've had paragraphs of Varus changes here.
Yeah.
So we'll get a look at that laning phase. You already mentioned, though, earlier in draft that the Braum counter pick possibility was going to be difficult to deal with, and you're pairing the Braum with an Ashe who is notoriously strong laner right now, so definitely seems like Berserker and Vulcan should have a pretty good matchup and a good time here.
Yeah, they don't necessarily win lane super hard, but they have the much better like team fighting skill and comp. Like if Corday goes in and he doesn't kill everybody, he's gonna get slowly pushed in the team fight, like slowly like slow, stun, slow again, and he's gonna die. So it's definitely like a more Teal has to win the early game, I think, in this time with the Vars and the Ivern and the Ona. They have to like do something bot, get something going, because they don't win team fights, I think, with this comp.
So does that mean you prefer the Cloud9 composition then in the head-to-head?
I like Ivern a lot. I just feel like TL should have banned the Braum when they, and Cena didn't pick it in the first phase. I feel like that was a mistake from Team Liquid, but we'll see.
Okay. I'm excited for it, boys. The first time we get to see these teams head-to-head here in Summer Split, both currently sitting at a 5-0 series record. Both of them, I would have to assume after what we saw from APA and JoJo, pretty confident in their abilities coming into this. Let's see how it all goes down. My mind immediately drawn towards the chat. Where's the yap? Where's it at?
I see it right here. JoJo says, remember this matchup from Scrims? So I'm assuming JoJo and Cloud9 got the advantage in it.
Berserker, though, going to be caught by the very edge of the Zenith Blade here at level 1. Berserker having a flash out, but he still got caught. Team Liquid continues their chase. They will not be able to find a kill at level 1, but both summoner spells from the enemy AD carry as well as the heal from Vulcan.
Yeah, you don't have to be a pro player to understand this is not very good for Berserker. Yeah. It's not the ideal start here.
Wait, no summoner spells is bad?
Oh yeah. Cena wanted to get a ward, I think. That's why they were here. You know, Ashe and Braum are both good level 1s. They want to get they want to get a ward level 1 to spot where Umti is starting and ending up. Oh no, it's going to be a lane swap. Oh, come on, guys.
I thought we were safe.
He has no sum spot. Can you just go bot, guys? Come on.
I really thought we were safe, but never safe from the lane swaps. The discussion, though, on the early game is incredibly critical with both these two teams. These are our two best teams overall in the LCS, but especially so, it is evident in the early game. Just look at these early game stats, and Cloud9 even further above Team Liquid in their domination of the early game, and especially with this draft that we mentioned. You know, so many strong parts here for Cloud9. So lane swap from TL, doing their best to avoid the extra big Cloud9 early game.
Yeah, and Impact was hanging around this top side, just kind of trying to scare C9 away, keep this charade going on as long as it possibly could before the reveal that Yon and Core JJ are going to be laning top.
I will say, Thandos got almost a full level of experience already in his lane swap, which I think is not very good for Team Liquid, because Impact's got, well, he's stealing XP mid, which is not, you know, getting experience for free. It's more like he's just taking it from the APA. But Thandos actually got almost a full level top, and I feel like he will be able to get this wave too, because Umti can't really dive top, so they have to send 4 people top here to dive Thandos.
Umti was also wasting a lot of time. I'm always looking at the junglers in the lane swaps, and Ivern actually has to go back and cross up here. And now he's going to get stopped here.
Yeah, he's not even going to get the clear on the Krug. Thanatos instead going to find him with a snappy, ruthless Predator. Impact makes his way towards the scuffle, but I mean, it's a level 1 Rumble. He shoots a Harpoon, he misses it, he walks away.
I mean, C9 already won lane swap. They're up 1 level on their top laner. They are getting plates bottom that Teal will not be getting thanks to the tower fortification. So swapping with Ivern is very bad, I think, because he can't farm camps efficiently in lane swaps.
Yeah, I was going to mention the jungle gap is going to be quite large here. Blabber already has the full level, and you can even come over and counter these Ivern channels that he has channeled on your camps if you're going to pull out another recall. You see the swap right now. TL are re-swapping as Thanatos is forced to flash. They send Yawn to the bottom side.
But CoreJ canceling his recall there to deny Thanatos a little bit more. Makes up for the early mistake they made in the lane swap. I really think TL lane swapping, when they had the 3 summers advantage on Berserker and Vulcan, and they have Ivern, who's a fast early game playing jungler, but not good in lane swaps, because he can't go back and forth so much. Just doesn't make any sense to me.
So Brand was able to take away the Raptors that Umpty had previously channeled, but Umpty at least does get the Krugs.
Yeah.
So it's not the worst world for Umpty. It recovers a little bit, but Blabber's still going to be ahead on the Brand. We'll see about his first recall.
So a small thing is that APA is down like about half a level because Impact yoinked some experience mid from his mid laners. Like, yep, sorry buddy, it's tough times out here.
Lane swap packs.
I get mid, I get experience, the trade offer, but not too bad for TL, to be honest. It looked kind of bad at first when Thanos got experience off, but I think it's all good.
All right, top laners back where they belong as Thanatos is on the losing end of that trade against the Rumble.
I will say one thing is that Impact was able to save his TP because he was top naturally, while Thanatos got ganked by CoreJ behind his tower. So now he's playing top lane without TP and Flash against Impact, who has both.
Okay, there's some of that sticking power
no flash.
from the C9 bottom lane. Blabber coming in. The Seer isn't going to connect, but they aren't even going to need it. CoreJ just eating auto attack after auto attack, and Berserker gets first blood 5 minutes in.
And I would say those are residual, really big benefits of the jungle advantage. Blabber had the earlier recall because he had the easier clear on the Brand, and so he's the first jungler to reset. He's the first jungler to gank on bottom side, and they go straight into that Ash Braum, so much CC with the double Freljord.
Yeah, and CoreJ triggered his flash for the top lane flash, but then they didn't play around the fact that he didn't have flash against Braum Ash. He just gets run down slow in the lane. So good job at C9 punishing CoreJ, flashing on Thanatos, and therefore getting first blood.
Yeah,
Berserker as well.
Yeah, on a guy who lost both the summoner spells at level 1, and then you later end up getting paid with first blood money anyway.
Good.
Not too bad at all.
All right, CoreJ with a Hex Flash is waiting for the teleport back from Impact, and they want to see if they can punish Thanatos now.
He's got no flash. Impact has his flash. I think he might just be dead.
Yeah, Thanatos. There's your slice, but there's not going to be anything else.
Got him.
Yep.
Early slice just means, no other way. Impact can easily follow that one up. CoreJ will give the kill right on back over. It'll take an extra second because he has to wait for the Flame Spitter, but that is Team Liquid tying the kills up.
It sounds bad, but this might just be a good death. It's better to just die and crash the wave than to just watch Impact freeze in your face for like 2 minutes. I think the wave did crash top, so Thanatos will eventually catch the wave now. But this is kind of like the lane swap tax. CoreJ flash on top. Thanatos flash on top.
Ooh, APA wanting to go in there after JoJo, but JoJo's ready to turn around because Vulcan's there to help him out. The Braum making his way to mid. He's barking at him.
I told you, the lobby all chat is actually coming back to bite APA. The first words he typed right in the lobby. Okay, let's see about Thanatos sniffing around towards the grubs, though. Should be fully cleaned up here by Umpty. But that was quite hilarious in mid lane. With the flashes traded, too, they could keep on visiting with multiple ganks towards mid. Interesting that both supports getting very active, though. That's support 101.
Yeah.
CoreJ died on bottom side. He's like, great, I'm roaming top side then. He gets a kill there.
Yeah, that's what we call death tempo. You die in lane, you have home guards out of base, you run somewhere else and kill someone. It's all good. Honestly, dying in lane support isn't that bad as long as your AD carry can farm. If your AD carry gets stove afterwards, that's a problem.
So here we go. The patient Vulcan barking from the side lanes here, and JoJo is able to bait him in.
APA all-inning on a timer where his team is on the grubs and he doesn't see the aim team is just really bad, to be honest. It seems like a bit of a ego. Spawn wasn't happy with that one either.
I believe Spawn agrees with your take on that. That water bottle has seen better days. So is Blabber, though. about half HP left as his jungle is getting invaded here. Umpty, CoreJJ, and Daisy all working together as the 2.5-man squad. Impact joins up with them now as this wave is just getting eaten up by the turret. C9 going to try to get Thanatos back closer to this before too much more gets lost. Vulcan doing a good job there, marking Impact with a winner's bite. Impact will summon up the equalizer to try to keep himself protected well enough, and now TL going to punch right on back. Blabber and Thanatos both down to below about half HP. That minion wave still not all the way cleared out. The EXP going to be split up a lot there. As you can see, Berserker going after APA. The Varus might be a level down, but he gets that last shot. Beautifully done. We got Berserker going in there.
And the mid lane deficit now is going to really mean a lot this game because those are the two best scaling champions on both teams. JoJo got the advantage mid, and then APA dying bottom now over to Berserker to also get the Ashe fed is going to be a big difficulty here for Team Liquid, although they've got some crafty plans.
This is straight out of Looney Tunes. There's a brush just right there, but Impact was hiding in the super brush. CoreJJ coming up to help Impact yet again. That Croc is going straight onto the barbecue, and CoreJJ serving him up. Another kill comes through in the top side for TL.
Just another case of my wave is bad, guys. Either I don't farm for 2 minutes, or I go here and flip it, and if he's here, I just die, and yep, he's there. CoreJ is always there.
Unlucky flip.
I hate that guy. He's always there when you don't want him to be there.
He's got some pretty good game sense, like he's a world champion or something. Washed!
Okay,
Can he really be washed?
So,
wow.
So that one actually I feel like really does sting because you know APA's already feeling like I made a mistake in mid, then I went bottom, and also lost another 1v1,
like,
made another mistake.
Like he must have made a big mistake of like Valkyrie aim or something here because I think he can't lose his 1v1 if he... Okay.
I mean, that's how
he's taking the fight still.
Yeah,
he just won away, I think, the whole time, and he'll be fine. I feel like. Look how long it took Berserker to kill him.
Yeah.
I really think he just ran away and he would have been fine. I think he's trying to challenge. Yeah. I'm like, why is he trying to challenge Berserker? He could just kill the wave and just dip, you know?
Same.
That was Spawn Travolta, just looking around confused.
Like,
where the heck
does anyone know what he's doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you know?
I'm confused.
Kobe, do you know what he's doing?
I
don't know what he's doing.
I was about to be like, oh yeah, he got his Valk off as the arrow stun, so like, you know, he's gonna be able to keep running after the stun wears off. But
yeah, I feel like when you're the quote-unquote loser in the game, like you die all once, and you're playing against the fat guy in the aim team, if you can just farm, you're doing your job, right?
Yeah, you're neutralizing their lead.
Impact is your winner. Look at the gold graph. And you're the loser in your team right now. All you have to do is just farm and scale.
There's a very common saying in solo queue that's just relax and let me carry.
Yeah. Yep. That's Impact right now to APA, which is unusual for this team.
All right, JoJo getting back to safety down here in bottom lane. Umpty again just looking for any opportunity to be annoying here on this Ivern. They are trying to create some space for APA to catch back up in the game. 0-2-0 on that Corki thus far. Blabber does have control over the top side river right now to try to secure these grubs. First one's down. There goes the second. Brand just clears these incredibly quickly, so we are going to see a 3-for-3 even grub split this game with that last Pillar of Flame, and we still have about 30 seconds until the second Drake spawn, so we'll see if Team Liquid can trade back on the neutral objectives in the bottom side of the map the way that C9 just did in the top.
I think there's no way C9 gives over this dragon here. They don't have their Liandry's yet, or their static shift on JoJo Peon. Triforce on APA is pretty good. They got some plates bought while they're doing the grub, so Teal might actually try to fight it, but I feel like with Berserker's item advantage, they should just take any fight they can right now before the Ivern gets redemption, before they get like the Borg on the Varus. Impact does have TP. He's pretty strong this game.
TP available for both top laners.
Impact also has a level lead over Thanatos. I mean, Thanatos, when he absorbs experience here, is going to ding to 8, but it's still going to be a full level lead for Impact.
Feels really good there to have that rumble at that point of power with this objective fight coming up. But it's C9 who looks to make first rotation into the bottom side river with the Ocean Drake now alive. Umpty's still hanging around, trying to get a little bit of vision, trying to get the chance to walk forward and see what's going on with these brushes.
And JoJo just got his reset off, so he's bringing his newly purchased Static Shiv down to the bottom side of the map for this possible dragon setup. Vulcan leaves one ward behind, but TL making a strong move.
They actually do have the Blade of Ring King now on the Varus, so they could try to fight at this point.
I mean, if Impact comes down,
Impact is not coming down. He has TP though, and he also has priority in lane, so he can always TP first.
Yeah.
If there's a fight, or he can choose to just not TP if Thanatos TPs and take top tower.
I like this Fog of War toggle by the observers because it showed Impact going into the Fog of War, and then Cloud9 are like, uh-oh.
All right, C9 looking for their approach angle here. Both teleports going to be cast, but the Ocean Drake is already secured by TL as they look to make their exit. Berserker zoned out there as Impact makes his way in and guarantees nobody from C9 wants to run into a Rumble that's got that equalizer. So it looks like all we're going to get, despite the 2 teleports showing up and both teams being there, is just 1 Drake taken for TL.
What was that call from Cloud9? They're just observers here.
Yeah, they're just watching them do it. Like, yeah, enjoy, guys.
They feel like they teleport down. So someone told Thanatos, get down here, and then they just don't.
It was weird how they just looked at them, then teleported, didn't even use the Ash Arrow, and they just watched them take it.
APA trying to make the moves here onto JoJo. The shutdown happens, but it's Core JJ taking the last hit.
Honestly, he deserves it.
He's been setting up a lot of places.
Wait, why does he deserve it?
Support players matters too, Kobe.
We're trying to accelerate the engager, accelerate the frontliner here, Kobe.
Okay, guys.
Still behind in gold. He needs it.
Yeah.
All right, well, they'll at least get, solo tower gold. That'll be juicy here for APA.
Oh, the last plate. 2 seconds. 1 second.
No! Oh, that feels so bad, dude.
That last plate.
Yeah, that
first tower
missed
gold
it by
is
2
good.
seconds.
Pain.
Yeah,
pain.
unlucky.
Only have more grubs.
yeah, if they could have just got the other grubs, then...
So jungle diff.
Yeah, exactly.
Man. Come on, bro.
So we're blaming Core JJ for taking the kill, and we're blaming Umpty for not getting all of the grubs.
For losing second set of grubs, correct.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds
We're all
good.
on the same page here.
Supports and junglers, man. They just
hate those guys.
They're ruining AD meta.
I can't enjoy AD carry meta in peace.
No, my Ivern and my Leona are grieving. All right, C9, they're now looking to potentially fight for this next neutral objective, this Rift Herald. Spawn to the top side river. Berserker lets the arrow fly, but it ain't going to find any target here just yet. Instead, they're going to cook Daisy up, as now the Chains of Corruption find their way on a Berserker, but he immediately cleanses it to continue his own retreat. C9 now forced out of control of the river, but Core JJ and Umpty are both chunked. It looks like C9, though, not going to take any sort of a fight because JoJo is split pushing bottom lane right now. He's just taking the tier 1 turret himself.
Yeah, I think you have to give it, like we've been going over, the inventories are very different. Impact had his fully completed Leandries, and Thanatos Renekton hadn't got a reset off, so Thanatos has a Ruby Crystal and a Longsword, along with his boots and shields.
He's on low budget this game.
Yeah, that is the...
Eco round the entire game.
Rift Store Renekton is not buying the name brand items from the shop this game, as Team Liquid, with their control over the topside river, has earned themselves another neutral objective. That's Rift Herald, picked up in their pocket, as Berserker looks to crash the wave here mid and make his own rotations through the enemy jungle here, potentially with Blabber, but just going to step back towards Vulcan here, maintain this position in mid lane.
Game stayed quite good for TL here. I feel like the only person in C9 who has any sort of goal lead is Berserker, but Ash is not very easy to play against, Rumble Leona. You just get a laser drop on your head every single team fight. And I don't think they necessarily outscale either. I think Seri is good, but that's about it.
Yeah, but JoJo would have to pull out some crazy team fights there to be able to do it. I mean, they do have a lot of CC too to try and set him up with possible Ash Arrow picks, Braum follow-up. So they definitely still have a lot of options to create plays.
If it was Berserker on Seri with this goal lead, I'll feel a lot more confident. If I was C9, no shade to JoJo or anything, but the goal lead's on an Ash. Yoink!
Stolen away.
Crap 9.
Team Liquid's got all 5 dudes hanging out here in mid lane. They've got that Rift Herald as well. They could drive it in if they want to use the bonus from their 3 grubs that they got early on there, but it looks like they're just going to let it do the normal charge.
No drivers?
Yeah, sometimes the driving gets a little dangerous.
If you don't drive the Herald, don't get the Void Mites or... Oh!
Exactly, but now the immediate engage coming out with the Solar Flare and the Equalizer combo, and Impact just flashes forward to guarantee the kill on Blabber. Team Liquid sees their angle and they take it. They found 1 kill already and they aren't done yet. Team Liquid still trying to keep this pressure on, but there's no minion wave. Daisy is going to die to the turret. It'll be a 1-0 trade at the end of the day.
Are people going to look back at this game and just think top diff and or is it Core JJ ganking top a bunch?
It's definitely more soup than top gap, I think. I think, okay, TL will say top gap, but Thanos is saying support gap.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. We have to keep all of our blame.
2 points of view.
Yep. I will say that was not a very good Herald play from Team Liquid until that Solar Flare and the Equalizer from Core G and Impact.
I feel like they should drive the Herald in to get the Void Mites.
Yeah.
Whatever we call it, small.
You can kind of call them whatever. Some people call them grubbies. Some people call them mites. Just
It's actually really safe too. The ejection distance is really far. And
You
the
go
shield
flying.
Is big.
Unless they have like a poppy or something that stops you and it's just flying out of the Herald, it's very easy to get the grub spawns. So the tower stays alive, but Teal got the fight. Now the question is, can they fight the dragon as well?
Exactly.
They should be able to.
Alert, everyone. Thanatos has an item. He got his item.
Okay, he's on the board.
There we go. Black Cleaver completed. He can shred the armor of...
Corki has plated steel caps.
They also have an aftershock.
He can chop those shoes up.
Oh, the aftershock. There
Yeah,
that's good.
and W2, it's like a combo where you get more the more armor you have, so it like stacks up.
Yeah,
So-
Leona's actually goated.
Yeah, I'm glad we agree on that.
I mean, the live patch nerfs only to damage, you know, still just as tanky as ever.
He probably misses Gold Drinker a lot. But nonetheless.
Oh, arrow comes out. CoreJJ ready for the immediate flash. Zenith blade to follow it up, and now Blabber's going to be in a bad spot yet again. CoreJJ grabbing a killing spree as Thanatos is locking up Impact. Slice forward to cut him down. Berserker gets the killing spree, and Vulcan now under pressure trying to get away. He jumps back to the safety of his team. Back and forth the fight goes, and Berserker finds another. A triple kill over to the Ash, but he finally falls. JoJo needs the last kill. Umpty's trying to keep himself alive with the shield, but it ain't going to matter. A double kill over to JoJo. A triple kill over to Berserker, and ace for Cloud9!
What a fight!
The start was so good for Team Liquid, but they just got outplayed in the second half of the fight, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, CoreJJ makes a really sick engage right after the Ash Arrow here onto Blabber. This is what you're talking about for the start.
Look at the Eagle Eye. It's so good on top of Blabber's head, but you get all his spells off before. The Brand does so much damage, even if he dies instantly in the fight. The Brand passive is so much damage, and how did C9 win this?
It's just because Impact move up solo versus JoJo and Berserker. So the double AD carries melted him from the safety of being behind Thanatos.
Yeah.
And JoJo and Berserker, an AD carry meta, able to chase them all down. Zeri, one of the biggest benefits, always being able to chase people down after these fights too, but the flash re-engages. Where's the reaction?
Completely unfazed.
What the heck?
This is the opposite of Spawn. Yeah, we've got the one very emotive coach, and we've got the other just completely stone-faced here.
I think probably he was unhappy with how the game was going up until that point.
Okay, so it's that was the balancing out fight.
Yeah.
That brings him back to a 0. Okay. Well,
He was like, you should have been winning these fights all along. You should be in a better spot.
Team Liquid's clearly unafraid. I mean, they're still potentially looking for an angle here. They've got control over the bot side river. They're trying to keep C9 trapped in mid underneath this tier 1 turret that's honestly looking pretty shaky.
There's a massive gap in items between Berserker and Yon, though. I don't think C9 can lose a team fight unless Berserker dies first. He has no flash. They could play around that.
Just go full YOLO after the enemy.
Just full
Ash,
send a
maybe?
Berserker?
Yeah, but not going to get the chance. Not yet, at least. As it looks like APA and Umpty are just going to start up the Drake on their own. C9, despite the advantage they might have on their AD carry, they are not moving their way towards this Drake very quickly. As now there's a catch. That's Impact being found out. He's got to be careful, but he can't. He's already down. Beautiful execution there from C9 to find that pick, and now they want even more. JoJo goes in looking for Yon, but JoJo went way too far. Now Yon flashing away to stay alive, but the last shot in the air takes him down. Berserker getting the kill credit on CoreJJ there. It's a 1 for 3. Cloud9 wins the fight. Baron's on the board, and they're marching into the top side river.
Yep, they've got vision control over it too. Vulcan gonna pop the blast cone, so there's no easy entrance for Umpty. Umpty and APA would have to work some real magic here to get inside. Vulcan on Braum can tank up the Baron quite nicely.
They might have to work some magic, but C9 has their anti-mage Crocodile ready to try to get in the way. Umpty over the other side of the wall, one to try to go in. He steals it! Right when they need him, right when you gotta be clutch. Umpty saves the day.
Call him Team Liquid Magician because he has that magic. Steals the Baron. APA's gonna get a tower afterward with the Baron buff too. So they have a huge, huge swing back here for TL.
Oh, they got everything. They got the Dragon too. They got the Dragon. They got a shutdown onto JoJo. They got the Baron, and they got mid tower. Disaster for C9.
Yeah, I mean, this pick was really, really good from Cloud9. And then JoJo kind of just forces it here. So even though he does go down, because
the outcome was good though.
Yeah, exactly. That Zenith Blade connecting, they're so deep for both.
It's the brand ult on the Leon that bounced into Yon that killed him. That must be before Baron, right?
On live, that pip up on live, someone's dying. Is that Core JJ dying?
Yeah, I think we got Core JJ dead to Thanatos during live at the same time. Looked like we had...
Looks like an Ash arrow to the head.
Yeah, potential archery wound on the support.
No flash Leona.
The coroner's men over here, cause of death, Ash arrow to the head.
It is what it is. Sometimes you just die for the cause, aka put down vision for your team.
Core JJ, 3-4-3 here on the Leona, has been a part out of 75 kills here that the team has accomplished. Like, he's kind of just setting up everything.
He's part of both teams. And kills.
He's got the action score stat.
He can do both.
Highest number.
Yon is no flash here.
Yon.
And he's slow by the Rivalize.
Yeah, the Blabber's brand has just got a lot of lockdown on him, but Yon, he doesn't get caught out by the Seer. Again, the stun not connecting means that Yon can maybe still try to get away. The Redemption summoned up over the top. Yon stays alive. That looked so dicey, man. But now the equalizer from Impact means TL might be able to chase the fight down even further. Core JJ goes in again. The man is crazy, and he's looking to engage. Thanatos barely hanging on as the TP from C9 to bring in JoJo isn't going to do a lot except try to cover the retreat. Team Liquid keeps the push going. They've still got Baron for another 45 seconds, and APA wants to Valk in. JoJo uses the lightning crash to again just keep himself alive, clear out the wave, and hold off the Team Liquid tide.
They just walked it off. They used nothing. Only one TP and Vulcan Summoner heal. That was it.
And they almost saved the TP too. They were holding it for so long. Yeah. JoJo did not want to use it, and he didn't actually end up helping with the retreat. That was very, very close to saving literally everything.
Besides the mid-tier one, they lost right after the Baron. C9 didn't lose any towers at all with his Baron power play from TL. So not a very efficient Baron from Team Liquid. Koji lost his Summoners, Yon lost his Cleanse. So honestly, not that big of a loss given how bad that Baron steal was for C9.
I mean, whenever I look at Baron, I always just look at the total number of gold you got, right? It's 1,500 for the buff. So
Plus
you got
is good. Minus is bad.
Yeah, 700 extra gold beyond just stealing it. That's not a ton, right? Like, that's one turret. So not the worst thing that could happen for an early 20-minute Baron that, in a lot of cases, could completely destroy the tempo of the game.
I think probably the worst thing about that Baron is that used the gold to buy a Mikhail's, and so now they have an answer for if one of those Ash arrows does hit. A lot of them have been missing, but when one does for the pick, if is around, you know you have that safety.
So my question then would be, what even is the game plan for C9 to find a fight if your only engage mechanism is that arrow to the head, and now we've got the bandage for the arrow wound? How are you going to set up a pick or make a play if you're C9?
Well, Blabber can engage on any champion in the game. Okay. I've seen it on any champion. He can engage on anything. You saw him find a pick on Impact for the second dragon, or third dragon it was. He has his flash up very soon. There is a problem though. The only engage they have with the Ash Arrow, and that'll be Mikhail's. So yeah, how they walk forward is a question when APA is just going to stand here and look at them and they can't really stop him from doing this.
Nope.
Vulcan might have to pull out some heroics with the Braum here.
Flash Q Braum.
Yeah, in there. Ultimate, slam it down.
He's low, guys.
Thanatos leading the charge towards the drive rush. Point blank stun there on APA. He walked up too far forward, and Blabber's got the kill after Berserker set him up. Now Umpty's got to try to get away as Blabber is still laying down the CC and pouring in the damage. Umpty gets chopped by JoJo, and Core JJ can't get away. Double kill for the mid lane Zeri, and he's going skating straight over the wall looking for more. Impact and Yon, they're still running. Yon had to flash just to escape. C9 clobbers the fight off of APA, just going too far forward.
I mean, why are you walking into that? Why are you walking into the danger zone? Because that was Ash Arrow into Mikhail's, but Braum is right next to him, so you immediately get the Braum ultimate, the knockup. APA down.
I think if Umpty was in range, when the arrow actually hit him, he could have Valkyried away from the Braum ulti, but he was just a little bit too out of range. And APA, I think he was doing a good job of holding the entrance for C9, but he just went a little bit too far.
Oh, we
don't even see him.
We start this after the critical.
Come on, Flavors!
So we're just going to get the chase down instead. But that chase down does result in Dragon number 2 going the way of Cloud9.
I do think Teal had a really big condition in the game here, that they had control over the area, they had the zone. Oof. Yeah, he knows it.
Yep.
And they
All right, now spawn check-in.
I was hoping we were going to get the spawn reaction, but...
And maybe it's censored this time.
Yeah, maybe there may be one less desk in the room.
Yeah.
But we've got the Baron coming back alive here very, very shortly. Sub 15 seconds till that's alive, and C9 has control over the top side river. You can see the control wards placed in the brushes. Clean face check. Yeah, it's like one of those moments where you are thinking, all right, well, our engage might just be one of them walks into us, and that time they got it.
I really like that he was like flexing on them, you know, being in their face, throwing phosphorus bombs, throwing rockets, and like telling them like, you can't go through here.
Right.
But then the arrow just hit him, and there was no Mikhails nearby, so he just kind of dies.
Yeah, feels bad, man.
A bit pathetic, I must say, like the way that it's happened.
Sometimes when you're trying to
play
bait,
it so well, and then
just,
that's how it ends.
Yeah, it's just it's a little bit of a tragedy, but for TL now they've got to work with the game that they've got in front of them. 1.3 thousand gold lead for C9, tied up Drake count. APA getting a lot of burst damage there on a Berserker's Ash.
Kills. That's what it can look like.
Right. That's the ideal situation.
You cleanse it, and then you jump away before Brown gets there. Nice.
They're trying to kite out the Daisy, make sure that they can kill that off before any sort of a fight would start. A little bit more poke flying in from APA, but C9 still holding strong enough.
Teal has so much better standoff power. They have more range, they have more... Hang on.
Okay. Equalizer and Solar Flare both going to be used there for not a whole lot of gain. As now Umpty has to try to get away. JoJo wants to gun him down, but JoJo's already chasing a little too far. Now Core JJ might have to pay for the sins of his own jungler as JoJo down to just 10% HP, but he won't die. Berserker gets the kill on Core, and Blabber goes golden to try to bait Team Liquid back into the fight even longer. But a beautiful Flame Spitter from Impact saves the day for TL. He cooks up 2 of them, and Vulcan's about to be dessert. Team Liquid's top laner, the man with the most games in the LCS, just showed you why he's still doing it all these years.
A story of overcommitting in the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, that story is why this game is so back and forth.
Yeah.
We have them kind of trading turns doing it. Now on the Baron, does JoJo...
I don't think he can steal this one, guys.
He's going Krugs, boys.
Fire?
He's going Krugs.
We had one Baron steal, but what about second Baron steal? Nope, not this time. I really feel like C9, they had to fight already when Core J was in. He couldn't get out. He was getting slowed by Berserker and Vulcan. Hang on. Thanatos might be chased down here.
This is like the most painful way to die, getting chased down by Leona, where you can't get away, and you're just waiting for Leona.
Blast cone.
It launches in the other direction, but can he get away? Oh, he's going for the wall. He wants to try to use the lizard escape hatch, but it's not going to work. The chickens betray him.
Good job by APA using the fire cannon, extended range there, hitting the blast cone in a good direction for his team.
Yeah, and then nice follow-up Q from Umpty, hitting the snare here, so they all follow through. But here's a look at how it started.
I really feel like TL shouldn't go so deep. They already had zone, just play with the range. But in here, one champion overcommits. Look at J, he is so dead here. He is slow, and he will never not be slowed at this point. I think C9 takes a free kill here on Core J and just calls it the day. But look at everyone from C9, they just flash in. Flabber's in a very deep position. Berserker flashes in and gets 1v1 by Yawn. I just feel like C9 could have taken the small win there, which was killing Core JJ for free, and called it a day.
Man, Impact, though, is actually the GOAT for Team Liquid. He's just roasting both of them right there. And then he had the Zonias at a perfect time, too. This man is so good at League of Legends.
Rumble can be more than just an equalizer sometimes. And Impact is definitely showing us that is the case.
Okay, Team Liquid, they're still not up a ton of gold, though. It's still only about a 1,000 gold lead separating the teams, as now Impact is going to get caught. Again, trying to use that stasis to keep himself alive, but there's no way this time. There's no chance the rest of the team can get there in time. Yeah, we got some powerful magics here, boys. There was the magic Ivern for the steal, and now there's the magic curse for Impact getting caught out here after having the huge play in the previous fight. Now it's a 5v4 for C9 for the next 40 seconds.
So Baron is useless, no?
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna respawn and there's 20 seconds on it. So it's like, what do we do with it?
This is the seesaw game. This game is such a seesaw.
They got one tower mid this time, so every Baron is one tower mid.
Okay, so after
4 more Barons, we can win.
I was gonna say, do Nexus towers count as mid towers still? We have one tower per Baron, probably.
Right? I think Nexus towers count as mid, top, and bottom towers.
Okay, so
they count for all.
They're a flex roll.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right. Nexus tower is flex Q tower.
How many Barons does TL need before they get the base then? Is it 3?
They need 3 more for the towers, and then do they need a 4th Baron for the next?
for Nexus?
So maybe 4.
But you can substitute 1 Elder Dragon also.
Okay.
Right.
So 3 Barons and an Elder Dragon.
So you got to get your math correct.
Yeah.
Multiple formulas.
Okay. This is it's one of those.
It's
It's one of those like AP chemistry things where there's. No, I don't. Okay. I'm gonna.
But there's multiple correct answers, Flowers. So it's actually better.
All right, science boy. This one's a little too big brain for me.
I used to have a take that was that in low elo games, dragons always beat barons because the soul is permanent.
Right,
But
you
the baron is
can't int it away.
temporary. This is not low elo game.
Right.
But
C9CL.
the rule might still hold true that the dragon will just be better.
We remember back to the what was it? The Energy versus Shopify series with the elders and baron trades and souls and all of this other stuff.
I mean, yeah.
Well, the soul did win.
It's the bell curve. On the far left, you have that Shopify game, and then you go through the whole bell curve on the far right. You just get back to the same scenario.
In that bell curve, the middle tier is the joke, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's me. That means
You're
I'm
on
the joke.
top of the bell.
I'm the joke in the bell curve.
You're right there.
Oh, man.
50th percentile.
I really think nothing is going to happen in this game until the dragon spawns. It's C9's soul, so TL will definitely not give that one away. Not the best soul of all time.
Well, there is going to be Baron,
but it is permanent.
One entire minute
permanent.
before the soul as well. Do we think we're going to see anything for that Baron preceding the soul, since there's about that 75-second buffer, or no?
I think C9 would be happy to trade Baron and Soul, but they're too far away from each other to trade. So I really think both teams will just kind of like play an ARAM, you know, back and forth up waves, and then.
Okay.
I have faith someone is going in.
Core JJ has flash, dude. I
have faith
it could happen.
When Baron is on the map, someone's going in.
If you flash now, you won't have it for the dragon.
But then you just have Hex Flash for it.
That's true. He's even more enabled. Yep, here's the ARAM. And
Yeah,
still has the standoff power. If they use APA's Fire Cannon, they use the Ivern shields.
You actually get the full ARAM experience too, because of the Ivern brushes. Blabber getting caught a little bit, but a nice use of the Zhonya's going to prevent most of that follow-up damage from ever connecting. Root Caller plus Daisy, not going to lock
They've
anybody
got
up any
mid-prio,
further
though.
either.
They protected the wave. They've got mid-prio here for TL.
They can cut them off with Equalizer here as well if they try to go to a choke.
And Thanatos, with no Dominus, is not going to be nearly the threat he would like to be if this turns into a full-blown fight. That was a very powerful blast cone, heating them all forward, and now the Equalizer comes down too, while Daisy just keeps punching. C9, yes, they are going to get back to the base in time to be able to make sure they save the tier 3 turret. Nobody's going to die on the way out, but this does mean Team Liquid has total control over the Rift to set up here for a Baron that could be spawning in just 45 seconds.
They do get the big crab here as well. The OP crab. We call it the CCTV crab.
Okay.
It gives vision everywhere in the whole game. So now everything is wiped out for C9 here. Yep, C9 has no wards anywhere. And Teal knows it too. That's the most powerful thing about the crab, is that it gives you information on what they don't have, or what they do have, sorry. Of course, Teal is actually not on Baron here, but C9 doesn't know that.
C9 at least does have the hawk shot there from Berserker to try to get a little bit of an idea of what's going on.
We see the Baron.
Like, they're definitely
the
not
Baron is
over
completely
there.
dark. Berserker's like, yeah, I'll take the blue buff here.
Got to keep that. Hey, that's the team-wide blue buff.
And we're back in the mid lane.
All right, back to the ARAM.
Here's that one we find out. Someone's going in for sure, right?
75 seconds till the Dragon. Solar Flare. Not going to find the hard CC on anybody. JoJo trying to trade shots back and forth. Impact caught out here. The stasis prevents any follow-up as JoJo jumps back over the wall. The Equalizer going to cut off any sort of an escape here from C9. Thanatos flashes in. Whoa! What? That was not coordinated with the rest of the team. Team Liquid now going to look for even more. Berserker is about to die. APA might just find him. Oh my God, Umpty with the artillery redemption to snipe down the enemy AD carry. Vulcan is caught in between the rest of Team Liquid. But meanwhile, back in mid, JoJo's pushing there. I don't think it's going to matter. Team Liquid's got the full 5-man squad marching down top lane.
TL want off of this seesaw. They're going to just keep on pushing top lane here and try and go for it. JoJo wants to defend, going for the minion wave, trying to cut down on their siege.
Well, Team Liquid shouldn't be able to win here. I would say, if nothing else, Brand can just suicide and just vomit all his spells into the wave. It's Brand, so I would think that that's going to be successful. But C9, they're going to lose the tier 3, but they hold the inhib.
It's because they want to defend this soul. They do not want to give over the permanent buff here, so they don't stick around for the inhib, and they want to immediately go over here, make sure Cloud9 can't get it. fully evened up. Max dragons in this game.
Honestly, I'm not sure if the towers top are even worth it, because TL could have just gone to the Baron and then to the Dragon with the spawn timers being different. But now C9 has a chance to like rush the Baron here. They know TL hasn't based yet on multiple of their players, so I think C9 has to push here and just go for the Baron straight up. Just run to it and hit it and right click it. And I think seeing all the players run to it right now, they might be agreeing with me. Viber definitely looks like he wants to hit the Baron.
TP.
Dandos has TP.
Yeah.
He's still here, actually.
All right, it's a couple of TPs coming in from the side of Team Liquid. APA making a pretty deep teleport there, but now a lot of damage on Umpty. Jojo trying to back off at the same time as Blabber goes golden and Impact tries to get away. APA nearly killed. Jojo grabbing the last shot on that one. Team Liquid falls to pieces.
It's over.
Cloud9 just throttled him in mid lane.
It's just over like that?
It might just be.
Jojo just decides, I'm done with this. He goes in again. He has been so aggressive on this Zeri.
Also, APA's TP was so deep, I feel like he was just caught before the fight even started again.
And now
didn't base after they got the teamfight win. They have so much gold in their pockets.
It's just Yon. There's 30-second death timers on everybody else. Yon's got his wits end, but I think it's the end of more than just his wits. Team Liquid, they are done in game one. C9, it was back and forth. It was a slugfest, but C9 is still standing when the bell rings at the end of round one.
That feels a little disappointing, no? At the end, how that game ended.
Yeah, that was.
It was like,
I don't know. The fights were so exciting.
That I agree with.
So I still really enjoyed that one. I mean, I really liked how Jojo was playing this Zeri. Whenever he had flash up, he would always jump in aggressively. He would dash in, try and bait someone, and then still be able to use QSS and flash. And he outplays, getting right into the middle of people. Man, that was actually a banger. Impact, I feel so bad for Impact. You got to give some honors to him. He was pulling a lot of weight for TL.
Game one is done with a win for C9, and it's time to break down this week's Pogota moment featuring Umpty's clutch Baron steal. This was a huge part of the way this game went, and it was honestly kind of foreshadowing for how back and forth the whole game would be.
He landed the Q onto the Renekton, takes it in, hits the smite, job done right there, boom. Doesn't matter if I die, instantly buys a Mikhail's after that as well.
He knows it's a one-way trip, but it's a trip he's happy to take. Securing that smite was huge for keeping things going as long as they did in that one. A reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper, so you make sure to lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. Now let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break down Game 1.
What a game. Cloud9 ends up winning despite not getting Baron, but we have to break down that last decision by Team Liquid, which led to the fight where C9 ended up taking the game. Let's get right into the game here. So this is the fight that Team Liquid won, where it looked like they should have been able to take control of the game. So if we just pause it here and look at the game state. 30, 48, and 49 second death timers. Baron available, Dragon respawning soon. I think my personal opinion is TL maybe saw a window to end the game since it was a 3v5 with long death timers. But since they couldn't end the game, the hindsight is going to be they should have taken Baron, reset, and set up for Dragon to defend Soul. Because what ended up happening, as Ven pointed out in the cast, is now since Dragon is up, they don't have time to recall.
Yeah.
So they take the Chemtech Drake, and then C9 immediately start pressuring Baron. And if you look at the inventories, 2,500 unspent gold, 1,300 unspent gold, and that ends up leading to a C9 favored fight as TL is trying to retake Baron. Umpty gets hit by the Ash Arrow. The fight starts and C9 pull out the victory. That's the crazy ending to an incredibly back and forth game. I mean, I'd say it completely delivered so far for game one.
Yeah, it was so fun.
Unreal game.
And I think like this is kind of the minute decision making that really ends up costing games once it gets to this point, right?
Yeah.
Because these fights were going so back and forth already. We knew it was really going to come down to a mid to late game team fight. And that's after I thought TL did a really good job of mitigating the kind of insane gold lead that C9 are used to getting as we see the split average versus this game at 14. They had a good game plan going in, and then it's these small moments that it came down to.
Yes, it's weird because this game had a litany of team fights that went both ways.
Yeah.
Including the Baron steal that they had actually covered as casters. So it was interesting because there were so many layers of, big plays coming back in to mistakes from individuals. Thanatos was a part of it as a Renekton as he died in one of the second last team fights in the game. Impact was a part of it as a Rumble when he just walks in and then dies and loses the team fight around Dragon. So as you could see, based off the gold graph, yes, both teams have found themselves winning and losing fights consecutively.
Yeah, up, down, up, down, up, down. I think we just saw Thanatos, 13,000 damage on his primary pick Renekton. That's going to be the big thing we need to track going into game 2 is whether or not Team Liquid can shut him down again with lane swaps. We thought Team Liquid might pull them out. We thought C9 was going to have an answer for it. They did not because he did get taken out of the game and they did lose the early game, but they clutched it up at the end. So we will see if this series keeps delivering as game 2 is happening right after the break.
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching. Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think you can kill.
Okay. Now I'm focusing on Grobs.
He's dead, he's dead.
Yeah.
You get it if you can.
Yeah. Hey, it's Bram here, Bram here.
Yeah, I got it, got it. 2 seconds.
Guys,
I got it.
Guys, they're focusing on Grobs.
Yeah.
Can we fight? Okay.
I still get it.
Ooh, APA wanting to go in there after JoJo, but JoJo's ready to turn around because Vulcan's there to help him out.
Yeah. I'm killing Layton. He has flash impact. I think it's okay.
Main, my Q second.
Q 4 seconds
Yeah, I
impact.
think we can Thanatos again.
Q 4 seconds, 2 seconds.
We got it, we got it. Yeah, he's gonna come to my weak side jungle. Let's try to defend.
All good, all good.
Yeah. No, I ulted. I hold their backline. Yeah, they're chunked as fast. It's gonna be good, guys. Hey, Varus is stacked on the backline. They're so chunked, they're so chunked. Varus, no focus. I'm here.
I'll be soon.
Yeah. Nice. Look, Corky.
I'm looking for Varus.
No flash.
Look me.
Look
Varus.
Nice. No flash.
Wait me.
Look, Corky.
I'm not there.
He's knocked up. It's good play. Yo, keep going.
Coming. Yo, I can eat over soon, okay? Yeah, look me.
I'm in no flash, Jojo. I'm in no flash. Leona.
I'm gonna keep going soon, okay?
Guys, go mid.
You have to go now.
Watch it. Go mid.
Yeah, I can IV with 1-1.
I'm not stopping.
Me? I mean, I'm Korean, right? So I came States and then I learned about like English or just like any culture. So that was pretty impression for me, like when I impressed. when I first came like NA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS Summer 2024. It's a matchup we've all been waiting for a while now, and game one definitely delivered. C9 and TL both come out swinging. We have Baron steals, we have crazy picks, we have face checks, we have team fights, and then it all just comes to an end very abruptly in the mid lane.
The cookie crumbled very quickly.
Yeah, that cookie disintegrated in the mid lane, and Team Liquid wants to get some revenge now.
I actually passed Blabber in the bathroom, and he was like, they're just lucky they got that Baron steal.
Actually,
but my favorite part were all the team fights, though. Like, the team fights were exceptional.
I agree. They were high level, like mechanically and individual level at least, so good to see.
So what do you guys want to see differently? Let's start with Team Liquid first, since they lost the first game in the second round.
TL ban Gnar, and then C9 pick Maxon. The only champ Impact plays that is good against Maxon is Rumble. He got that in 4-5. I think that's illegal.
Okay.
So, it's very illegal that it happened.
They need to fix the Rumble issue.
If a draft goes the same way, which it is so far, the first ban is different though. It was not Gnar first ban last game. It was something else. I don't remember.
The order is a little
Brand
bit
also
mixed.
is different, so we'll see an Aurora ban here from TL, I'm assuming. I think C9 will keep the same bans since they won. It's classic.
I think Brand is one of those, he's like the definition of, I just played versus it and now I need to ban it because I do not want to play versus that anymore today.
I don't think it's why they lost, but I think it was annoying, and it might mean that TL will switch it up to a more tank-heavy team comp. You know, perhaps Sejuani or Maokai or something in the top lane perhaps, and which Brand is good against.
Yeah, remember the last time around, the last ban in the first part was that Sejuani from C9. So
Aurora's still
gonna
up.
pick that. Yeah, Aurora,
So
if this might be our C9 just going ahead and calling Team Liquid's bluff, saying,
And
like,
opening it.
yeah.
Ooh, I hope so. I hope so.
The question is, does TL pick it if it's open? They're thinking about it right now. Like, guys, it's an open champ. Do we open it? It's this Impact, right? Can he play Aurora?
Yeah.
Can he?
APA, how you feel?
Nope,
All right,
they don't call the bluff.
no risk, no risk. We're not letting it through.
They're 1-0. We don't need to take any risk, guys.
They're just trying to get it across the finish line. But yeah, okay. So we're gonna see the Renekton, the Brand, the Gnar banned out by TL, Ziggs, Kalista, Aurora banned out by C9.
I don't think you ban Renekton to pick Rumble. That doesn't make any sense.
Right, because the Rumble should just beat him anyway.
Yeah,
So
it's Impact only. Yeah, this makes more sense.
I think the hover was just more of a reminder.
Yeah, like I just shit on you.
Yeah, exactly. Because Impact was the best part of the team last time around. And they still go with the Ezreal. Even with the nerfs to Ezreal, we're talking about how it's still actually quite strong in the meta.
But now that Brand is banned, Sejuani has a lot more value in the game. There's no tank shredding jungler in the game. I also think the Ashe was good for Berserker, and I think Ashe is good against Ezreal personally. On that side, especially when you have convict support, I do think that TL should have just gone with the Ashe instead of the Ezreal, giving C9 a pretty easy Sejuani Ashe Freljord combination here in the 1-2.
Then do you think that is also going to match a tank and go like Maokai or something here? Because
almost definitely.
They seem so much better when he is on tank play.
I think two outcomes. Either TL locks in Leona Ivern, which is Leona's best pairing is Ezreal. So that's kind of obvious. I think it might just be Leona, Ezreal, Ivern, or Maokai, we'll see. And then Ashe, Braum, Sejuani, full Freljord comp from C9. That could be likely. Could also be like a Karma blind pick in 4-5 for CoreJ if he wants to pick like mid-jungle together, like Corki, Maokai, or Corki, Ivern. I think it just depends on what TL's been practicing. Maokai is likely.
Would not be surprised at all to see that locked in. Yep, there it is. Okay.
You lose one game on Ivern, you're like, nah, next game picking Maokai, bro.
Different tree.
Just something else.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely know their identity.
Now it should be Corki, yes. So, yeah.
All right, APA this time around, we'll see if he can clean it up a little bit. The early game was a bit rocky for him.
A little bit.
Kobe's a very polite person.
He's a TL lawyer. Now, this should be the mid laner or top laner for C9, I think. I don't think they want to pick support here. Nothing that's too valuable for C9. Oh,
dude, what that sign? That sign put a lot of work into that sign. I like that. The prep coming in here.
Now the question is, Thanos has played 8 of his 11 games on 2 champions that are currently banned.
But not this game.
Not this game. So he played 1 game Xante, 1 game Camille, and 1 game Skarner.
Yeah. Well, Skarner doesn't get picked very often these days unless
Hey,
you're
we
licorice.
picked it for you guys.
Yeah,
For you.
yeah, you guys do it. Nobody else does it.
We can tell his
And
level
that's
of
why it's big season.
we can tell his level of confidence by which one of those 2 directions he goes to.
Yeah.
The Camille, he notably said in the interview afterwards, he was like, I just told my coach, I want to be the one who wins or loses the game. And then he slams the Camille pick. Versus a Cassante is like, it's fine.
I want to say that was against me, and he did win the game, but he was not the reason he won the game. But anyway,
But he wanted to.
They do have last pick top this game if they wanted. I
Right.
think there's high value in both support and top last pick. The bans are Rumble, which is Impact's best blind pick if they want to play a matchup that wins lane. The brown ban signals a Leoma blind pick for Core J. I expect Leoma to be banned here by C9, unless they have some sort of plan of picking it. C9 is thinking about it.
So, also, how do you feel about Impact's Jax? Because that has been another thing that Team Liquid have kept in the wings, and they are very willing to lane swap as
Yes,
well.
that is true. I just wonder what they can. The Bard ban is interesting.
Poking around.
I will say Koje can pick something like Karma or Bard blind pick when he has Ezreal and Maokai in his team. He has tank already and CC already.
All right, Team Liquid, what's this last ban going to be? Will we continue to see more targeting of this support role? No full Freljord anymore. That dream is dead. Braum has made sure of it. And there's the Camille ban.
Okay.
So they are respecting the Thanatos 5th pick, potential carry pick there from the top side.
Now it's Cassante. Now it's Cassante blind to
I
look
do
an
think
angle.
if he goes Cassante here to give Vulcan last pick, it's a slam dunk Udyr type angle for Impact possibly, or Jax. I don't actually know what Thanatos will play into Jax blind pick at this point. Once his 3 champs are out, what does he actually play?
There it is.
Does he just go for Xante and then Impact goes Jax or Udyr? That could be what's happening here. Koje picks Leona, I'm imagining. Udyr Leona? It's like, it's okay.
Yeah.
Nothing too
You're not
crazy.
excited about it, but you don't hate it.
It's Teal's.
Okay.
It's Teal.
Strong front line
It
on
could
the
be
side
Jax.
of C9. Lots of pokes so far for TL.
No, not happening.
You're not believing this
No,
one?
no. This is not happening. I don't believe it.
It's all
No.
just a bamboozle?
You're not a Kennen plus,
It really is happening.
plus Leona.
Nope, I knew it was not gonna happen.
All right, he called it. He called it.
You never second guessed yourself.
No.
Not for a moment. Not for a moment.
I was not backpedaling at any point.
Was not sweating even a little. The Mordekaiser is the answer for Impact.
And this is not like a Zeus cosplay. I know people are going to be talking about that one. Do you remember back to Impact's already Mordekaiser? Like, he turbo stomped. That was a true 1v9 game. So definitely have confidence in this pick.
One thing is when you have tank junglers like Mox Johnny, the supports can play range champions because now you don't longer have to pick a tank because you already have one.
Yeah.
Also, top laners have tanks this game. So then it's time to play Karma and Lulu and Bard and Seraphine.
All these champions that Zeri loves working with, because when Zeri was terrorizing the game at the top of every single tier list, she loved having those enchanters, the Pocket Lulu or the Yuumi or anything else that can just buff her up and make her a raid boss. And that's what we're going to get this time around. It'll be the Lulu to help the Zeri and the Ashe kite out these fights.
It's Zeri Lulu. On the mid lane. Same, right?
Yeah,
Like playing lose the mid lane with Nami support. It works, right?
It's just like a remix to a song. It's still the same song. It's just like slightly different.
And I would say I was already last game hyped about JoJo's Zeri mid. Now to have a Lulu with you later as well. The mid lane matchup, I feel like that's got to be some C9 favored. So impact on Mordekaiser. He literally picks a true 1v9 champion. See if he can do that again.
Literally 1v9. He's just alone up there.
Actually.
No matter what happens, he'll be alone. I like it from TL. I think that the Karma pick is good when you have a tank top. Well, pseudo tank top.
Okay.
It's like not really a tank. It's like a
Give Impact some speed, so later in the team fights he can navigate.
Chase people and hit
I would
them.
say bot lane phase this game is very important. Whoever gets ahead in this lane phase will stay ahead as well the whole time. So
Do you
we'll see
think
some
we'll
action there for sure?
Do you think we'll get a lane phase?
Oh God, please.
After game number one, I have
I'm on my
to pose
knees
the
here.
question. I have
just
to pose
one
it.
lane phase, please. I feel like you don't last pick Lulu to not lane.
Okay. Kobe?
And you don't blind pick Karma to not lane.
Okay.
Although Karma is very good lane swaps because she can gank middle one.
Right, yeah, you can be a total terror.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Let's see if Team Liquid can take us to a third game, or if C9 can 2-0
the Team Liquid squad.
5 members bottom lane to get prio on that bot side.
This is really common when you play Karma Ezreal because you want to have one guy in the right side on the lane and one guy near the flag where Jan is right now. So when they come into lane, you can throw your spells at them.
Oh, the fans are getting it.
I missed this so much.
The fans are fighting as hard as the teams are, man.
I love that.
For some reason, they're louder today than they were yesterday. I don't know why that is.
For some weird reason.
It's just your headset, man.
Yeah,
it changes the noise volume and stuff.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. You go this match
when I'm
again.
trilling.
How'd you guys? That's how you know that he's locked in because he misspells everything because he's just got to get it out there. Yeah, APM matters more than spelling.
That's the hip fire type, not putting extra aim into it. But the invade for the lane swap. Sven, you did not beg hard enough.
Oh, come on, man. I want to see some action in the bot lane. Some fist fighting. Wait, this could be good for C9 though.
Yeah, Team Liquid just trying to
impact.
Get a little bit too close here, yeah. Immediately blowing the flash on the Mordekaiser at level 1. Really big since this champion has no escape mechanisms of his own. Could be very easy to set up a play while this cooldown is not available. Vulcan is just going to stick around and continue harassing Impact, keeping him away, trying to slow down this jungle start of Umpty and Impact together. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, JoJo just taking shots at APA, already with control over the lane. CoreJJ coming in from the side. Meanwhile, the continued takeover of the enemy jungle happens for C9 as they'll steal away the Wolf Camp too.
Small Wolf win though for Umpty. Able to get him, and he flashes the icon there. CoreJJ trying to help out APA mid as well on the swap.
I will say, I hate lane swaps, but it is good for C9 lane swap because they do lose bot in early game, so why not?
All right.
He admits it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's messed up, but it is what it is.
Under torture, Sven had to admit. All right. Well, we got the extra 2 little small wolves, but that's about it as far as the little skirmish there. Of course, Impact now with no flash, but top laner is going to have a struggle time anyway. He actually walks up under the tower and cancels Thanatos' recall.
Can they actually dive him here? I don't think they can. That's 3.
Berserker is level 3. Vulcan's going to take the turret aggro here with a start. All right, yeah, Impact is still staying alive for now. TP coming in, Impact down to 200 HP, but with the teleport, there's no way that C9 can continue this, so APA teleporting in to save Impact.
See how quickly JoJo can push mid then to try and punish that teleport up to the top side.
Can they dive Thanatos bot lane? What spell he has skilled yet? If he has W, I think they can't dive him.
They should have Impact teleport mid too, so they don't drop the...
So both mids TP to the top laners to save them.
There we go.
And Impact TP'd mid. This is not bad, I think, for Team Liquid. They should get a small lead out of this whole situation, in experience, that is.
Yeah, in their scenarios, correct for both teams, trying to not lose out on any of the extra waves there. Impact's is level 3, though, is probably the big difference here.
Right.
To a level 1.
Yeah. Thanatos will get level 2 shortly.
One small thing is that Blabber got a lot more camps than Umpty, so Teal needs to secure all the jungle camps here for Umpty. I think they will be able to. Blabber is coming with Vulcan from base, and Young hasn't based yet. As you can see, he's hovering around here. Umpty will get at least 2 camps and a crab.
I can tell you're having fun with the lane swaps, man.
Oh yeah. There's a hard rule in lane swaps that no matter what happens, your jungler must never fall behind, because then the whole game suffers afterwards. But Umpty only lost 1 camp, I believe, out of this whole thing. Blabber will get a Grump lead, a massive lead for C9 here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, just unassailable.
I will say Grump must be like the most feels good camp to kill, right?
Oh yeah, just
big,
one target.
Grump.
His damage falls off as he goes. He's just a loot pinata.
It just feels good to kill the Grump.
Yeah, it's like you pop a balloon.
Wait, why does it feel so good? What's the Grump hate?
I mean, it's nothing personal to Grump. You know, it just looks juicy. Like, what can I do? I'm a hate carrier.
Juicy Grump.
I walk by the Grump. It's low HP. I'm like, oh.
you just want to see that triple-digit gold pop up, like plus 102 or something.
Ben is window shopping the Grump every time he walks by, back the lane.
Speaker's doing the Grump as I'm walking by. I'm like, oh man.
Actually, I really do want to check in on that bottom lane because you mentioned how important the lane phase was, especially when you have the poke duo of the Ezreal Karma here.
This lane is like whoever is pushing can maintain push the whole time and keep it. So it's really important that if you're pushing, you don't stop pushing,
once TL's bot lane gets into the bushes here and hold this sort of like line there is right here, they will keep that line. I will say if Berserker can get his AS boots, his Berserker Greaves for Berserker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but I had to. Then he can dodge skill shot more efficiently with the Fleet Footwork as well. But now he's here, it's more like a, you just have to dodge every spell to win. And if you don't dodge them, nothing happens. But if you get hit by them, it's bad.
Right.
So it's like, you can never win.
Yeah, that's why CoreJJ went with the sweeper really early on, so you can sweep those side brush, so you can get those skill shots off.
Also, of course, Blabber is top side, which C9 knows, but they didn't see until... they don't even see him, actually, even though he's right next to Blabber. They see him now, right? Then they start playing the game. But until this moment, they didn't see him.
Okay. wants to at least challenge, just do a quick smite steal on a single grub, but it's not going to happen. Blabber got the first one, but Umpty can now control the pit, take the next two, so...
I will say Blabber getting one is pretty good for him, considering he has losing mid and top matchups. So not bad for C9.
Yeah, matchup is rough for Thanatos. Also, the level lead is going to be rough for him. Impact's almost level 6.
He's down a level and a half.
That experience that Impact was able to walk into the tower, even without Flash, was quite big.
And some champs, it matters more if you get XP or gold. AD carries, like, they might like gold more than experience, but top laners like experience. And Thanatos is the third lowest of all the people in the game.
Yeah, especially Mordekaiser as far as top lane champs goes. It's like, oh, I'm level 6 now. Guess what? I'm God. Let's see if I can take you to the death realm. Thanatos has to back off.
If Impact gets like more items this game, I think he actually will 1v2 Thanatos and Blabber on side lane.
Oh yeah, it's not like you've got a ton of
1v2.
Yeah, right. 1v1 and then 1v1 again right after.
Yeah, exactly.
This could become a serious problem, especially considering. I mean, remember back to game number 1, Thanatos didn't have a really good game, right? Like he kind of.
Well, OJ wasn't allowing it.
Yeah, there's
the support summoner spell. Impact have made good.
Turns out that's pretty OP summoner spell to have.
Impact had 2 junglers last game. Is that fair?
No, not even remotely. That's why Thanatos had a bad game.
I thought Freak said he was making the game more about 1v1 top lane.
But which team won? The other team won. So top lane. I mean, you point at the scoreboard.
Vulcan getting mid and Koja getting top, and C9 won. Does that mean mid is more OP than top?
Actually, we have a really good stat for that. Thanks for bringing this up because our jungler proximities for these two teams are so categorically different. If we can pull up those jungle proxies for Blabber and Umpty, look at that. First place, 20%.
Isn't that just a story of Impact? Like, honestly, like...
Meanwhile, the Umpty 20% around mid lane, around APA is huge compared to, Blabber like you're talking about for him up there with Impact. So,
okay.
Yeah,
all his skill shots.
Jojo got disrespectful there, just walking right in front of APA, getting absolutely thumped in damage.
The arrow.
While bottom lane, CoreJJ's got to be a little bit careful here, trying to get out after using the heal. Vulcan and Berserker in hot pursuit, but both junglers are ready to show up. Vulcan and Berserker got to try to get away now, but they're immediately chasing after. Team Liquid still trying to get a kill here as Blabber tries to get over the wall here with a flash. He gets the distance. Wants to go in for him. It's going to be 2. Make it 3 for Team Liquid!
C9 going way too hard there with no information on where Umpty was. That seems so forced to me. Like,
that is so huge for TL though. Oh my goodness. Yawn and CoreJJ right over the wall. They're going to have summoner spell advantages too. Yawn was able to just arcane shift to follow it up. Look at the lead up to it because they're pinging the Sejuani now. I love how early we started that replay. They were pinging the Sejuani so early on. That was
the damage. This wasn't even good for them 2v2, right? Like, even without the junglers being here, this wasn't good for C9 in any way. It's a slow chase. I think C9 honestly had to just sell Blabber here. Just leave and let him die. I think Vulcan and Berserker didn't have to die here in this clip. They all try to help their jungler, which
man, the mantra
I can get behind it, right? But you can't be giving 3 kills here. This should have been at 1 kill at most.
Yeah. Telegraphed, they had early pings on Umpty coming down, and so then you're engaging into it with...
Now he's happy.
Oh, hello.
And Team Liquid's about to be even happier. Blabber trying to grab his red buff. One last shot over the wall. Yawn is 3-0-1, not even 10 minutes into the game, and TL is up 3,000 gold.
That is crazy. The TL bottom lane just went and assassinated the enemy jungle. Ganked him in his own jungle, and now they're ganking mid lane. Yawn and CoreJJ are on a warpath this game.
Almost every game TL plays, APA is on silent at 10 minutes. Every game. And they play for second grubs with him having TP. He used it bot in this case, actually. But I like having the strongest people mid. It's good.
It's one of the best things that people always compliment about TL is how they play once they get their early leads. We showed the stats early on how Cloud9 have the bigger early game leads, but TL have been much more methodical about them. So rotating them into mid lane to allow their giant lead that just got 3 kills on bottom lane to support the invade actually just blows the game wide open.
Ivern, hang on.
Oh, that was a close arrow, but all it was the warning shot. Blabber's ready to follow it up, and Core JJ gets caught. C9 finally on the board here with the first kill going over to Berserker, but at the same time, Umpty's on the other side of the map, grabbing the rest of the grubs for TL.
I like Core JJ defending bot lane while his John's doing the grubs, because he knows C9 won't contest the grubs, given how fed Yon is, but he shouldn't go further than the tri-push. He should always just be like behind the tower, hovering AP if he's going to get dove. Small mistake from TL here. I think they should have been dropping the dragon in this game with how far ahead they were, but Core J getting caught. Nice play from C9. They knew they couldn't fight grubs, so they go bot side, find a pick, find a dragon. They're playing well, despite how doomed the game really is right now.
They're playing well after they weren't.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
The initial part, not great, but they're recovering well.
Yeah. Look at that double Triforce, all blue numbers for TL, and TL is very good at this part of the game. Where they are ahead, they don't make any mistakes besides what Coach did. Wait
a second.
Almost no mistakes.
Usually the most clean with it.
Wait a
Once
second.
they're there.
They don't make any mistakes except for the ones that they do make.
Exactly. Thank you, Kobe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got it. Meanwhile, Yon, he's not making any. Ezreal, again, the nerfs were very, very small to Ezreal. And he's so far ahead, the extra gold is going to be massive here. They fully took the mid turret 12 minutes into the game, and now they can just transfer that pressure to bottom lane. There they go.
No TP talk.
APA leading the charge here, flashing back over to the rest of his team, and now it's a 4v2 from an easy couple of kills. Yon goes on a rampage. Blabber, nice sidestep on the True Shot Barrage to be able to barely escape, but it's still +1 for Team Liquid. 4,000 gold lead at 12.5 minutes.
Yeah, this part of the game comes very hard for C9 because they have only one play. They can't go in, go top right. Impact won't die. Yon has cleanse against what? Aaron's a Johnny ult, so how is he gonna die? I've been there. This is the remake experience. Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be reviewing that bot play quite critically.
I feel like C9 was just too over-eager in that play, and it just backfired so hard. And now we're just here where C9 can't kill Yon because he has cleanse. They only have cleansable CC with Ash Aaron's Johnny ulti. Yeah. They can't really kill Impact because he can just press R.
I was wondering. I was just about to make a comment on how long it would be before we saw the yap.
Oh, yep, it's time.
Oh, it's time. APA's like, my AD carry is turbo fed. Time to make the most of it.
APA is doing nothing in the whole game. Just getting carried by ball indifference. Yep, I'm the GOAT.
That's the long-range support.
He's like, maybe if I type now, they'll think that Yon is me. That Ezreal was in mid lane.
Yep. The top lane experience.
This is just talking about how critical or how important it is to get that top 2 spot here in the LCS. These two teams, of course, coming into today undefeated. Only one team will remain undefeated, and then they will try and finish the entire season that way. But
the teams might care more about the ego of beating the other team and being undefeated than about the actual like first place bye and all that. You know, it's like
playoff seeding and stuff. Whatever.
Blabber's in the top bush, and he was just pinged by the blue team, so they know he's top, and they're just gonna push mid tower, and there's not much I can do about it. This is look at Blabber right now. He's making what we call a desperate play, because he knows the game is lost. So he's setting his bush for the next couple minutes until
I call them patient plays.
Oh yeah, he's really patient. Look at he's recalling. He's like, nah, bro, this ain't gonna work, dog.
The man has monk mental up here, just sitting.
This will work or will not work.
He's cooking a very slow simmering stew.
But now it's so obvious that he's here because he's not anywhere else, right?
Well, Team Liquid's just
he is there, but doesn't matter.
Look,
if
he checked the bush. Check one bush.
TL have 4 people and Herald.
I think this is a. Oh, the bomb saw him. Goodbye, Blabber.
Yeah, Blabber is now on the wrong side of the rift. Patience is sometimes not a virtue, I guess, as he tries to escape to the enemy turret. Meanwhile, JoJo gets caught. Umpty's going to take the kill on that one with the ulti flying over the top. CoreJJ still chasing after the enemy jungler as Umpty tries to get away the twisted advance onto the red buff to escape as Berserker tried to go for a punish there. Cloud9 is falling to pieces this game, and now Blabber's trying to steal the enemy wolf camp. CoreJJ is going to try to farm Blabber as he wants to poke him off a little bit here.
Patient play, boys. Take notes.
Hold on. Let's hold on. We still got. Wait, it's another split screen thing. Thanatos almost died down in the bottom lane. APA is going to take him low. APA still maintaining that side lane presence we were talking about. Blabber's still trying to maybe get an exit. No! Yawn from up in the top lane. Tri-Brush lines him up. It's cooked.
So, Sven, who would you say is the best AD carry in the league? I'm asking you for no particular reason in this game.
Besides me, obviously.
Yeah.
I'd say, like, it depends what they're... Let me think for a second.
Because Yawn right now
I think Berserker is the most skilled individual.
Okay.
I do think that Master's having a really good split. This split. He's been a very impactful player in their games.
I have a follow-up question. Who's the best AD carry in this particular game right now? Is it the 5-0 Ezreal?
It might be the 5-0 Ezreal, yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be a pretty safe bet. Thanatos, he flashes late. The chains from the Karma lock him up, but Vulcan is there in time with a wild growth to keep the Cassante alive. Both top laners currently having the perfect top lane score of 0-0 and 0.
Oh yeah, and one guy's gonna lose and one guy's gonna win.
Yes, top lane
and
gaming.
It will have nothing to do with them because we picked two tanks, and range support spot. So, bet about wins. That's how it goes. Trust me, I would know. I played like this before. This is how I won as a support, at least. And like I said, C9 has only one type of CC. It's Ash Arrows and it's Sidoni ult. So if there's Mercs or Mikaels or a Cleanse, it is. Just
Blabber and Thanatos
not gonna work.
Trying to find some sort of an angle here, but the only angle is right back to the spawn platform. Impact goes over the wall, the claw to pull Blabber back in, and now Thanatos is just gonna drop two. I think C9's going next on this one. Team Liquid's just smacking him around now.
I mean, the official Cloud9 account asked for a remake, so I think you're right.
I mean, I applaud them for trying to do something. They actually just can't do anything. They have two tanks, low damage, 80 carries to have only a stag shift to their name versus a Trident 24 and a mana immune. So it doesn't matter how good the engage is. Even if it does land on a carry, there's a Mikaels and a Cleanse and a Flash and a Valkyrie and an Archer shift. You're just not gonna win at this point. So just move on mentally. Focus on the next game. Yeah.
I mean, at least this does give us another game of this series.
I see this
best
as an
of threes,
absolute
baby.
win.
I hope that the third game is more like the first game where it's action-packed and it's back and forth.
Yeah.
This one has been very one-sided, which I do have to applaud TL for, but again, it all goes back to that timestamp on the VOD of the C9 play bottom lane, just wildly chasing after TL, overcommitting, and as soon as that triple kill punish came through, Sven, you pointed at the monitor at the gold lead for TL, it's just like, wait,
3,000, 10 minutes. Yeah.
And then we're still in the replay, and they already rotated the winning bottom lane up into mid lane and then went and assassinated the enemy jungle. So really good snowball from Team Liquid with that super large lead. But Cloud9 in the next game, objective number one is make sure you don't get seen on some of these plays and give such a large lead, especially right into the hands of the AD carry.
Oh, he actually got stunned by Arrow.
Yeah, Impact gets stunned, but he's still got his death realm here. JoJo versus Impact in a 1v1. Impact looks to bring down the hammer. He ain't gonna find the mark, but he survives long enough to get himself away, and now Blabber has to try to retreat with a true shot barrage from Yawn, making sure that C9 has no further offensive plans, but JoJo's got a nice snipe to make sure they at least get something.
And a bounty bot as well. Winnable? No, it's not. Don't get twisted, guys. It's not winnable.
Hey.
It's still lost. Don't vote no on the FI vote. This is where in solo queue someone's like, oh, we can win, guys. No, we cannot.
Yup, I always remember that you've got a game where it's 20-2 or something. You get one turret, and all of a sudden it's 3 no's.
It's whoever just got the bounty, whoever just got that one kill.
Well, it's still about 7,000 gold, 7 kills, 4 turrets, or nope, 5 turrets, 4 grubs.
And that's one of the biggest issues is the territory on the map. Yeah, like TL are super, super rich, but it's so easy for them to get the neutral objectives as they pop up. Baron right now is fully warded. All the towers around it have been taken already. So easy for TL to push out and then try and bait Cloud9 over.
Yeah, I feel like C9's only win condition at this point is like a TL player disconnects from the game.
Yeah, like which player does it have to be?
I think Koji J, DCs, they might still be able to win. Okay, that's a bit too far maybe, but it's close.
Okay. So if it's support, then it would have to be like 2 players. But if they get lucky and they rolled a Yawn disconnect.
Hang on. Wait. Umti's just flying over the wall with a blast cone. Yawn's right behind him. They're ready to go. They found JoJo, and that's who they're going to commit to. He tries to get away, but the Karma Tether's ready to lock him up here yet again. True Shot Barrage with a massive amount of damage into the Cloud9 health bars. Thanatos trying to body block here for his mid laner as they both continue retreating. Team Liquid, they might not have found any kills, but C9 is seriously hurt, and Baron is on the map.
He flashed to rocket the minions there.
Did it suck, that flash?
Got blocked a little bit. Yeah, you could say.
Lag.
You could say that.
He's a bit eager to getting on the action, no? He's like 0-0-1 this game, and he's winning. He's like, he wants to be part of it too, you know?
All right, here it is, though. This is the Baron to decide. Let's see. Blabber has, his flash is a couple seconds away. He couldn't even go suicide steal if he wanted.
Don't think it matters. Impact has the Death Realm available.
Yeah, there's just no way.
Unfortunately, just is nothing they can do.
Blabber cannot reach it.
Heal's
no way to
is
get close
too anti-fun, no?
Yeah, you're just not allowed to even try to go for the YOLO.
They're so tryhard, no? C9 gave TL a chance to steal Baron last game.
I mean, this is the match for first place in the LCS. You're allowed to try hard here.
I guess so. We'll allow it this time.
Just this once.
Just this once. I understand.
We will inform Dignitas that you two are allowed to try hard in your LCS.
Here, Dignitas we play for fun, not to win. Which you can see in our gameplay. Anyways, Impact defending the bot wave. Looks like TL wants to send it down mid and bot here with their Baron setup. They don't have TPs anymore, so they kind of have to just send it 2 lanes. You can't play 3 lanes without TPs. Then someone gets caught, and that's bad. Maybe this time TL use the Baron buff to get towers. They couldn't do it in the first game. This game, maybe they can.
Well, JoJo's just going to try to hold him off as long as he can, but it's pretty tough. The Baron buff, everybody on TL looking to overload this bottom side. They've still got Yawn split pushing over in mid lane at the same time.
Berserker is race splitting right now?
Yeah, Berserker is trying to go for objective bounties.
He's like, you guys suck. I'm going to.
Yeah, Berserker's looking for that.
Good luck, guys.
That sweet 500 gold objective bounty on the tier 1 turret. And it's going to cost the tier 3 mid. It's going to cost the mid lane inhibitor. But it's not really like C9 can do a whole lot to stop this, even if he's here. So now that bottom lane tier 3 is gone. The bottom lane inhibitor is your next target, and Team Liquid is not slowing down. C9. Ooh, right through the goalpost. That one doesn't feel very good. Berserker's nearly dead anyway. Blabber's about to drop here too, as Thanatos has to continue trying to use that footwork to get on back behind the turret. There's only one left.
It's so
Team
sad.
Liquid, they're still pushing with a 5-man effort. Thanatos, the Cassante can't even frontline, man. C9 just has nothing left in the tank here in this second game. Blabber just gonna keep trying to stay alive, but it won't matter. Game 2 was quick and easy for TL. It's tied up 1-1.
I have some interesting info for you. I was watching Berserker's inventory after he took that tower and got the objective bounty shutdown. He got 2 long swords.
They almost had him with those long
swords.
swords.
For the fight, yeah, for that last fight.
God, I'm spiked, guys. It's time to fight. What a sad game, honestly. If you pick a come like this, you fall behind, you just can't do anything.
Yeah, it just felt like as soon as that play happened bottom lane, the game was over.
Yep. Good snowball from Team Liquid in game number 2 here to push us to a decisive game number 3 coming up after this. Team Liquid versus Cloud9.
Wonder if they'll go on the blue side for next game.
No, that's going to be very interesting to see for sure. But now we're going to head back over to the LCS lounge to break it all down.
Thanks, Flowers. There is a huge sequence in this game that let Team Liquid take it over. It was obviously that triple kill we saw in the bottom lane, but the whole run of play actually made it way bigger than it was. So follow me here. It started with this. Impact at 750, coming out of lane. JoJo sees him, kind of traps him in the bush. He places this ward. We'll come back to that in a second because the bot fight is about to happen. Both these bot lanes think they can win this fight. Team Liquid is pushing up because they think they're stronger. C9 retaliates because they think they are stronger. This is where it just becomes about how you play the 2v2. I think Jan in particular played this one very well, just pummeling Vulcan the entire time. Core JJ gets the root on a Berserker, which makes C9 retreat. And Sven talked about this in the cast, where the worst that should happen from this position for C9 is one death. Vulcan and Berserker can bail out towards their turret, and maybe Blabber dies after flashing over the wall. However, they get a little bit overconfident. They end up trying to help Blabber, and all three falling. But wait, there's more. Because remember this ward up top. As Team Liquid reset, they spam ping this area. They haven't actually seen Blabber yet, if we look at Team Liquid's vision, but they know they're going to be running out mid lane. They see him here to confirm the play, and I will say, this is where Blabber should have probably known something is up. This is Cloud9's vision. When the enemy Ezreal is mid, and the Corki is missing, where do you think the support is? Because Core's not soloing bot lane, and he's not mid, so something must be happening on the red buff. Shocker, it absolutely was, helped by that ward from Impact, prepped from behind, and then the cherry on top of this all is because the original roam at 8 minutes from Impact trapped JoJo in this turret. It allowed APA to get push, which then means he can get the first reset so that after they kill Blabber, he's already bot lane, and this turret doesn't even take a tick of damage. So that whole run of play was a 3,000 gold advantage from Team Liquid, combining individual mechanics as well as great map play. Just an amazing sequence.
Yeah, I love that sequence as soon as I saw the word from Impact. The other thing I really want to bring up is the gold leads, right? We talked about, okay, where is C9's gold lead usually coming from in these early games? It's laning, and in particular, Thanatos. Every single game in this series, TL, even with the game 1 loss, was really hard targeting C9's early game, right? So we already talked about how TL, they're still a strong early game team. You see their split average up there, but game 1, it's super important, that usual like 2K gold lead that C9 has had. They mitigated that super, super hard. Obviously, game 2 ballooned out of control after that like 8 to 10 minute entire play. But this, I think it just really goes to show how much TL prepped to make sure that they shut down, A, just like Thanatos' laning prowess overall, and B, the way that C9 really like to play around pushing lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the fear that you have going into game 2, was based off the draft that Team Liquid have, you do not want to fall that far behind in lane. With Ezreal Karma on the bot side of the map and then the Mordekaiser into Cassante on the top side, that you wanted to try and mitigate as much as possible. So the fact that that bot side play happened is a catastrophe. And then when Jat said, but wait, there's more, growing up watching commercials and infomercials is usually a positive thing. That was really depressing, but wait, there's more. And so,
it's positive for TL.
Yeah. And the one thing, if you're going up against Ezreal Karma that swaps to mid, is if you're going up against it, you're just going to lose because of the range and damage that it ends up having. So the place that you saw Corki end up taking and then going bot lane and protecting the bot lane plays, guess what? Ezreal and Karma cleaned it up really quickly. So that was just a dominating early game that Cloud9 cannot really recover from, and they're just going to have to go into the next game with a clean mindset.
Absolutely. Can't wait for game 3. We have to expect C9's going to take blue side. Who knows if we'll see Aurora? That could throw a wrench in this entire series. Game 3 is up after the break.
I think she's going to be bad.
Cowards, leave it open. Leave it open.
Welcome back to the LCS. Welcome back to Week 6. Welcome back to Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Game 3. The first one was a brawl with C9 coming out on top after an explosive finale. The second one was Team Liquid waking up and giving Cloud9 a bit of a lesson in bottom lane skirmishing.
The same draft on different sides so far. C9 took blue side, Aurora not yet banned.
I really hope that we actually get an Aurora
ban
pick, but because both of them have already decided to ban it, I feel like we're not.
This could be an Ezreal ban or an Aurora ban in Team Liquid. I think C9 knows TL doesn't play Aurora, and they'll ban Aurora here, and C9 will pick Ezreal first pick. I can smell it.
And then do you think TL would steal away a Zeri, or are they just going to keep APA on Corki?
But maybe TL will just say F it and just give them Aurora. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Or they will trade them. Even better, they will trade them.
Come on.
So, I think C9 thought there's going to be an Aurora ban here, and they'll pick Ezreal, but now they're worried about trading him because they don't really want to play against Ezreal again after what happened last game.
Right.
It's not like, huh, shit, guys. Reaper?
That was a bit of a problem.
Ezreal without the triple kill at
They will
4
for sure
minutes.
ban Ezreal, right, guys? Oh, never mind. Okay.
Wow, that's how much they value stealing away from Umpty.
Aurora and Ezreal, perhaps. I feel like this is a mistake from C9, but...
I also feel like APA has way higher of a preference for Corki mid lane than he does any of the other ADs on the patch. How heavily do they feel like they need to prioritize that for him?
I think now with the Ashe ban, it's even more priority pick. I don't think there's anything against on this patch against Ezreal besides Kalista and Ashe, which C9 banned both. Is Aurora really going unpick, unbanned, guys?
Oh, man.
Is that, like, legal?
Somebody has to have practiced this enough, right? Somebody!
I'm currently looking up the names of her abilities in case she does get picked, because I didn't expect her to actually make it through.
The weirding.
Yeah, that's the icicle looking thing on the ground. That's the weird icicle.
I like how there's a whole monitor on your screen, but only 2 abilities.
we get our tanks again. We get our tank matchups for jungle. Still no Aurora sighting.
Yeah. It goes from being banned both games to being unpicked. Until they didn't want it, right? They picked Maokai over it, so they don't even care if Sion gets it at this point.
Is this a situation where neither team wanted to get flamed for letting it through and losing to it, but then they finally realized, all right, neither of us play
It could also just be if they don't have the slots in the first place to pick it, because they want to pick Maokai and Rumble into Renekton now. Because when this happens, they know they need to pick Renekton, Rumble top against Renekton.
Yeah, now you can have
the only champion he plays top, Impact that is, that's good against Renekton. So they kind of just have to pick Rumble on 3 here, Team Liquid that is. While Jojo or Berserker has to pick here. And it is...
Aurora or Zeri. Okay, I want to give context. Jojo tweeted out before this game one of those classic bait tweets that he does. He's like, if it gets 3,000 likes, I will first pick Aurora. He literally had, it's not first pick, but he literally could have locked in right there.
But did he literally have 3,000 likes?
I didn't.
We gotta get both sides of the equation. Sven is looking it up.
I also want to add more context. He has tweeted out baits like that before and not delivered.
Oh no, I'm very aware of that. I've voted on the other ones before and been bamboozled. That's why I didn't vote on this one.
It didn't meet the like quota. He has 1.5k likes.
Ooh, half the likes.
So it's our fault.
Not quite gonna work. Yeah, 1,500 people needed to like.
Not Aurora, but Yone is pretty fun to watch too. Yeah, it could have been Corki or Zeri.
I mean, Yone.
Okay, true. You got me there.
We're like in the middle of it.
Yone, especially with a Sejuani first pick, like this is terrifying. These are the perfect solo laners to have with a Sejuani. I feel like Cloud9's top side of the map is the most terrifying you can get right now.
It's time to fist fight.
It is definitely always time to fist fight.
What does Berserker play when they ban Zeri here and potentially one more champion from him? Is it MF? Jhin? Kaisa could be a good pick here, I think, with this comp that C9 has. A full send dive team comp.
Dive team comp, plus she adds an extra splash of magic damage into it, considering right now it is still very AD heavy.
And Impact's a known tank enjoyer, so you might need some magic damage against that guy.
Do you think you would lose like lane phase too hard versus Yon Ezreal, and Yon and Court JJ is kind of scary?
If C9 bans away 2 strong laners like Karma and maybe Bard or Leona and then pick Kaisa, I think they can get away with it and Kaisa ban.
But if your team needs a champion and you don't like the lane, what if you just don't play the lane?
But I really want my 1v1 with my Sejuani jungle and my top side to be the...
Question is, do we ban Rumble? We don't ban Rumble.
Okay.
So now TL can get Maokai, Jin, Rumble, which is a known combo. Jin isn't so good against the champ Sinan has. He's very helpless, so to speak.
Right, yeah, you stand there and open up your gun while
and then don't ult you, and you're like, oh,
Then, like, what do you do with all those AD carries?
Wait,
They
hold
have
on, hold
Ezreal
on.
and Corki already, too.
It's just messed up at this point.
Yeah, they know people. He's just taunting.
Look at his face. That's not bad.
He's not even getting enjoyment out of
I will
it.
say that Jax is pretty good against that triple melee comp from C9. And there are often champs like MF here or something like, MF or Jin, like the second tier AD carries. We play when all the good champs are banned. Jax is very good against everything C9 has so far. The brown band signals a Leona or a Nautilus or a Rel maybe. If it's the MF, it could be the Rel. The combo is pretty good.
Okay. The team fight in a box, bottom lane.
Yeah.
Rel plus Miss
Open with
or a classic.
Oh.
Berserker.
Classic indeed.
I will say, I was going to say it's going to come stucked, but this is good. Need some range champs. You can't pick full dive.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just too bad against the comp that TL had. Okay. Because full send loses to kite back, but half full send can win.
Okay. Half send.
Yes.
Half send, full send, and kite back.
Exactly.
Top send, bot kite. Is that our formula?
It sounds weird, but it checks out.
Well, they locked in the Nautilus, so you have Nautilus clicking on Lucian, and then Maokai ultimate following up the Nautilus ult that has been clicked on your head. So good luck with your kite plan.
So usually Jax isn't actually winning his ranked on top lane. It's more like a spicy matchup where like one thing goes wrong, one guy loses the whole game.
Okay.
So Impact calling down those. He's ready for skill check.
Yeah, I think that based on what we've seen in the first couple of games, particularly game one, I think that the secret weapon might just be Core JJ here in the top lane if it goes the way that Impact would want it to.
Yeah, he might be better, but I have Core JJ.
Yeah, we'll see if Thanatos can have any more of a pop-off performance this game if he just continues to get targeted again. The power of the Sejuani with both of these solo laners is a serious problem, but remember that this is still a very heavily skewed physical damage composition, especially when dealing something like a Jax. We've already talked about how effective he is against auto attacks because he can dodge, the ulti also giving him armor. That could be an issue if they start to fall behind.
It's definitely going to be an exciting one because it is Cloud9 hard engaged versus a later game Ezreal and Corki poke damage. You don't wait around for that Corki and Ezreal to poke you. You have to full send it with everybody to make sure they don't get an advantage there with their later game range.
Both teams playing exactly what we thought they would. C9, full send, Team Liquid, a little bit less send than Kaipaki, defensive champions, but still having to engage on Core JJ is what they're known for. So I like it from both teams.
All right, let's do it. This is the third and final round here in this best of three. One of these teams is going into the final week of regular split with a chance at ending undefeated in series play. The other one sees that dream end at the end of this one. You can see the best splits in LCS history from different orgs on your screen there. 2020 C9 Spring, 17-1.
That's me.
But we got, yeah, look at that. I was about to shout you out, but you were already on top of it, man.
Oh, I love top of myself, you know. You don't know that.
He's got that covered.
Yeah. Taken care of.
Meanwhile, we did see a grasp proc here for Impact. So is the lane's just over now, right?
We see both AD carries running top. Actually, could this be the future of lane swaps where both lanes end up top?
I was getting kind of dizzy there with the movie theater view.
They actually are doing.
We got
what looks like. Wait,
a double lane swap.
Or maybe both teams want to lane swap, and then they're like, oh. You guys also here?
Like, what if
awkward?
That's kind of. I feel like TL should want this swap more than C9.
Yeah, I think it's a Cloud9 call. It's what it feels like.
And then Core JJ shows up here and they're like, wait, what are you doing here?
Yeah, okay, so Core JJ gets spotted. He's going to walk back out.
The next evolution is we're actually laying 2v2 top.
The game is just backward.
What happened to the game I love?
It got turned upside down.
Yeah, it just got flipped. It's fine.
I blame Freak.
You blame Freak for a lot of stuff.
That is true. Factually true.
But okay, so we will have less turret plates taken. The top ones are more durable early on. JoJo just charging up on the Raptors there. The Yone tricks.
APA just trying to get in their heads again, man. All we saw was GLHF in the early game chat on this one, though. So everybody reserving the banter until things get a little spicier, it seems, as tri-lane look not really showing a whole lot of anything going on anywhere just yet.
So we do have another presence on bot lane, a gank, perhaps. Umpty is seen as Thanatos just went to ward, though. So despite support's not ganking Thanatos, jungler was going to 3-camp gank him. It was going to be a 3-camp bot side Maokai attempt.
Actually very bad though for TL because Umpty was spotted with a blue buff on that ward, so now Blabber knows he's pathing up while he's pathing down. So Impact could get dove here in the future, and Blabber knows Umpty will not be here since he's going to his top camps now.
Yeah, with your information that you gathered from Thanatos warding at the correct time here to see Umpty, now you have the ability to track Umpty for the next minute of the game. He has to be clearing his topside camps.
Yep.
Has to be up.
Blab also ahead in the clear because Umpty spent some time clearing that one ward, so they can either dive bot if there's an angle, or he can do the crab, and maybe he can even cross to the top crab if he thinks TL's bot duo is going to base here, which it would appear they are.
Thanatos would definitely need to charge up his rage before going for a dive too. Let's see.
Impact has pot still, and a cookie.
That was quite nice for Thanatos.
A little bit low, but flash W? Nope.
Counter-strike.
I think Blabber just took the crab. He could have gone to the top crab after. Look at how slow Umpty is and it's clear, right?
Yeah.
Blabber could have easily taken the bot crab, crossed to the top crab, and gotten both crabs. And we know Blabber loves crabs.
Yes.
He's a known crab enjoyer.
It is known.
A crab connoisseur.
But he also doesn't love Court JJ, and the lane swap back has come through.
Impact wanting that engage there on Thanatos, but can't land the counter-strike in time, so Thanatos is going to stay safe as he retreats. And okay, everything's back the way.
Called again.
Everyone relax.
That Mark Merrill intended.
Mid lane, don't relax. Don't relax mid.
Okay, JoJo trying to get away from this one with his flash. Had to use that to escape Umpty. All right, everybody's back to normal.
You heard that spam ping, right? That was flash.
That's the no flash mid spam pings from APA.
That was
that sound.
Please return gank. You are a Maokai with flash.
You are welcome here.
Yeah, definitely.
Anytime you like.
Always welcome when you find fitting to return, please.
Mid matchup going well.
Could also call for Core JJ, honestly. And bot lane getting the push, because bot lane was a little bit quicker on their reset. It was TL to reset first. So sometimes it's just those few seconds that mean the difference between a gank towards mid coming from the support.
They base first, they get bot first, and then they can stack the wave. Core JJ could roam here if he wanted to.
I wanted to.
Just stand here and do nothing instead. Also an option. With
so
his 2 pink words.
That's my support style.
Yeah.
It's also my style. Don't get me wrong. This is how I want us doing this. Sit and land, do nothing. It is patented. 2 pink words.
It's the mind game, right?
It really
They
is.
think you're supposed to be doing something else, roaming around, getting vision, making ganks. No, sometimes it's about asserting dominance here in the bottom lane. Core JJ, nice sidestep on that bubble.
Another one. Heal for...
Jan seems to also be an appreciator of the Papega Frog emote.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot,
He's a
too.
fellow question mark frog enjoyer, which I appreciate.
I'm definitely a fan of that one. Nice couple of little skill shot dodging moments down there for both sides, though. Not too much.
Also, Esplanade is not a known combo. Not a lot of burst to follow up on the hook.
Yeah.
But I just have to pick Nautilus because...
What about Corki? If you add that one into the mix.
Yeah, I mean...
You said last time, you're like, oh, by 10 minutes, DL always swap APA bot. Well, what about by 6 minutes?
They've evolved.
I raise you 4 extra minutes. Jan already making his way over here, and it's in time for the grubs.
It is weird he's bot without TP. It could just be Jan at bot at this point. It wouldn't make much of a difference here. Now TL have a weaker AD carry in the mid lane for the grub fight, so I feel like they should not be getting the last one here at least.
1-1 on the first couple of grubs. That third one's going to reset as Umpty and Impact.
Vulcan's a little later
Still
on the
around.
round, so Core JJ fishing, but now Vulcan will
TL can't win
equalize.
this. They have a level 4 Ezreal versus a level 6 Yone. They should not be able to fight here at all.
JoJo's got the engage on Core. We're going to keep this going a little bit further, but his Soul Unbound resets his position, so he cannot continue the chase. C9 ends up with a grub advantage, 2-1.
You're putting your level 6 Corki bot against level 4 Lucian, now 7-5, and then you don't play around it, then you use the grubs and you're surprised? Hello? Why didn't you just put, your Nautilus ball in, try to dive the Lucian or something? you can't fight the grubs with a level 4 Ezreal versus 6 Yone.
Yeah, especially with that Yone having a Sejuani to help stun and top side.
Wait, speaking of Sejuani, Impact might be in a pretty bad spot now, trying to flash away before the stun can come in. Blabber still needs to lock him down, finds the Glacial Prison, and Thanatos trying to slice forward. That last little bit of damage is all they need, but Impact might be ready to turn it right back around. Call the Meek! It's first blood over to Thanatos.
Nice play from C9. It looks like Impact uses his Counter-Strike right before Blabber pulled up to the gank there, so nice timing from Thanatos. Taking a trade, knowing Blabber's nearby if he needs him. Solid play from C9.
Yeah, really good stuff here from Cloud9 after the grubs victory
very
as well.
confused of why they put Corki bottom without TP and then didn't play on his side when he beats Lucian 1v1. They put their Ezreal mid, but don't fight grubs anyways.
Yeah, and they even had like the extra timer on support too.
Yeah,
but
this feels like a leftover play from C9 having the winning side on the top side here with the duo being mid. With their mid duo being stronger, that is.
We'll see after this too, because Impact's not going to have flash after this one. Of course, Thanatos uses his to follow it up.
Honestly, Impact did well. He made a lot of time. He almost made it look close here at the end.
Yeah.
But Vulcan's there just to make sure. Get a little assist as well for himself.
I think that there should be an answer for Dragon though, if everyone's topside showing. So there we go.
Yep.
That is your extra benefit here for Team Liquid.
It is rare that one team gets both all the grubs and the dragon. Teal actually got one grub, which is kind of a good steal by Umti. Getting one before anything happens.
One grub for one top laner though.
I will say game state, good for C9. I think the Lucian outscales the Ezreal Nautilus. I think the Renekton is ahead, which is how he should be. And Yone is not behind much to the Corki. So the current game state looks pretty good for C9, I would say.
What do you want to see them do to continue that state of things, right? Especially with how far away the early game got from them in game number 2.
It is kind of different than usual for C9 because they don't actually win mid and bot this game matchup-wise. But once the Lucian gets one item and once the Yone gets his Borg, he starts winning hard on side lane against anyone he finds. Yone doesn't beat Jax unless he's ahead of Jax. So it's really important to get Joe into the game somehow. Around the Borg timing, I think second grubs also, the Renekton is just the CEO of grubs. Honestly, he's just so strong at the grubs. So I think C9 will fight second grubs no matter what. They will be there.
I think both of those things are Blabber's job, right? He's also the one that needs to get JoJo ahead.
He has the Seeks completed already, so he's just the strongest guy in the game right now.
That's one of the big benefits. Junglers trying to abuse some support itemization.
Yeah.
It's so cheap, the Zeke's convergence. So tank junglers very happy with that one, and it's an easy build path into the Warmogs after that too. You already have plenty of HP to trigger it. So.
I mean, it's only 2,200 gold. Effectively versus other big-ticket starter items, it's like 3 full kills cheaper than what you would otherwise buy. So it's so easy to have that earlier spike compared to your opponent, even if you are just sitting on 0-0 and 1, even though it's been a pretty quiet first 10 minutes of the game here, with C9 ahead by about 1.3, 1.4 thousand gold. The first Drake still owned by TL, as Core JJ is not under any real pressure here. Down in the bottom lane, you can see Berserker starting to walk up the long way to get towards these grubs that are spawning in about 5 seconds, as APA is left in the bot lane, but has a TP if he needs it.
I think they're going to try and do grubs as quick as possible, and once they have those secured, teleport Thanatos down to the bottom lane so you don't lose too much.
I think Teal can't fight the grubs, so they're fake contesting a little bit by being here, making sure that they can't TP bot too early, then AP can TP in.
Yeah.
But they'll actually never fight the grubs at any point of this fight.
Yeah, by showing here, you're making sure Thanatos can't go down there for that wave. He's going to have to wait.
But now he'll probably recall and then TP bottom. Someone should be going bottom here. Yep, there it is. So Teal, I think they min-maxed a little bit. They got some extra plays by showing some presence at the grubs, making Sinan a little bit nervous, and maybe they could fight.
Okay.
Because if you TP bot too early on Thanatos, then AP's like, oh, wait, I can TP top now, and we can fight the grubs. So both teams playing, I would say, correctly in the situation. Sinan with 5 grubs, very good for the winning soul laners. Or at least soul laner.
Soul laner, exactly. Now let's see, not quite towards that Bork point you were talking about yet on the Yone. So JoJo's still just going to need to build up a little bit more money here in the side lane. You would expect him to probably have it by the time that this next Drake spawns. Do you guys think we're going to get a fight for Drake number 2?
I think it depends on what Yon's items look like. If he has 24s, I would say yes. But without it, he's just a bot.
Okay,
compared to Berserkers, who has a big gun right now.
Yeah, Berserker has the Collector here. Vulcan doesn't quite have the mandate yet, but
yeah,
he'll have some real big burst damage if Vulcan also is able to complete.
Early game focus going for Collector on Lucian. Normally we see like an Essence Reaver on him nowadays, so going for like the early game spike, which could technically wants to win lane or fight the dragons, perhaps. So, it's posturing around the bottom area. I do think they are stronger in this very moment, thanks to the Seeks and the Collector, but not by a lot.
They're using that moment of strength here to just kill all the wards, though.
Anything they can. Hey, watch the gold too.
And experience.
Right there, 60 gold.
Yep.
That's all Vulcan gets these days.
Yeah, Vulcan and Blabber over here on
He's on food stamps, aka wards. Ward stamps.
He's like, please, I need money for my mandate.
I will say the Yone doesn't usually beat the Jax in the side lanes this early, so that's a very good sign for C9. If Yone can beat an all-attack countering champion like Jax, that's excellent.
Level lead for him. Feels pretty nice. I mean, next recall, too, for the reset, JoJo should have Bork, so that will be a big power spike.
I do think if Teal can get to the point where they have all their Trinity Forces, they only have one right now, that's on Yon. They are stronger, and that very...
Oh, the cannon. Death by cannon.
Oh, no.
He wanted
like
that cannon.
Timing on this from Team Liquid. They want to go for the pick on JoJo before the Drake spawns. It's the three-man plan. Team Liquid gets their way onto the board. They find the pick they were looking for here in top lane.
The classic. Up in top lane, wants that cannon. Really good timing for Umpty and Core JJ.
Didn't even get a cannon.
Yeah, exactly.
I love what Teal's doing. Hang on.
Wow, Nami wave into the calling on Yon after the catch with the bubble. Beautifully comboed there by the C9 bot lane duo to make sure that Yon at least has to spend his cleanse getting away from it.
I like what I'm seeing from both teams. TL can't fight Dragon out all the Trinity Forces complete, so they decide to go top and kill Jodopian. And C9, when they see TL going top, they go make plays for mid and bot, get some plates on the mid and bot towers, and then do Dragon on the way out now. So both teams playing, I think, very well here, actually, around their timers and items.
Man, that gank was so good on top side. It's even worse for JoJo because he was forced to go back because he got killed. Didn't have the combined cost for the Blade of the Ruined King, so he's still on the pieces and had to teleport back out top side to get the money for it.
It does feel like that was TL's only play in this game, was going to so dying there is kind of illegal. I think if you use the Yone E to hit the wave and then E back and then ulti away and flash away, you should probably be fine. He's a little bit greedy for the cannon there, as Kobe said. Gets punished. But nonetheless, good play by TL. And C9 made a good counter play on mid and bot, getting Yon's cleanse, a chunk, some plates, and then Dragon on the way out at the end of all the fights. So both teams actually playing, I think, good League of Legends here. Nice to see. Yeah, we had a very, very big bloodbath, a big stomp, and now we have a slow,
methodical type of game.
Yeah, where both teams play on their 24 spikes.
No matter what type of League of Legends you prefer, Cloud9 and Team Liquid have you covered.
Excellent, exactly.
A lot of variety here on the menu for this best of three as C9 are going to order up a Rift Herald for themselves. Doesn't look like anybody from Team Liquid should be able to contest this one.
They're even, look at these Cloud9 pings. I love watching the pings throughout this series because they do tell a big story of the comms too, and they were a little bit worried about the deep vision that Team Liquid had the opportunity to get in their red quadrant of the jungle from Yon and Core JJ. And as Ben mentioned, like, we're on triple Trinity Forces now for
time
Team Liquid.
to play.
It is time.
Well, it's time for C9 to go in as well. Blabber leading the charge with multiple ultimates being dropped by C9. They'll find their kill on Core JJ. Blabber started it off. The rest of the team was ready to go with them. Meanwhile, back in the top side, Impact versus JoJo. This is what Sven was talking about.
That's how it looks.
Bound is how you farm.
He's got base by his Bork now. But even though Teal lost a man, they actually have the push right now, thanks to APA being here. So not much was lost from this play anyway.
Yeah, really, Team Liquid, they're pushing in bottom and top. So this actually forces the recall, or the teleport from Thanatos too. He tried to catch the bottom wave, then teleport up to the top wave that Impact then had. The tempo from Team Liquid.
I've seen this movie before.
Wow, that was a nice escape there. Blabber with the Arctic Assault just to slide out of the way of the dredge line.
Not this time! It happened last time when Yon and Core JJ caught him at red buff, but they knew that that quadrant of the jungle was warded up and Teal would probably make a play there.
Yeah, I think good job by C9 as well, putting Thanatos top against Impact to avoid the Yone versus Jax. I think Thanatos should beat him with a 1k goal lead. I mean, I hope so at least.
You would expect.
You would expect that. Otherwise, the Croc might just be useless. I think the Yone does much better against the Corki.
Jojo not quite going to find the knockup he wanted there on the Q3. APA can keep his distance in this matchup. Does not want to allow that gap to be closed by Jojo on the Yone, as Umpty might look for something up here in the top lane. Yes, the Croc should beat Jax with the 1k gold lead, but not if Umpty's here.
The only thing is Teal has 2 TPs available right now. Jojo's TP is almost up. Thanatos just used his, so they can try to make a cross-map play with the extra teleports that they do have. That will be their only advantage in the game right now, I think. So just try to use that.
Yeah, and if they go for one, it'll probably be around wherever CoreJJ goes to on the map. That Nautilus point and click can kind of ensure that you can make use of those teleports getting there in time.
The skill button.
And let's see. He just heads right back out mid to try and help out Jan, get that mid lane taken care of first. And then
they do have the Herald here, so they could use it to get the mid tower.
Impact is watching. Look at these top laners, too. Both of them are just watching the fight. They're like, do I need to teleport right now?
The only Impact has TP, so if he pushes top and Thanatos is there, he can call that he can be there first with the teleport. So Thanatos kind of has to like just be here right now. But now he's losing the push top to Impact, so it's both the push and TP.
But the engage from C9 is ready. CoreJJ caught out yet again, and Berserker's got the damage to kill him off. But now the counter engage from Umpty. Impact is teleported in behind for the counter strike. Vulcan's gonna drop in, so is Blabber. Team Liquid with a beautiful counter punch for a 2-for-1.
Thanatos was hovering in the river, but then he decided to go right back up.
We're not done. Jojo had to reset his position here with a soul unbound. Team Liquid's gonna continue pushing into the tier 1 turret. They'll bust this one. Meanwhile, the fight's still raging up here in the river as Thanatos is in the middle of 4 Team Liquid players. He gets a stun on, and he takes him out with a Renekton combo for a 1-for-1 trade to end the fight.
A good salvage at the end there with Thanatos, but it looks like bad communication from C9. Thanatos was going back top without teleport, then they fight mid, and Impact is in mid, and is the difference maker in the team fight. So feels like C9, a little miscommunication there between top lane and the 4-man. They had a Herald timing as well. They didn't use the Herald to get mid tower when they could have. They had a move time from Thanatos earlier. Look, he's going back top here in this frame.
Yeah, he's going back top. Look how quick the kill is. Yeah.
He's not coming back either. He's just keep
Then the teleport is really deep from Impact behind Raptor Pit. And with Maokai Ultimate, you're not going to be able to make the play as quick as you want to.
Really disaster for C9 here. They lost the mid tower and the top tower, it looks like. Did they get back the bot tier 1, it looks like? On the
No matter the numbers, never fight a crocodile in the river. That is the lesson of this one. You saw Jan arcane shifted forward because he was like, we got 4 people. I can arcane shift forward, right?
Yeah. Nope. Thanatos got him with that thing where you bite their leg and then roll in a circle. those crocodiles are deadly, man, yeah.
The death roll.
That is not where poor little Ezreal wants to be.
Thanatos should not have been there, but once he was there, good salvage.
Making the best out of a bad situation.
It's one of those, you made a bad decision to get there, but you outplayed it, so I don't know what to say. Good job, maybe. Maybe.
Good job, maybe. I'll take that.
We listen into comms a lot, and players have this pattern of going, oh, this guy is trolling. Get him, get him, get him. They thought Thanatos was trolling, and
there's a little pattern here in Teal's inventories. It's Trinity Forces and Steel Caps.
If it works.
It's like someone's like, guys, they're full AD, buy armor. Yes, sir.
Look at that team synergy.
Even the Ezreal, who's a known CDR boots enjoyer, goes with the Steel Caps. Just with team synergy, right?
Yeah. And it is, I mean, it is so effective, right? Because all the boots were nerfed, but the on-hit reduction here from the Steel Caps got that little nudge, a little bit of a buff there, even with the cost increase.
As an AD main, thank God.
Yep. And this is one of the things that I said back in draft, right? This is one of the worries that you have to have if you are C9. The armor stacking will be very effective if you're not pulling ahead in the game. Right now, we could see another scrap breakout up here, or it might just turn into a vision war. There's no teleports available on the side of Team Liquid. Both teleports available for C9. So TL knows they are currently at a macro disadvantage.
And look at Jojo Pion. He can push bot. If anyone matches him, he will say immediately, guys, I have TP advantage bot. I can TP and they can't. So he should just get bot push for free here and be able to hit a tower
Impact almost has hit, so I think he will be the one basing going bottom here in a couple seconds to defend that bot tier 1.
Yeah, it's a reverse situation. Because TL used their teleport resources.
They're actually putting APA ball in here, so TL needs to play safe on top side while APA has no TP, because Jordan could impact the map on top side same way Impact did just before.
And TL have been quite good at playing defensively when they need to.
Yeah. TL is very good playing on timers, as we call them in pro play. Like, right now they have a timer on C9 where they have TP advantage, so we should play defend top side. TL is very good for this reason. They never die on the aim team's timers.
You do have a couple of second item power spikes coming in for both sides. The Sterix Gauge completed for Thanatos' Renekton could be a big difference maker in the next one of these crazy fights. He arrived late to the previous skirmish in mid lane, so if he can get in there for the initial engage on one of these upcoming ones, that could be a huge factor. Rapid fire cannon also completed for Berserker, working on some armor penetration next, as Vulcan and JoJo might have just found an angle onto Umpty. APA is trying to help his jungler get out of here, but a lot of damage to the Glacial Prison into the calling. Thanatos is on the back line. He's going to try to lock up the rest of TL, but Sterix Gauge or not, the Croc gets punished. Beautifully done for TL to make sure that that ends up being an even trade. Thanatos got a little bit too excited on the back end of what was otherwise a good pick for C9.
I think he just TP'd a little bit too deep there, no, at the end?
Yeah, it was just the location. The timing was fine, just the location.
I completely agree. Also, this game, he had a black cleaver in the first game against no armor, and now when they only have armor, he has that in Eclipse. Kobe, can I get a... Can you explain this one to me, Kobe? You're the analyst, right?
So also the reason I was harping on this on the plated steel caps is like because the auto attack, like it going from 8% up to the 10% is so meaningful versus these exact champions. But here's the review as Thanatos into the river.
If he just holds this position a little bit longer and waits for Blabber to be closer or Berserker, it could have worked, but he just went in 1v4 and got one shot.
Sometimes it's a knock-on effect of a previous play, their coordination was off, and so he's feeling like he has to make up for it this time from that mid play, you know?
Got to be early.
He was 1v4 in the river fight, and he was 1v4 there, but this time it wasn't so close.
No, in the river, it was a 1v4. This time it was a 4v1. The opposite situation occurred. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But you mentioned also, Fars, it was an issue of like, oh, too late, but then too early, so maybe it's a 3 bears situation.
Yeah.
And we just...
Also, maybe if he doesn't go in, TL can walk away. And that would suck, right?
Well, it's the one where they had the mama bear, the papa bear.
Isn't that about
and
porridge?
Like the kid bear? Yeah, one is too hot, one is too cold. And he wanted
okay,
the
you're
middle.
saying temperature is times.
Yeah,
Okay,
so his timing needs to be just right.
I am so confused.
No, don't worry about it. I misunderstood.
American childhood story.
Am I too European to understand this joke?
All right, hold on. Let's see if Umpty getting caught out at all here. Nope, just a little bit of damage as he wanted to fight for that enemy chicken camp.
So here's the thing. When both tops use TP, you have to play on the side lane where the TPs are not.
Okay.
So we have an ARAM, basically.
Yeah, we go again.
In conclusion.
In conclusion, ARAM time.
ARAM time. Dragon time.
Or give, if you want to give the objective. And it looks like C9 is opting to give the objective.
So you get to go clear the control ward on Baron.
Massive win for C9 here.
Dub.
Mission controlled.
Let's see how many scryers. They also have the scryer available for Ezreal, so they have a blue trinket up too.
The top side of the map is very dark right now for Team Liquid, but they do still have some of these Maokai saplings. They fire off the Maokai ulti, but Blabber's tanking up on the front. Berserker trying to get away. CoreJJ wanted to drop the ulti onto him. Blabber still tanking, but now he's going to be taken low. Team Liquid continuing their chase. Blabber dangerously close to death. As Impact on the front line going to be caught by the bubble here at the very back end, but Berserker can't do enough damage to actually take him down. Team Liquid winning the fight tremendously in terms of health bar value. Even though they don't get a kill, they'll take the tier 2 turret as their trophy.
Where's the damage? Why is no one dying?
Boots.
So it's
steel caps.
Also, it's because like they go for this. Wow, APA is so far away. I mean, that's why Team Liquid got the jump on Cloud9 there. Cloud9 weren't really expecting them to do it while APA was so far. Maybe they were waiting for like teleport channel time. But Impact made a nice little double stun there to keep him around.
I feel like Berserker buying Collector and Fire Cannon against this much armor is a little troll. And Thanatos not having Black Clearer is a little troll.
Yeah, Team Liquid has
can
like
you have Collector,
a shoe sponsor.
How can you have Collector and then Lord Doms in the same 3 items? Isn't that a little like
counterintuitive, perhaps.
I'm a Skarner player. I don't know AD carry itemization. Hold on. We got Team Liquid here for the engage now. Nice catch there. Impact looking to lock up too, as Thanatos and Blabber are both still ready to escape. JoJo wanted to at least provide a distraction on the side there with the Soul Unbound, but once his allies get away, he knows he can snap back to safety. But again, even though there's no kills, Team Liquid emerged victorious in terms of health, which earns them control over the Rift to place down Vision and continue choking C9 out of the map.
If we were to offer like some reasoning for the early collector for Berserker and then into the Lord Dom stuff, is like because maybe they thought we are really going to steamroll on our early power spike on our one item, and then after they did not really accomplish that steamroll, he was like, oh shoot, now I've got to make them the best of this scenario. Like I need to get the Lord Doms, but that obviously is not like ideal.
Yeah, it feels like TL just beat them with the walls there, but they're even in gold.
I mean, the boots prices increase, but
it feels like no one in C9 can kill a tank. And TL has 3 of them, it feels like.
Impact versus Thanatos will be left as a 1v1 for now, as JoJo thought about getting involved, but APA and Umpty had something else to say about it. Now Team Liquid with a 4-man effort down here in the bottom lane. JoJo's ulti ain't gonna get him very far away. He has to try to keep running, flashing out to escape the explosion there on the big one at the very end. Thanatos and JoJo, again, not dead, but again, forced back as Team Liquid will claim another tier 2 turret, this time in the bottom lane. Berserker was split pushing top, but he won't get the same.
I just feel like Team Liquid have been so good with their structure for their rotation between objectives and their discipline in putting wards first. Really good at using this extra information, and now they've been able to use that to move through their victory on the bottom side into Baron control too, yet again, and here comes the Maokai ult.
Another Maokai ulti to start off the fight. Umpty tanks the culling, but it's a shutdown on JoJo instead. That is huge for TL, as Blabber's not going anywhere. Impact ready to cut him off. Core JJ won't land the dredge line, but he doesn't need to. The enemy mid laner, and even more critically, the enemy jungler are both dead. Baron is on the Rift, and Team Liquid's walking over.
This Yone is so useless. It is sad to watch. He does no damage. He's not a tank, no CC. What can he actually do with this champ in this game? It feels like C9 had to do something earlier in this game to make this Yone useful, because he's just not doing any damage in these team fights.
Yeah, at this point, we've said it many times, but the armor stacking is out of control.
Yeah.
And there's not really a way to get it back under control now from Cloud9's perspective.
You can't unstack the armor. Thanatos dives in the middle of Team Liquid, though he's grabbing the first kill on Core JJ as Berserker has to pop the summoners to escape Impact. Thanatos still looking to fight at a 1v4. He needs to do so much, but he can't quite get there. Umpty turns it into an even trade with the rest of TL, making sure that Core JJ is avenged, and now the remaining players on Liquid can exfiltrate that Baron pit, still wearing purple.
Berserker is almost at his Infinity Edge. I think he's the only one that can do anything in this game. I just don't know how he finds the angle to kill someone that isn't a tank.
Especially because he's going to be playing with a Nautilus ult on him permanently.
Yes, and they will only target him.
Yeah, and their Maokai ultimate, it's slow moving, but the Nautilus ult is going to keep you there.
Look at JoJo, he's buying a random. He knows he's not going to do damage. Might as well buy tank at this point.
He heard you, yeah, he heard you say, oh, the Yone's not doing damage and he's not a tank. But JoJo's going to change that. He'll at least become a tank.
He almost wanted Umpty there, no?
Yeah, look at Umpty's health bar. How does he recover from this?
That was one shot, all right.
And I like TL here. They're not going for the dragon. They're just using their Baron to just push down C9's base so that C9 can't go anywhere. And C9 has a small problem that isn't the items, it's that they have no wave there.
Team Liquid using their control over the Rift right now. They forced out the Fate Sealed from the Yone and the Glacial Prison from the Sejuani. That's 2 huge team fighting tools, and particularly some of the best CC available for C9's squad that now they don't have available to try to continue defending these tier 3 turrets. The first of which is already below half HP here in the mid lane. As Core JJ wish that dredge line didn't hit. Berserker gets the kill on him, but now Blabber's gonna drop. JoJo right next to him. APA and Yawn do so much damage with the Corki and Ezreal combo.
All right, Siege continues then. That's gonna be mid tower down, mid inhibitor down. What can Cloud9 do? It's not much at the moment, but a bubble does land.
Team Liquid with the 4-man push in the enemy base. Only Core JJ is dead. The rest of them confident to take down that inhibitor in bottom, continue the threat, continue the push here in mid lane as that inhibitor falls too. Now they know there's not a whole lot left in the tank. They'll take the opportunity to reset, spend their money. Team Liquid is up 4,000 gold. The Drake is on the map now too. They can go over and secure Soul Point if they like on their way out. This game is looking so Team Liquid right now.
Yeah, I don't even know what they can do to win at this point.
Yeah, it's not a lot because they also like buff the Death Dance. I love this from APA. You can get this Corki just jump on your face. We saw already APA is like Valking on Berserker. He's like, yeah, I got a plenty of armor too.
Everyone's just buying full tank.
I mean, how do you kill a Maokai that has Randuin, Thornmail, Locket, Boots, and you have no mage?
We keep asking this question and no one's answering it. Maybe chat. Should we crowdsource this answer?
I will say, if you're playing live patch, which we are, you should be buying the Mortar Reminder instead of Law of Dominix in almost every game.
Oh yeah, because of the extra heal debuff. But hold on, I think we got bigger problems than that. Thanatos already knocked down into the Guardian Angel as Impact is distracting the rest of Cloud9, but he may have tried to distract a little bit too hard. Thanatos is going to be traded as JoJo continues putting the pressure on Team Liquid. Core JJ, Dredgeline ain't going to hit. Honestly, again, it's one that he's probably pretty glad didn't hit, considering it surely would have been a ticket straight to death. Team Liquid going to continue moving forward, though, as Yon still has plenty of HP, and they are confident to play around this. Ezreal over the wall goes Blabber and JoJo. They're trying to finish the job. They're trying to get that pick on the Core JJ, but it isn't going to work. JoJo's too low to continue fighting for a lot longer. Berserker's trying to weave in the piercing lights and the auto attacks for the follow-up, but it does not work. Blabber needs to escape, barely getting out here with the flash. Team Liquid still chasing after him. Umpty throws down one of the saplings. There's a blast cone also available. Remember, the tier 2 turret is gone here in the bottom lane. Umpty keeps the chase going. APA, Core JJ, and Yon have the damage to burst through the frontliner. Thanatos is about to respawn only as Blabber is once again killed. The first Nexus turret is nearly dead. Thanatos has to pop the Dominus just for defense. APA ain't afraid to trade, but now a big engage from C9. It's their last stand, and it won't matter. Team Liquid is the best team in the LCS here in regular split 2024 summer. They will take down Cloud9 and stay undefeated.
A lot of people chirping TL's overrated. TL isn't that great. I disagree. They are the best team in the LCS.
I think Spawn is a race. The draft was just so much better. I feel like when it goes even and one team is just winning straight up, it feels like draft gap.
Well, it's time to join Jat on stage for an interview right now with Team Liquid, the victorious roster.
I got APA here on stage. Core JJ, you can stick around as well. Still undefeated. How did it feel to take down C9?
It feels good, but it should have been 2-0. Like, I was kind of win trading game 1. So, like, I'm sure if you guys check voice comms, I was apologizing to my team with how bad I was playing game 1. But it definitely feels good to be 2-0 and still undefeated.
Yeah. How was the banter in game against these guys? Like, was there an elevated sense of importance to this matchup in game as well? Did it feel different?
Were they typing? I wasn't really paying attention.
Absolutely love it. How would it feel as well? You play Energy next week. You're currently undefeated. There's never been an undefeated team in the history of the LCS. There is a format change, but you'd still be able to be the first undefeated team. How would that feel going into next week?
I definitely feel really good. I think we're just focused on like one match at a time. Like, I personally don't care about the undefeated thing. So like, our next match, Energy, even if it's like a low value match, doesn't really matter. Like, we're still going to play to win.
So, now that you have taken down C9, how would this affect a potential rematch in the playoffs or in the finals?
I think we were both trying to like feel each other out within the series. Like, I mean, you can see game 1, we ban Aurora. Game 2, they ban Aurora. Game 3, no one even touches Aurora. So just like small examples like that, where it's just like feeling each other out in the draft in the games. So it'll be hype if we can face them again in the playoffs.
All right, well, congratulations once again on the win. Undefeated APA takes down C9. That's it from here at the stage.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take a look at how that match affects the standings. Up there at the top, still undefeated, Team Liquid Honda in sole possession of first place. Cloud9 is now right behind him at 5-1, with FlyQuest right behind them at 4-1. Then we have a whole big cluster at 2-4. Big Dig is in there. Dig Seasons, Ven. We see you. We know you. All right, everybody. We still got more League of Legends heading at you later on today. Coming up next, it's FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion. Don't go anywhere.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see you dancing with the it. We've been listening to this for a little bit. Watch me, baby, yeah, follow me.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, I am here with Blabber after a kind of a tough 2-1 loss. You guys had a lot of time to prep for TL, so just talk to me about your preparation going into the match and what you think went wrong.
Yeah, so I think there's like a lot of ways to prep for TL. Like there's some teams who are targeting Umti's champs, and then, you know, but then they also have like really strong players elsewhere. So we felt it was probably just better to not target jungle and just kind of just play the matchups because we were confident in them as well. I think that game 2 was just lost in, I don't know, after Ezreal got triple kill, it felt like really hard to play. I think obviously we could have played better, but it felt really hard. And game 3, I'm not sure. Like I have to rewatch it. It was definitely hard to play against all the Randuins and Tabbies and stuff. We didn't have that much magic damage. But I think if we could have played the fights better, but I'll have to rewatch game 3.
One thing it seemed like TL really prepped for was, especially in swap situations, really trying to keep Thanatos down because he's been such a monster in the top lane. Was this something you guys expected to see out of them?
Yeah, we knew that TL was going to swap. We actually predicted it in game 3 because like if they don't swap, it's pretty bad for us. But TL swaps every game, like almost every game, no matter what. If they have bad matchups, because they're just so much better at it than every other team. I think Impact and Core just have a lot of knowledge on how to swap compared to other teams. And yeah, we definitely, I mean, I think we're not bad at swapping, but we're definitely not as good as TL.
And then going forward, what do you think the number one takeaway is from this match that C9 can take forward going into the rest of the season?
I mean, it sucks to lose, but I feel like we were doing a lot better stuff than last split. I felt like last split versus TL, we kind of just did nothing, got rolled over, and we weren't pressuring anywhere. I felt like at least in these games, maybe not game 2, we were trying to do stuff. I think they definitely just played better than us today. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too sad, I guess, but looking forward to the future.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I actually thought you guys played really well today. I thought you can definitely see the improvement on the team. So thank you so much for taking the time.
Of course.
And I'll let you go.
What's up, Masu, and congratulations on winning your MasterCard Player of the Week for Week 5.
Thank you.
I like the pose. Did they tell you to do this?
Yeah, they did. They asked me to do like a half run, so
okay,
that was my best half run, you know?
I was like, oh, I'm seeing you're marching to victory or something. But you've seen this game. You know how it's done before, right?
Yeah.
All right, 90 seconds, quick answers. If you can't answer it, we move on to the next question. You ready?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Favorite Iraqi or Arab dish that you've eaten?
Dolma.
Okay. 1 green and 1 red flag for Busio.
He's really good at communicating, but he can...
Too much of a yapper?
He can... Yeah, he can be a yapper, sure.
Okay, there we go. How about for yourself?
Oh, I could be stubborn sometimes. And green flag. Even though I could be stubborn, I still like listen to others' opinions.
Okay, I like that.
But I just don't accept them sometimes.
Biggest solo queue pet peeve?
Bad supports.
Who is the biggest solo queue demon?
I can't just drop names like that.
You could if you want, but you can move on to the next one.
Some Zillion players.
You face C9 next week. Who's their weakest link?
I don't think they have like a weak link. But yeah, I don't think they have a weak link.
Okay. Irrational fear?
Spiders.
If you don't win Rookie of the Year, who would?
Sniper.
Underrated or overrated LCS player? You can just name one or the other.
Underrated B-boy. Overrated.
You got 3 seconds too, so this could be the last question you answer.
Done.
Okay, there we go. Already hearing that one. And just to follow up on one of them, you said irrational fear of spiders. Do you have an irrational fear of elevators? Because a little birdie told me about an incident that you had in K-Town with you and Busio. Tell the story a little bit.
Okay, so we were just eating dinner with a few friends, and then we went to the elevator. The door opened. There was like 10 people already inside.
Yeah.
And we're like, you know, it's a pretty big elevator. I think we can go in. So we went in. It was a big mistake. We went down like half a floor, and then I just got stuck. And then, we just called the firefighters. Yeah. And then within like an hour or so.
I heard that you were the calm voice in the room.
I didn't really say much. I was just like, just standing there, just listening to everyone. But yeah, it was an experience for sure.
All right. Anyways, congratulations one more time. Pick that bad boy up.
Thank you.
Maybe you get another one. Welcome back, guys. After the kind of the result of Team Liquid versus Cloud9, we've already discussed the implication of that one as Team Liquid's able to nail in top 2. The implications of the next series is going to be really important, though. Quickly, just the main point is, if Shopify loses 2-0, guess what?
Oh no!
They're out of playoffs. They're going to be joining IMT on that one. So now I'm going to be joining the couch here, unless there's anything you want to talk about.
Well, press 2-1. Does that keep them alive?
It does.
Just barely.
Barely. They have a chance, 25%. And honestly, no matter what here, between these two, it's a 50-50. So it just depends. They need to win this series to keep their mind at ease.
Whew.
I mean, they basically are in control of their own destiny, though.
Yes.
If they win both series,
just don't get 2-0.
They're in. Yeah.
Do not get 2-0'd, or next week is going to be a little bit boring for all of us.
Yeah, on the conversation, though, of their opponent, Masu, with Player of the Week, we wanted to go over some of his stats from his Player of the Week performance in Week 5 as well, and his Rookie of the Year campaign continuance, because he has really stepped it up in this summer split.
Yeah, and obviously everyone's like, oh, it's Callista. You know, they know how to play around her. The biggest detractor, I think, that I've seen from Masu potentially being Rookie of the Year has been that, like, oh, he has a good team around him. My counterpoint to that, though, is that he is on a pushing carry that, yes, they are playing around, but he is also delivering super well. His laning phase has improved so much since last split. And then his team fighting, which is already really good and kind of the hallmark of his play coming out of NACL, has also improved.
Yeah, even just listening to the Player of the Week interview talking about, yes, he may be stubborn, but he's willing to listen. There's something that every player within the team has talked about, is the fact that he's been a bit of a sponge. And so, yes, last split, a little bit harder, but was still a good player. Then you go to MSI. He was, in my mind, a spotlight player and how well he consistently was there, and he's carried that over into this split.
And I'd also be remiss if we didn't mention the growth of Quad. He scaled throughout the summer split.
True.
His first game against Team Liquid was a very poor showing. He was also under extra scrutiny because of the fact that he did replace Jensen from the spring split. But he's moved way up now. Second in solo kills for mid lane. KDA and damage numbers are very solid. He's got a pretty wide champion pool. So really happy with his progression. With that being said, Shopify versus FlyQuest. Shopify looked a lot better with Boogie.
They did.
Yep.
And I'm told that I need to give this prediction quickly because I need to go cast.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna
right.
I'm not gonna give false hope Shopify. I'm gonna say FlyQuest 2-0.
What the
I'm gonna be out of here.
Oh my
hey, you're
God.
feeling great with me.
We're all in
Tell me how
agreement.
Shopify wins, though. I want to hear the other side.
None
Even
of us
Discord.
are Shopify believers.
That's actually kind of sad.
Jat tasked us with telling us how Shopify wins, though. I do think FlyQuest win. I think they've been playing really well. I think they are one of our top teams still, and there is a drop-off after, you know, the TL, C9, and FlyQuest of it all. If Shopify win, I feel like it's Insanity playing something really interesting 80 mid, and Boogie invading a ton.
Yes, and even just looking at the chat, it's not getting any, kinder to Shopify Rebellion. You can see Bonnie in the chat going for a 2-0 FlyQuest. A lot of people just believe that FlyQuest will dominate, but it's confusing to me just because I don't know what to expect from Shopify Rebellion after last week. It felt like we saw a strong Insanity. Like, generally, this team feels like a lot more on the same page, so it could be a shocker in this series.
Yeah, and I think that is where I'm looking for is Boogie and Insanity, and in particular, Boogie's early pathing. How can he potentially get his lanes ahead? We will see if they can do it. I think it's a very tall task. We'll see what Rafa and Jat have to say as they get into game.
Muchas gracias, Emily. It's Rafa and Jat on the casting desk for FlyQuest between them and Shopify Rebellion. FlyQuest still one of our other top teams among Team Liquid and Cloud9 who just played moments ago. And for Shopify, it's a revitalization for them because last weekend they just picked up their first series win, so they're coming in on an all-time high, but the task ahead is monumentous.
It absolutely is, and even though all the conversation was about Boogie, I want to go back to Insanity, because this was a conversation throughout spring as well of him playing weird stuff. So we had to look into this, and we did define weird. It's a pick with less than 6% pick rate in that role. That's why Zeri technically counts, but you could argue me out of that. Either way, the majority of their wins are on weird picks, 3 and 13 with not weird picks. So I think this needs to be a guiding principle for Shopify throughout this entire series. We have a year's worth of data. Weird, good, standard, bad in terms of Insanity champions.
And it's totally valid. I mean, it's a story we've seen with a bunch of lower teams against the top of the standings over years of the LCS. If you cannot play the same game as well as them, then you need to play a whole new ball game. And bringing out those non-traditional mid laners for Insanity sometimes gives you that extra surprise. How he got that solo kill on Jensen last week on the Jhin was a big highlight for them.
So as that reminder, they played Jhin mid, Pantheon top in their second game. And the Pantheon top for Fake God was his pick into Renekton. So the window for that to be available is here once again. I wouldn't necessarily count Zeri as weird, but it is something that Insanity is good at now, so I think we could still see a fairly early Zeri pick by Shopify here. And another key is the Boogie brand, which was the 2-0 last week, has been banned away. I love the Ivern, though, as it can lead to some very creative things happening in game.
And I think that was one of the strengths for Shopify. Boogie coming back in, even in week 4, a disastrous loss against Energy after being so close 2 games in a row. The fact that Boogie brings a lot more life to the early games of Shopify, being willing to sack his own resources to make proactive timers in those lanes, they're unexpected because you wouldn't expect someone like Boogie, especially in this landscape of the jungle meta, to be sacking your own cams, but he knows what he needs to do in order to get his team ahead, and a lot of it is around that bottom side of the map because he knows B-Boy is still such a strong carry presence on this team.
He absolutely is. He was the most underrated player in the LCS, according to Masu earlier today when they were talking about Player of the Week. So that is something that FlyQuest is going to be ready for. In terms of the super crazy draft we hyped up, we have absolutely nothing cool. So our Ivern is the coolest, but currently Gnar versus Renekton is a tale as old as time. The Lilia for Inspired is not too surprising as well, considering both their solo lane picks were already locked in and were already AD, and it will allow him to power farm his way into the mid and late game.
If Shopify really want to combat what Fly has shown as their core, obviously you're going to need some strong form of initiation, which is why the Nautilus is getting locked in for Zeyzal. But between Insanity and Bvoy, I'm looking at long-range carries, because if you can outrange and outspace the Lilia, it's very hard for Inspired to get deep into the backline with at least a little bit of assist from the other team members.
Jhin mid, unironically, is not that bad here, depending on how the Jhin versus Corki matchup actually goes in mid lane, as long as they have a really strong damage over time carry for Bvoy. So I do expect them to... I mean, there's no reason for them to need to pick it on 5 unless Insanity wants to see the entire comp, since he already knows the mid jungle that he is going up against.
Sure.
But I do appreciate that they're letting this go to 4-5, because I think that Nautilus that they locked in is, to your point, very effective against the Lilia.
Lilia can be very slippery in those late game team fights as she racks up all 4 stacks of that movement speed from her Q. FlyQuest taking away another AD carry option in that Zeri, as it's proven both to be useful in the hands of Insanity and Bvoy. Shopify down to 1 more ban. They already took away the Renata to keep that disengage power away. I'm curious what the last ban will be, and it'll be a Misfortune.
A little bit interesting with the 4-5 pick bans coming out. Shopify doesn't want to give away Prio in too many roles. Also, Masu Busio have been very dominant in their 2v2s. So the majority of Shopify's bans have actually gone towards the bottom lane. 4 of their 5 bans, with Aurora being the 5th, and now yet another marksman ban being thrown out. And that Jhin on 4 is really clever, because for them, it's a flex.
Yep. And you get to hide your cards here for Shopify. Whereas for FlyQuest, now Masu and Busio have to commit to a lane setup. Hovering the Ziggs could be good, giving you some extra safety with that long range, as Nautilus would have to walk up and initiate with that depth charge and get pretty close in order to find Masu. But it's a Lucian instead, and now I'm actually really curious, because technically this Lucian could still go mid. We have seen Corki bot in the past towards the beginning of the summer preseason, but not so much. But with the Lucian and Nami locked in, this is pure lane dominance. This is going to be a statement game from Masu and Busio.
And even though it's a lot of AD on the team, Lilia does enough magic damage and Inspired's confident enough of a carry that he's going to get pretty fed and be able to supply that magic damage. So the armor stacking wouldn't be able to be as effective as it was in this last game we saw, where everybody could just build plated steel caps and be absolutely A-okay. And now we're going to get to see what happens, because it might actually be Draven mid. I think this would be the likely choice into Corki, more so than the Jhin, because Jhin Nautilus is going to be good bot lane against the Lucian Nami. I think this is Draven mid.
Dude, Insanity is on his Chovy cosplay right now. He is rolling through every single 80 carry left in the book. I mean, so many marksmen were banned from this draft phase, but now Insanity has a moment where he can surprise another mid laner once again with something they probably haven't practiced that much against before.
Yeah, and to our previous definition of what a weird pick is, it was across the major regions, a less than 6% pick rate in your role. And currently, it has been picked 3 total times in major regions in mid lane. So I think that's going to count in terms of Insanity playing something a little bit off meta.
I think a couple things that Shopify and FlyQuest are now going to be targeting is how volatile this mid lane matchup is. Obviously, Quad will still have a chance to scale on the Corki if he gets resources in the side lane assignments towards the mid and late game. But for Draven, this is a feast or famine pick. You do not get a second chance to farm back in the game if you're constantly getting targeted and losing those cash out stacks. So I imagine that Shopify's game plan, if Bvoy feels confident enough to be in a lane 1v2 by himself, Zeyzal might be coming mid lane, Boogie is going to be coming mid lane. Everyone is all in on getting this Draven fed.
So in terms of this Draven, as you mentioned, Chovy has played it. Chovy's actually played it twice. He's the 2 mid-Draven wins. So let's just quickly look at what we can expect from this Draven mid. Chovy went press the attack on Draven. He rushed a Bloodthirster in mid lane in, I believe, both games, just double checking. So it is going to be press the attack for Chovy, Bloodthirster first. Right now we have the Draven stacks covering up his Keystone, but I can confirm he's also gone press the attack on this, so he's going to be playing very aggressively, likely trying to get early lifesteal. It was picked into Corki the first time that Chovy did it as well, so it's on brand, even if it does feel a little bit weird. And we know Insanity is a good AD carry player, so I do like this choice, especially when paired with the Ivern.
Yep. A reminder to everyone at home, this is a must-win series for Shopify if they want to keep their playoff dreams alive. This is potentially one where FlyQuest, they clean them out, and next week, the entire playoff standings are already settled.
I just want to point out that dash by Insanity's name. In terms of only LCS Draven mids, that's not a typo. It was last seen in 2013 spring. That's the first ever LCS split.
Back
in
on
terms
Vulcan
of mid laners
Gaming.
playing. Yes, the team's name was Vulcan, not the player Vulcan.
Yeah.
And ManCloud actually led the LCS in kills in that summer split. But that's ancient history at this point. We have Draven on live patch right now in the LCS. And he's pushing mid, as expected.
Yep. So now here's the question for both junglers. How does their path look after they pull off their full clear? Because more than likely, it'll be Scuttle Crab and then probably looking mid. Do we get a 2v2 look here?
I definitely think you don't. I think Inspired as a jungler is very much of the mind, and I think he's empowered on this team as well, to say, just don't die to Draven and let me kill my camps.
Yep.
If Inspired is going to take a 2v2, he's doing it with Renekton or with Lucian Nami. He's staying away, as far away as possible from that Draven, because that's how the game actually blows up. Quad, just don't take too much poke, don't lose plates, and keep your farm fairly close. That's the goal for Quad's Corki.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, B-Boy and Zeyzal trying to fight for that early push and doing a decent job of it as they get a decent trade on to Busio, forcing him to chug some pots. B-Boy and Zeyzal are going to get this push in, but it looks like FlyQuest managing to hold that wave. So if Inspired completes his full clear and makes it towards the bottom side of the map and that wave is still frozen, Zeyzal and B-Boy could be in trouble.
It could be. I do think that Inspired is likely just going to full clear all the way to top, take that top scuttle, which is guarded by his Renekton, and then I'm expecting Boogie with this extra smite to just take the bottom crab, unless there was enough poke onto Busio or Masu to prompt a dive, but it looks like Masu's relatively healthy. So pretty much just 7 camp clears for both junglers.
Yep. As you called it, Boogie just returning to that bottom crab. Inspired completes his full clear. He's already resetting and ready to redeploy. Nice engage from Zeyzal. Ignite on onto Busio. The flash forward, one more bullet! That's a solo kill for the 2v2 Shopify bot lane.
I mean, that's huge from Zeyzal B-Boy. Needing Flash and Ignite, getting both the summoners out, and actually having Boogie there just in case something weird happened helps with the confidence, but that's pretty much all on B-Boy and Zeyzal pulled off. Plus, now you have Insanity getting really good poke on to Quad and mid lane. Looking up right now for Shopify.
And now that B-Boy and Zeyzal got the reset off, I wonder if Zeyzal will look mid, try to force a dive onto Quad. He still has Flash, so he could walk up, take it, or at least try to burn a summoner spell and give Insanity a bigger advantage.
They can think about something, because at the very worst, running out mid costs you 5 seconds in terms of getting bot lane, so I like the fact that they're roaming here. Quad does have a biscuit, did clear that wave, is probably fine. I think what's more likely, though, is we're going to get some deep vision in the jungle. Now we'll watch this 2v2 kill once again. W is used, meaning the all-in is lower for FlyQuest, but the biggest thing is you just land the hook and the auto, and at that point, you actually just get the kill with the early laning power of the Jhin. It's got to feel good for... I was expecting more reaction from him.
Hey,
Revan is just a man of steel right now.
I mean, Revan's been through the trenches for the past, 5 weeks for Shopify, and they're just on the come up again, potentially. One first blood does not mean Shopify just take this game away, so Revan is just, understandably composed.
And the graphic we just showed earlier about keeping it close for Shopify Rebellion is not necessarily a good thing. What that referred to is 61% of game time has the total gold in the game being within 1.5% of each other.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mouthful, but it means the gold is just close the majority of the time. Factor that in with the fact that they're 2-10, and it means there's serious problems with their mid and late game. So in close games, they are actually very bad based on their standings. So that's why they're not thrilled with just one early kill, because this game is still close.
Nice hook from Zeyzal. Looks like Masu is now caught. Tries to dash away. Still has a barrier and a flash to work with, and he turns on the firepower right back into Zeyzal. It's a good trade back in health.
And Zeyzal's using those brushes really well. FlyQuest has prioritized warding the river, which means they can't trade as well in lane. So Zeyzal just kind of dashing in and out of those bushes, making it difficult to trade as Inspired gets one and probably bails away.
Yeah. He's forced to drop prio on the grub since Insanity has that full push in the mid side of the map. Squad just picking up the wave now. Whippo and Fake God also trading priority. But it looks like two grubs will go over to Shopify, but the lilting low-buy on Insanity, if he goes down, and oh, the flash into the wall! I don't think Insanity's gonna get out of this one unless Zeyzal can bail him out. He steps in front, the lilting, the swirling seed, and burns him down for the passive, but they're gonna turn on the firepower once again. Quad will be traded back over to Fake God, and Whippo might be next. Still has a flash to work with. He's stuck over the wall, gets an empowered Call of the Meek, but Zeyzal flashes back over, hooks him in, and Boogie picks up the kill.
Big play at the end of the day for Shopify because they walk out of this one with a 2-kill advantage. I did like the look from Inspired, trying to take the passive adoration stacks away from Draven. Getting a kill is going to cut those in half, so they were successful in that. But the thing that turned it as this fight continues is the fact that Zeyzal ran out mid again and eventually gave them the number advantage. So Inspired lands everything, lands the flash Q, lands the E, which eventually ticks him down. But then because Zeyzal is here, it allows them to slowly take down Whippo as well, meaning both solo laners die for FlyQuest and the gold lead for Shopify extends.
With Insanity decelerated, he's going to have to work those adoration stacks back up. But as you already mentioned, the power is now swung into the top side of the map, where Fake God now has a little bit of weight on his shoulders. He now has to carry this advantage where he knows that Whippo doesn't have teleport, he doesn't have flash, and Boogie's already here just to assist in this hover, because Fake God is trying to push this wave in. Whippo will look to challenge, to slice back away, and Boogie's gonna summon Daisy, and Whippo might be in trouble.
They want to kill him.
Yeah, Dominus is not back up yet. He goes Mega, and he slams him, and Fake God picks up another one in this game.
Really nicely baited there by Fake God, and Boogie being patient, because I think there's a world there where Ivern just goes early, shoves in the wave, and backs up, but they definitely waited the extra 5 seconds, hoping that Whippo would go aggressive and try and punish. We saw a similar situation multiple times in the C9 TL series with Thanatos, where like you need to break the freeze, so sometimes you're just gonna do it even if your jungler's not there. But Fake God did actually have his jungler there.
Yep.
So when Whippo tried to punish, they did a really nice job of getting the kill and now having 2 kills on Fake God.
And this is just another mark of why Boogie has been so vital for Shopify and being able to push their leads when he sees them. Because as soon as he recognizes there is a top lane advantage that can be accelerated further, he comes to top side immediately, willing to sack any of his resources that he could be getting for himself on the Ivern, and ensures that now Fake God 2-0-1 up on the Renekton. Insanity has Boogie covering him as well, just doing a great job of caretaking all of his lanes as he swings through the camps. And it just goes to show that even on the brand last weekend, that he was willing to sack all these resources, and Boogie is playing a champion that leans into it even harder.
Absolutely. When Shopify talked about why they made this roster change when they were winless in the split, subbing in Boogie for Tomio, it wasn't like he was supposed to fix all of their problems, but it was the change that they could make, which would give them a chance.
Yep.
And even if there's other things not going well with their late game, Boogie's so sacrificial in the early game that it helps out. And Fake God does a nice job just hopping away from this delayed lane swap from FlyQuest. So all is well at the moment in the land of Shopify.
As you called it out, Shopify pick up the first dragon of the game. No contest from the side of FlyQuest. Busio and Masu are now going to be challenging Fake God on the top side in the 2v1. We'll see what FlyQuest continues to do in terms of map play. as Inspired is hovering quad in the mid lane, just making sure that Insanity cannot look for lethal here. And they have a chance to go and get some deep vision now in the red quadrant since they have a majority of their team on that side of the map.
They do. Zeyzal also moving top lane here to help Fake God get back to his turret. They do lose one plate because a lot of the fortification has dropped off, so Masu can do a lot of damage to those turrets early. Inspired also having a chance to get to 4 grubs here. That's an important break point. Boogie would love to come in and contest this last one, but he's unable to, so FlyQuest do get that 4th grub breakpoint. A lot of map pressure here. They do that while they're getting free hits on the bot side, so this is going to bring the gold pretty close.
Yeah. And for FlyQuest too, Inspired, big note here, has already finished his Liandry's Torment. It's a really strong item spike for Lilia. The next time they find an opportunity to skirmish, it's going to be even more lethal, and Shopify are going to have to keep their wits about them and how much of the fight they can actually take, because that Lilia passive combined with the Liandry's burn passive just really catches up fast.
Really does. Big power spike for him. Next big objective isn't for a while, though. 2 minutes, 30 seconds for Rift Herald, 3 minutes, 45 seconds for Drake. And this type of swap back, I think, is where FlyQuest is going to look to try and find some advantages, since they don't actually have great ways of forcing. When they go Lucian Nami, that's more of a combo that wants to try and take over mid lane. As you can see, they're 2v2 in the mid lane. Don't quite have the Nami power spike yet. Corki versus Draven in the top lane at this point in the game is just trading farm. So Inspired is, I think, just going to keep trying to farm away and maybe get some of these picks in the side lane. Bwipo is waiting for Fake God right now.
And it's a great trap set up by Bwipo, already with the dominance. The Lilting Lullaby is going to put Fake God to sleep, and he goes mini, so he doesn't have the extra resistances. Easy, clean setup by FlyQuest.
Get the bounty as well, and the damage and gold will keep coming in for Inspired, as he is 2-0 with 100 CS on that Lilia. That's exactly where we expected FlyQuest to maybe be able to make it back into this game, because Shopify, that's been one of their weaknesses all year, is being able to overall play the map and push advantages. They're going to try something here, though. They're trying to prep a dive on Busio and Quad.
Yeah, the Fly bot lane duo has both summons available. B-Void currently under fire from Masu, but the dive continues on the top side. Looks like Quad got knocked up.
Boogie's hurt.
But Insanity catches out with the whirling death. Quad makes it out alive, as the rest of Shopify will be content in picking up Sushi from Busio.
The Adoration has been cashed in by Insanity, clutching up with that ultimate, an extra plus 633 on the gold in that last fight. So it was delayed a little bit with his death, the amount of gold he'd be able to get, but they pull it off. And let's watch it one more time. Daisy flies in. You want that taking the early turret aggro. It does switch to Boogie pretty early, but it ends up being fine. And then the fadeaway with the ult right on the backside, also hitting Quad after it finished the Nami off. Is a well-executed 2v3 dive, especially considering the payoff did go correctly to Draven.
And they also burned Quad's flash, so now that is another timer that Shopify can look to play for. Zeyzal, point-and-click initiation will always be reliable in setting those picks up for Shopify. FlyQuest now going to have to keep that in mind as we get ready for the next set of objectives. Rift Herald spawning in 10 seconds, the third dragon of the game, or second dragon, I should say, spawning in 1 minute and 30.
And with Bloodthirster being completed by Insanity and still no Trinity Force for Quad, that is a power spike for Shopify if they can end up getting a fight where Draven is involved. So Insanity stacking up that Bloodthirster shield on the wave will work really well with moving down to that Rift Herald. The danger, of course, is if Masu Busio can take over this mid lane against B-Boy, since Zeyzal's like... So basically when you have this 2v2 in the mid lane, if Zeyzal is there to threaten the Lucian with an engage, that's how you stop them from just bullying. But Zeyzal is trying so hard to get control of the river that B-Boy ended up getting poked out, and now Quad is the one who can start this Rift Herald.
Yep. Boogie being chunked out. It's harder for him to safely join the fight. Inspired and Quad are going to turn on to Insanity. He still has a flash available. He gets put to sleep. The redemption does not come in time. Inspired blows him up with the Eep.
Inspired really looking to take over this game. That's the second side lane kill he's just gotten pretty easily. He's flying in there. The river vision isn't strong enough for Shopify, and they're not respecting the moves of Inspired well enough. That Lily is definitely going to be a problem.
And it's so pivotal for FlyQuest going into this matchup as well, because they know that Boogie has been so instrumental in elevating the rest of his team. Inspired is reminding everyone on the Rifts, like, hey, I'm one of the best junglers in the LCS, and I have been for quite some time, and he's making a payoff with all the resources going into him so far.
Absolutely. It's been such a weird split for FlyQuest, honestly, because they were the second place team in spring. They were favorites going into final, and they didn't have great showings at MSI because they didn't make it through the play-in. And then once they made the roster change, the hype just kind of died for them. But they're in a position now where they control the route to second.
Yep.
Based on the results of the Team Liquid Cloud9 game and the fact that FlyQuest plays Cloud9 next week, if FlyQuest wins these two or 2 of 3 and then wins 2 of 3 against C9, they're second and they get the bot.
Yep.
Once again, they're in the same position they would have been in spring split. So it's very important that they just take care of business here against Shopify so they can really continue the quest that they started in spring, even though they've been very under the radar so far in summer.
And I really like you mentioning that FlyQuest have been kind of just under-talked for the remainder of the split, with only the big hype. Hang on. Whippo might be caught trying to engage on to Zeyzal. Pops the dominance already. Masu is forced out of the fight thanks to the death charge. Zeyzal goes back in with the dredge line. Here comes a tidal wave to break up the fight. Curtain call on the ready, firing for that last bullet. Thank God! Flash all into the wall. Busio is gone, and Shopify pick up an only kill from the fight.
Some big plays by Shopify, but at what cost? Inspired already clearing the entire top side of Boogie's jungle, and then also Quad getting 2/3 of that top lane turret. It's going to be a battle for Shopify because even with those big plays, they're still kind of down in tempo.
Such a good trade from FlyQuest to still maintain that gold advantage despite the massive advantage that Shopify got in the fight around the mid lane. There's still no objectives to play for in the next couple of minutes. Baron spawning at 240. 4 minutes on the third dragon of the game. Shopify have already stacked up the first 2, so they have a legitimate soul point win condition if they can keep this up.
Yeah, going to be very important to control the Drake area, and they're going to have to clean up what has been the one bad thing about their play this game, which is side lane awareness.
Yep.
And allowing Inspired to pick up a few of these early kills. He is the gold difference in this game, actually. 900 gold advantage for the Lilia and only a 1,000 gold advantage for FlyQuest as a whole. So they're not necessarily that far ahead unless Inspired can pull off a big play with his Zonias, which is already completed.
Yeah, actually that's such a good adaptation for Inspired because a lot of the times you'll see Lilias go for like Riftmaker second just to increase your Omnivamp and your damage over time. But Inspired recognizes that he's the only one with the bounty and he has to do everything he can to protect it against some of the higher physical damage members from the side of Shopify since they really are only AD champions. So with the Zonias, he gives him playmaking and protection against all that AD sources.
I love the fact that he rolled the Herald into the turret there for the extra little bit of damage. They don't quite get the turret, but they're going to be able to step up and get it any second.
So close! 49 HP.
They'll get it. They'll get it. The other thing with the Lilia play is depending on the team comp even, like I think regardless of the fact of if he was 3-0 or 0-0, it's how he sees them winning this game.
Yeah.
You look at Shopify's team, and you say Draven Jhin are kind of all the damage. But there's no cleanse, and the Mikhails is not built by Boogie. So if he can just get a sleep on these carries, someone else on his team is going to be able to finish. So he's kind of tailored his entire build towards this all-in flash Q R stopwatch style. Whereas I think if they were in a bit more of a full poke scenario, then he actually could have gone with one of the more pokier items.
Sure. Just being aware of his win conditions for this particular state. We're almost 20 minutes into the game here, Jat. Baron just about to spawn in under 30 seconds. FlyQuest doing a decent job of still maintaining that side pressure.
In position.
They have no idea where Quad is. He shows. Inspired was looking for that swirling seed over the wall, but thankfully for Insanity, Zeyzal and Boogie are there to support.
Yeah, so they had the correct player shadowing. They had the backup there if he needs to go shove out that wave, go back to base, and hopefully complete his Infinity Edge. He has all the components in. He's I think he's just a little bit short of his total gold right now, but he wants Infinity Edge for this next Dragon fight. Because it's really about this Hex Tech Drake that's going to be spawning in a minute. Getting ready?
Yeah.
You're stretching before the fight?
So I've talked with a few of the, not just players, but also, staff with Shopify, and they know how rough the first 3 weeks have been for them. And with Boogie coming back, I mean, even in that loss against Energy, they have felt how much this team has elevated since then. And I know so many pros have talked great things about Shopify, saying like, hey, considering that they've only had one series win in this entire split, they're still a team that you shouldn't disrespect. And I think that's what FlyQuest are going to have to be super cognizant of going into this, what I believe is going to be a fight over this third dragon of the game. All eyes on, FlyQuest being able to make those plays on the back line, as you mentioned with Inspired.
Well, the one problem here is they don't have the waves. So Whippo's already pushed up bot lane, and Lucian Nami's in mid lane. So it means they have to approach from this spot. And I think being the team that starts this Drake when you can get poked by Corki Lilia is very dangerous. So Shopify, not in great position to start this. They're going to really have to rely on the bush and the redemption control of the Ivern.
A tidal wave gives him brief vision as Zeyzal snags up Inspired. He's forced to pop the Zhonya's early, but Zeyzal is chunked to below 50% HP. The rockets, the culling, everything is poking Shopify out of the Dragon Pit, and Bwipo now has control.
And that's the difficulty. Inspired did burn the stopwatch, but took no damage, and he might even be going in for the kill here on the Nautilus.
Two-man sleep. Zeyzal's in trouble. Can flash over the wall if he needs to. He finally does it at the last second, but he still falls to the passive. But they found Masu, and Curtain Call opens up, looking for the bullets. Quad is the only one caught alongside Bwipo, but they're doing everything they can to hold the line. The bullets didn't find that much damage onto FlyQuest's front line, and FakeGod is doing everything he can to endure and hold that front. But Shopify find no members other than Masu, but it looks like FlyQuest are still going to be strong enough to fight for this dragon.
It's going to be an interesting fight because FakeGod can teleport back in and then be a little bit stronger as a team since Zeyzal is stronger, because of who's alive. They're going for Drake.
FakeGod just picked up a Sterix Gauge. We'll see how much value he can get out of it. The engage onto the front line. Insanity is popped. FlyQuest find their man, and B-Boy is forced to run. Boogie and him are trying to kite this one out. Zeyzal is back from the fountain as they will snag up a straggler. And FakeGod is showing up huge as he gets a double. He gets a triple. FakeGod is saving this game for Shopify.
7-1.
The crowd's chanting FakeGod.
FakeGod chants in the LCS studio as he's trying to keep Shopify's season alive. The Drake still stands, so we don't know if this is completely over yet. So this is the very beginning of this fight when Zeyzal tries the engage onto Lilia, and they end up getting substantial poke onto Shopify. I'd say from this point, if FlyQuest just pulls back, they can probably just take this Drake. But they decide to continue moving forward. They get a little bit overambitious, and I think we're going to have to go back to live as Shopify is still trying to get that soul point Drake. They've started it up.
You called it, Jat. Shopify on the Drake. Teleport is coming in for FlyQuest to see if they can challenge. Inspired does not have flash, and it doesn't look like there's a blast cone for him to get in over the pit. That is the third dragon of the game, secured by Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, man. It's happening. There were also thoughts about Shopify in terms of the stress related to this team, that they're actually a lot better than their record would indicate.
Yeah.
Because they had such a slow start to the split. And here's just a collection of quotes from Emily, Core, JJ, Masu, Huhi, all just saying that, and this was before a bunch of teams had 2 wins, by the way.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just them and Immortals, so yeah, they're going to be stronger. This was when we had a lot of 1-win teams. So you can see at least behind the scenes, people are respecting this team. And the weird thing about this game is even though they will win, I think, if they get Drake Soul, it's going to be still hard for them to get Drake Soul, because even after winning that fight, even after having a 7-kill Gnar, they're still down in tempo. They lost their tier 2 top turret. They're 2 turrets down. It's hard for them to actually take advantage of Gnar's strength.
Yeah. And for FlyQuest, one saving grace is that Inspired did not drop his bounty in that fight. He did everything that he could to get the initiation, the follow-up, and the damage onto Shopify, and he bailed at the last possible moment. So still 4-0-1. The Zhonyas will be available once again in the next fight. But he is a majority of the gold advantage for FlyQuest at the moment. For Shopify, if they're able to find Inspired, who is now down to Flash for the next couple of minutes, that could be what sends Shopify over that marker.
And this is the weird quirk about League of Legends. FakeGod's 13 gold ahead of Whippo. He's 7-1, and Renekton is 0-3. So the reason this is true is because Whippo has gotten a lot of solo turret gold.
Yeah.
So FakeGod is actually not as... He's a little bit of FakeGod right now with 7-1 when he's actually not that rich. It's a weird quirk of the game. He's having a great game. He's made huge contributions in these fights, but just the way that FlyQuest has played the map has actually made the 0-3 Renekton as strong as the 7-1 Gnar.
It's the early mid-game sacrifices that FakeGod made to join the team and pick up some of those early kills and those winning team fights, whereas FlyQuest continued to play the map, as you said, and Whippo just a benefactor off of the side lane assignments. As Shopify now are fighting for control of mid lane. Zeyzal, first snag onto Whippo. Not an engage that Shopify are really thrilled with, as now Zeyzal getting pelted with poke from the side of FlyQuest. The calling opens up. Zeyzal might go down. He flashes to the safety of Boogie, but he's going to be forced to recall.
And this is how FlyQuest can win. They just have to keep playing slow and patient. If they get over-aggressive like they did in that Drake fight, that's where things can get bad, because the poke of Corki, Lucian, and Lilia is just overwhelming. It will force Zeyzal to hard engage, but he's just this Warmog's Nautilus. He would die fairly quickly, or FakeGod has to find some ridiculous flank while he has Mega Gnar. So you can see they're just slowly playing out these waves. And I think they're hoping, actually, that they just get a kill from this poke. If not, they're going to keep this pressure until the next Drake is up.
Yeah, FlyQuest also threw out the ultimate from Busio, trying to fish for Insanity. They did not find anything, not even a summoner burn from the mid laner of Shopify Rebellion. He will take a base. Might have a good item purchase for this upcoming dragon spawning in a minute and 30. It is soul point for Shopify, and because FlyQuest were not able to find a window to capitalize off of a pick for Shopify and burn this Baron, it seems like we're just going to be jockeying around mid lane for river control.
And get ready to flip that Baron. We have 10 flashes up. So everyone's, sorry, 9 flashes and 1 Hex flash up at the moment. So I think we're going to see a pretty big brawl. However, FlyQuest is trying to get ahead of the play. They're the ones that are frequently able to send someone to a side lane to pick up farm and then make Shopify respond, which then has this cyclical effect where they're always the first ones back to push mid when they really need to as well. So I think we're going to be in exactly the same situation we were in that last Drake, where we're likely going to have this bot lane pushed up by the Renekton. We have Lucian Nami on mid early, and it means the only entrance from Shopify is going to be some weird meandering spot through here, and they're just going to have to somehow not get poked too hard while they do this Drake. It's going to be really tough for them to make anything happen and actually get this soul.
It all comes down to sheer willpower and grit from Shopify Rebellion as they start to descend into the darkness of this river on the bottom side.
Real quick, I feel like Inspired is greeting right now. He either wants level 16 or an extra item, because he full cleared his whole jungle before arriving to this wave, but it's probably okay, as they have 5 on mid wave now, and they're going to try and move in towards the river.
FakeGod is trying to build up that Fury and Rage as fast as possible. He's got it nearly at 99. We'll see if it gets popped too early. He's about to go Mega. So now Shopify has to force the fight so that FakeGod can get use out of it. Deadly Flourish does connect on the root, but FlyQuest are keeping their distance and they're using the advantage of the poke.
Yeah, Shopify just has to hit. If they stay too long, they get poked out.
Yep, Shopify, full send on the engage. The tidal wave rips through one. Masu takes out the first one in Zeyzal. Boogie still in the pit trying to work down this dragon, but he's just an Ivern. He's not going to be able to burn it down anytime soon. Boogie's in trouble. Doesn't have flash anymore. He gets blisted by Masu. And now the rest of Shopify are on the run. FlyQuest don't even care about the dragon. They're looking for the kills that could potentially end this game off of one push. His fire flashes in. Lilting Lullaby onto the final member of Shopify. B-Boy goes to sleep, and it's FlyQuest that pull off the full ace.
And Rafa, it's over. They have a wave. They have 5 dead. It was a 5-0. FlyQuest just take the first game.
It doesn't matter if you sack every single dragon in the game. FlyQuest only need one window to find the game-winning push.
Let's see if Zeyzal can desperately try and clear this minion wave. Get another E off. He can't. It's over.
Not a chance. Zeyzal tried, but he will not be able to persevere with Shopify as FlyQuest will find the first game win of the series.
That escalated quickly. I'm pretty sure that was a 30-minute game win by FlyQuest. They're only up 1 kill by the end of it, 8,000 gold. They don't take a single Drake, as you mentioned, but we did notice some worrying signs in the game. When there's a 7-1 Gnar and a 0-3 Renekton, but the Renekton is the richest guy in the game, that means FlyQuest is playing the map at a whole different level than Shopify.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things that Shopify will have to review going into the second game if they want to keep their playoffs dreams alive. But for everyone else at home, during the summer split, you could win a trip to Worlds 2024 or a set of 7 Player of the Week statues. So use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the Incline store and save your card on file. Be entered for a chance to win. With that, we're headed to a break. When we come back, we'll check out the 1v1 with FlyQuest bot lane.
Hello, it's Busio from FlyQuest, and I'm here to 1v1 my ADC. Today we have chosen Azir versus Azir. It's exciting.
I play off-roll in solo queue, mostly.
Wait, if you play off-roll and solo queue, who's the better mid laner between the two of you?
I don't know.
I have support mechanics, so probably Masu.
Busio has really good mechanics, so.
I'm copying your runes by that. I'm literally looking at the big screen. What are you cooking up right now?
I don't know.
Just go Hob or Fleet. Those are the 2 options.
I'm looking.
Flash on F, of course. F for flash. There's no other option. We're on 60 hertz.
Yeah.
Already hearing the excuses, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course, I'm standing up on 60 hertz.
The ping?
What's the ping?
Control F.
Control F? 200.
Oh, nice.
We're in Amsterdam.
Let's go.
Hey, let's just play on 200. It's okay. Bro, do you see what my character is doing?
You don't have to artificially do it. Wait, you're absolutely gliding. Wow.
Wait, don't fight yet.
Yeah, adjusting settings, bro. I can't even.
Holy, this is hard.
I don't have Shift W, so I can't oh no. I don't have indicators.
Oh god. Wait, hold on.
That's gonna take a while. I don't know how to do that.
Don't hit me yet, 1 sec.
I'm not that smart. Which one is it? Is it normal cast? I think it's called normal cast. Hey, Masu, don't
Minions
hit me.
are coming, bro.
Hit him.
All right, I have it bound. It's over for you. Oh, my screen froze. Hello?
Hit him.
Yo.
Punish him.
I can't hit you.
Oh. Yo, I can't even
you're getting
click.
spaced, bro. Come on.
I am getting spaced. Oh. Monster level 2.
High ping champion? I'm actually not sure. Boom. Sit down. Through the minion.
I can't even process what's going on.
Which champion?
I actually somehow queued you.
Xin Zhao?
Hey, chill.
Maybe it's not too bad.
Me and Masu both have 7 CS.
Hey, how are you losing these trades, Busio?
I'm on 200 ping, Raz. You want to come play?
He's on 200 ping too.
Yeah, but I'm a support. I'm already sent home. My best bet is Masu dives me. So that's a certified Masu play. So
I will be diving you.
Where's my jungler?
Whoa, what are you doing, bro? Come on. Oh. Okay.
I'm dead.
Okay.
Oh.
GG. That was great. I loved my experience.
I love my ping, yeah.
Masu probably was actively playing Azir last
2 years ago.
Okay, 2 years ago. Oh, maybe it's winnable for me.
GG. Good job.
GG. Good game.
Good game.
Thank you guys so much for watching. That was a thrilling 1v1, and I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to LCS. We are getting ready for our second game between FlyQuest and Shopify. And if you missed it, then FlyQuest will probably not be surprising to have won that game, but the manner that they did it against Shopify was what was truly impressive.
It really was. It was such a slow-feeling game, almost not a very exciting, confidence-inspiring type of win for FlyQuest because they were down 5 kills to 10 up against Soul Point, and then literally 45 seconds later, they killed the enemy Nexus. So it just kind of happened like that. A couple things to note going into this final game is if FlyQuest wins this series and then they beat Cloud9 next week, they would be top 2 and guarantee themselves a playoff bye through the first round. But I think the most pressing news going into this game is Shopify, who even though they've looked a lot better since Boogie came back in, because their overall game score is so bad, if they get 2-0'd here, they are eliminated from playoffs. We'd actually have our 6 playoff teams and we'd just be talking about seeding. So they must win at least one game in this series to keep their tiebreaker hopes alive for top 6. Pressure's on.
Yep. Now for Shopify, they know they have to lock in more than ever now as FlyQuest in this draft phase, continuing some of the same bans as from the previous game, Brand being taken away from Boogie as he was so instrumental on it in their success against Dignitas last weekend. Shopify seemingly don't change any of their own bans, because I believe it was also Kalista, Nidalee, and Ezreal, probably a trade of the Aurora ban since they were red side last time. But now that they're fighting for blue side this time around, what is their priority? And it's the Ashe.
Absolutely wanting to get early lane prio bot lane. It was relatively successful for them last game. With the Jhin Nautilus, they were able to get a 2v2 kill on Tommaso Busio, so can't hate on an early pick Ashe for B-Boy.
FlyQuest, what is their response? Gonna go for the Renekton blind pick once again. Shopify did have the counter pick with the Gnar for Fake God, and even though he was quite massive in a lot of the fights that Shopify found, the fact that FlyQuest were able to still play the map severely better than Shopify allowed Bwipo to still stay relevant throughout the game. And for Shopify, I'm curious if they're gonna actually run the Ivern back, because while yes, it plays into what Boogie needs to do for the team, support and facilitate the rest of them, it does make him a non-damage factor because your only job is just providing heals and shields to the rest of the team.
It does. It's going to be a difficult choice for them here. They have a little bit more CC already with the Ashe hard engage on the Ashe arrow, but the Lily was effective for Inspired in game 1, and it's kind of on Shopify to flip the script and try something a little bit different. Brand ban, good as usual, as you pointed out. The Ashe was the other blue side ban in game 1 by FlyQuest, which is why they've taken it. And pretty much their 1-2-3 is very similar to game 1. So in game 1, Shopify picked Ivern, Gnar, Nautilus. Here they have Ashe, Gnar, Nautilus. So they could still get the Ivern if it comes through to them on 4-5.
Yeah. And for Shopify, it's a core with engage, strong engage from every single champion. The arrow and the depth charge will always at least guarantee someone is going to die or someone is going to be forced to burn summoner spells. So for FlyQuest now, they did this last time around in game 1. They left Masu and Busio's picks up to the second round of the draft, and they went with the Lucian Nami last time around. I wonder if that's going to change or if they're going to go for a run back of the same draft.
Well, it's going to depend on these 4-5 bans. So Zeri, Varus, Renata, and Misfortune were all banned in this stage of Game 1, even though the teams were on different sides. It's already changed a little bit with the Zyra ban because the jungle hasn't been locked in yet. So FlyQuest is likely going to target with jungle bans, and Shopify is going to be just firing off AD bans at the moment. But FlyQuest is very comfortable, I feel like, right now. They have exactly the 3 topside champions that they won game 1 with, even though they probably feel like they didn't play that well. And unless that Lucian Nami get disrupted, I think they're probably just going to pick it again.
Probably. And for FlyQuest, there wasn't any trouble of needing someone else to face check from the bottom side of the map. Inspired and Bwipo were always the first ones in, and even then you can always check those bushes with the amount of poke that they were boasting on game 1 draft. Shopify down to their last ban. FlyQuest, even though that we on the casting desk might have felt that Ivern was not as fulfilling for Boogie as it could have been as a damage source, FlyQuest are still respecting its power, and so Shopify now are going to take away that Nami, recognizing that they might have gone for the Lucian Nami again.
That's a good ban, I think. This does also mean, though, Misfortune, Varus, Zeri, all available. Varus, the strongest laner of the 3, I believe, and also will still give them a lot of poke, so they can play a very similar macro style that they did in game 1 if they lock in the Varus, so not surprising if they end up locking this one.
And it gives you a nice form of lockdown. It's not guaranteed, but if you do land that Chain of Corruptions tagged along the side of the rest of the engage that FlyQuest has to offer with the Lilting Lullaby, there's now stronger pick potential for FlyQuest, and now with the support counter pick going all the way down to Busio, I'm curious if they'll bust something out like a Bard or something else that gives you strong forms of engage, since the Nautilus is already taken away.
Yeah.
The Leona was banned by them, and Shopify are going with the Taliyah. I don't think we've seen Taliyah in quite some time, and this could technically be flexed between jungle and mid.
It could. Depends on what they lock here. Probably not. So that's going to be Lucian mid, Taliyah jungle. Fairly standard, even if we don't see a huge amount of Lucian Taliyah now. The only really good setup they have for the Taliyah is the Nautilus and bot lane, but at least they have damage spread across their jungler and AD carry, and maybe Boogie can keep up with the clear speed of Lilia. But in terms of actually like landing skill shots and Lilia in the open field, it's going to give Inspired a lot of tools to dance around.
Yeah, and FlyQuest have gone with powerful engage as their last option. The Rel locked in for Busio. So now there is a confident go button from the bottom side of the map. Busio can always flash in, set up that Magnetstorm crash down combo, and it gives FlyQuest the space to operate and engage those fights.
Really does. Again, backs completely against the wall for Shopify Rebellion. If they lose this game, they are eliminated from playoffs. If FlyQuest win this game, then they will be 1 series away from a top 2 seed because they play Cloud9 next week in the final week of the LCS regular season. Confidence is not that high for Shopify because a lot went well for them in that game 1, and they still lost, and the core of the FlyQuest team comp is still there. It's Inspired on Lilia, Bwipo on Renekton, and Quad on Corki. So let's see if Shopify can step up when they have to and take a win.
Clutch factors, maybe for Shopify, are going to be in low supply, but for them, it's what they have to hope for. It's going to be more than a miracle's work to turn this one around. Shopify are going to have to really dig deep and catch FlyQuest by surprise, play a game that FlyQuest is completely unfamiliar with at this moment. Whereas FlyQuest, I mean, for them, game one, even if it's below the standard of play that they're usually showing here in the LCS, their sights are clearly set on other matters at the moment. They are making sure to treat respect with Shopify when they needed to, but it still seems like they're just way better than them in every level.
FlyQuest definitely able to win games even when everything doesn't go well for them. Fans have been great all day. This has been a great day of LCS. The first series delivered, Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Now, just, you know, part of me is pulling for Shopify here. I like the Boogie story coming back in and making things happen. And they did spot Bwipo just now. Bwipo, I think, thinks he was in there free. Now he's running away. Should be able to get out. Smack him, fake God.
Yeah. Now, Bwipo does skill the slice and dice just to make sure he doesn't get caught down in that left flank. But he did place a ward in the blue buff quadrant, so they'll have eyes on that blue buff once Boogie tries to start it up. And so with Taliyah jungle, this is something that we saw a lot of, I want to say, towards the earlier spring split. I definitely remember seeing it a lot of last year as a combo. But the problem is that recently, even with the Faded Ashes buff that came into play for League of Legends, the Taliyah got a ton of jungle monster damage nerfs because they recognized that the Faded Ashes was so strong as an item, and they wanted to keep Taliyah's power level low.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pretty even split amongst jungle and mid lane throughout the split as of now. The last match I see on record was Closer playing it in the LCK, FearX versus DRX. He actually won with it, but that was mid lane, so it wasn't a jungle play. The last jungle one was NIP versus LGD in the LPL on the 30th of July against Lilia, so there is a little bit of precedent for what's happening. And Busio really low.
Wait, Busio is in deep trouble. The Ignite, that's first blood going over to B-Void once again.
2 games out of 2. This time it's so early, it's in the multi-lane cam for B-Boy and Zeyzal. Just another hook, burns the heal as well. Shopify coming out strong.
I mean, one of the strengths for Shopify has always been B-Void and Zeyzal as a dual lane synergy. We saw in Spring Split, even when Shopify were trading some games here and trading some games there, B-Void was a constant, reliable factor in some of those wins.
I mean, let's get this in the full screen. It's pretty straightforward here. Zeyzal just tags him with the auto attack, is able to hold his hook the entire time. They don't even need to get the level 2. They just got enough free hits down onto Busio. A sneaky level 1 kill there by B-Boy and Zeyzal.
Yeah, it just seemed like a disrespect of the Ashe power early on.
Yeah.
You just, those slows build up, and the Halo Blades gets that quick flurry of auto attacks, and then it almost seems like by the time you realize you made a mistake, it's already too late.
Especially because Zeyzal held the hook that entire time, so very well done there by Shopify, but they had the same outcome in game 1, still couldn't close it out. So that's one of those first bloods where you need to be able to take advantage of it beyond just the initial injection of gold. And that's, I believe, why Boogie was looking bot lane. They were hoping that they'd be able to get some type of fighter all in, but again, Jungler's just kind of in that 7-camp clear mode. Let's see, though. Wave pushing against him. Boogie wants to sneak behind.
He knows that Busio doesn't have flash, so it could be a decent setup if Zeyzal wants to flash in, tag him for the auto, and then set up that seismic shove. Full combo for Taliyah.
They really want to. It's a huge wave. Good ward. It's kind of a fake hawk shot there, but that
I mean, it's a decent chunk into Masu. He doesn't go down, but Zeyzal's going to still continue the charge against Busio. Masu's now separated. He's going to look for an execution arrow, but it's not enough. Shopify, we're going to continue the advantage through bot.
I'm a little shocked that Masu died there. He had flash the entire time. I think wanted to save the flash and not just go back to his turret when he originally gets hit by Boogie. And then by the time he would have been able to flash, it was too late. So, well done by Boogie, just kind of hanging out.
FakeGod might be in trouble. Bwipo still has flash, but FakeGod could answer with a flash of his own. The wave is not in the greatest spot for Shopify, but speaking of wave states, chat, the wave is pushing away from Masu as he just died. So now Shopify have this sizable advantage where if Boogie just wants to run back another gank onto the bot side of the map and pressure Masu even further out of the game, which is why Inspired is now forced to respond on the bottom side of the map to make sure that they can get the crash in.
Yeah, I really like actually what Boogie's doing right now where he's clearing his camps because it's a little bit too chaotic to just spend the whole game bot lane like that, and they get the attention of the Lilia nonetheless. Plus, he's going to be able to clear top to bottom, hit level 5, and then still pull off the same gank. So Shopify's just got to keep hammering this bot lane 2v2 with ganks and fights.
Zeyzal getting aggressive once again, knowing that Busio cannot really challenge them whenever they have the wave pressed up like that. The overall item advantage as well, it's not necessarily super huge, but in the gold charts, B-Boy has a massive 1k advantage over, and I imagine that once he gets a chance to recall, he's going to really hammer that advantage in against Masu and Busio. So this is now a question that FlyQuest have to answer. Do they let Masu and Busio kind of figure this lane problem out on their own, or do they start sending more resources for the rest of the map to deal with it?
I think you kind of have to let them play, but Inspired is feeling the pressure at the moment. At the very least, they can clear out some control wards here. Getting the cleanse should be fairly effective for a future gank if they hit level 6 and want to go for the all-in. So I'd say nice success there by Inspired to actually get something from the bottom lane, but you can see it cost them grubs, so this is a much better start to game 2 than it was to game 1.
Yeah,
and they had a pretty good start to game 1.
Yep, and FlyQuest don't necessarily have the priority and the control to set up Dragon either, so Shopify rotate immediately from grubs, now moving on over to the bottom river side. Yeah, they don't get the crab, but FlyQuest are not going to be strong enough to look for a dragon play themselves. So Shopify now with a better macro map play in this game too.
Yeah, they're going to be able to control all the objectives because, as you mentioned, you're not really taking that Drake when Ashe is going to be level 6 and Nautilus is going to be far ahead of your own support. FlyQuest really have to display a lot of patience here and kind of bide their time. I think they're going to have to at least give over the first Drake. They just need to stop the bleeding more than anything else. Masu should not be that close to the wall.
The minion wave does not save him. Locked down from Zeyzal, still has a flash. The Ignite is ticking down, and he's going to still be alive. He's going to rely on chugging those health pots to keep him healthy, but curious if that will call for Inspired's attention once again, just to make sure that they don't lose the crash contest wave, as B-Boy and Zeyzal still have level 6s, or B-Boy has level 6 available. Zeyzal should be dinging 6 pretty soon.
Delicate situation right here for FlyQuest because you know Shopify want to try and dive this. They don't have the Taliyah with them, so Inspired actually is in the right place. It could go bad.
Oh, Shopify thought that they had the advantage, but it's a 3v2. Inspired is at the right place at the right time, but B-Boy still steps forward and knows the only way out is at least taking Masu down with him. Zeyzal gonna do his best Spider-Man impression to get the way out of there, but he's locked in. Quad is on the other side, and Inspired with 2 kills in the game.
Another bailout by Inspired in this game, just kind of hanging around as Whippo also goes for Insanity.
And he got the first proc of the slice so he could dice and follow Insanity over the wall. Boogie uses the Weaver's Wall to cut off Quad, but Whippo still might solo kill him, but it's not enough. The seismic shove at the last possible second keeps Insanity alive.
Very close trade in the mid lane right there. It actually is going to benefit Fake God because he got some free time. And it continues. Boogie and B-Boy are going.
The slows from B-Boy are setting up the damage from the rocks, and Boogie and Quad is now forced to flash. Zeyzal's trying to get in range, but Quad able to create enough distance. But now he's down a Summoner Spell, will be forced to teleport back to the mid lane. And Shopify continuing to show that they are not a team to be underestimated in the early stages of the game.
They really aren't, but you can see the desperation a little bit with Shopify just because they had such an organic advantage in that bottom lane. And I think if they're really thinking clearly about their win conditions, that Cloud Drake died 3 minutes ago. It's still up. They're no closer to Soul. They haven't extended their gold lead. That 2v2 dive would have felt really good to get an extra kill, but the fact that they gave the bounty over to Lilia, who now is going to be a win condition to FlyQuest, is regretful for them for sure. Now they are going for the Drake, but it is definitely delayed compared to what would have been optimal.
And it goes back to what we were talking about in game 1, where Shopify, yes, they found these advantages, but they weren't being aware of what is the next best step and course of action. It's not always going super aggressive. Obviously, they needed it when Boogie came back in, since they were such a passive team in the first 3 weeks. But now Shopify, even in these moments of desperation, they have to compose themselves and recognize the best course of action is not always forcing a fight.
Yeah, to just dive bot. I mean, they haven't even gotten plates down bottom with how much of an advantage they've had. So credit to them to being able to get the kills, which they might get more of.
But they're going to fight and force the fight. Bucio gets caught in the face check, but he's going to still engage the fight with the Magna Storm. B-Boy takes him down. Inspired is here. Seismic Shove is massive. Can Boogie finish him off? The Lilting Lullaby is going to put them into sleep. The Eve bursts out Zazel, and Boogie is now on the run. Masu can just look for one more arrow. Boogie flashes over the wall. The Seismic Shove pushes him back into Insanity. Can he look for a trade kill? And now the calling is opened up. Quad trying to pelt him with these rockets. Boogie doing everything he can to help him with the wall. Insanity is not enough to take out FlyQuest jungler.
Inspired is actually so good right now. He is keeping this team alive. It's now just a 200 gold deficit for FlyQuest with the disaster of what is happening down in the bot lane. It's one of those games as a jungler where you know this lane's in trouble, but the other team's going to keep exposing themselves and you can counter it. So he's just hanging around there by the Gromp as Bucio gets engaged on. And credit to Bucio for actually getting all of his cooldowns off before this fight starts so that they can one-shot B-Boy. But the thing I love here about Inspired is that he didn't burn his Drowsy on the initial kill. He saves it for the second kill, and then just the spacing he has on Lilia here to keep his passive up with the Q on that last minion, so he's still at full stacks, moving very quickly, and just moving in and out, keeping Insanity interested, gets an extra Q, and then even at the end here, you can see Insanity moved in a little bit more, which allowed Quad to get the Q over the wall. Beautifully played by Inspired's Lilia.
Yeah, Inspired having so much gold at that stage of the game. The extra HP from the Liandry's, he knows his limits on this champion. He knows how far on the line he can toe to continue baiting Shopify into further bad decisions. As now a three-man dive onto the top side. Whippo already popped the ultimate. He's getting burned down. It doesn't seem like there's any contest. Nice empowered Cole of the Meek to sustain him through the dive, but it's still not enough. Shopify will find one and look to take out this tower.
And they got 6 grubs, so they're getting a whole bunch of extra help on this turret. Let's see if FlyQuest can get a counter kill on Insanity, though.
Yep, three-man counter dive into the mid lane. Insanity, no chance to survive that one. Inspired with his 4th kill of the second game.
Gotta say, that one probably feels a little bit too easy if you're Shopify. You make this nice play against Whippo, you send the farm at him, though, and if you send 4 people top, something else is happening. Insanity is not allowed to be at that turret at that point. So first turret is right now the injection of gold that you see to give them the 1.4 thousand gold advantage. I'm trying to see where exactly that went. I think half of it ended up going to Ashe. So we're again in a situation now where B-Boy really needs to step up, but the team of Shopify need to find a way to group up and use this Ashe without just getting picked off by Inspired's Lilia over and over again.
Yeah, it's a battle of what was one of the most constant, reliable factors of Shopify's success, even in spring. B-Boy was our first all-pro AD carry, and it's one of the first times we've ever seen a player from a bottom-performing team still make the top of the all-pro ballots.
Yeah.
But you have to remember that Inspired is no slouch himself either. Second all-pro in spring, a multi-region MVP, I think the only MVP of both LEC and LCS. I mean, this guy, if he gets gold, he's not going to waste it. This is someone who has already shown in game 1 how effective he can be on the Lilia, and the fact that he's got it again for a second round, he's not wasting any time with it.
Yeah, 5,900 gold, 700 ahead of Talia, only about 400 total gold behind B-Boy. So really just trying to run the same game plan he did in game 1. And I'd say, even comparing spring to summer, this is even more Inspired's team in summer than it was in spring, with the change to the jungle meta and Inspired really committing to these AP power-clearing junglers where he's taking all the resources and kind of, you know, making the rest of his team fend for themselves while he does what's best for him.
Yeah.
Because it generally works. Again, a reminder of the situation we're in. FlyQuest, with a win here and a win next week against Cloud9, would be the 2nd seed and would get a playoff bye, even if they have been underperforming or underhyped in the summer split so far. Gets that first round bye, LCS top 2 finishers. And on the side of Shopify, this is all cards on the table. If they get swept here, they're out of playoffs.
Yep.
If they win even a single game, there's still scenarios where they can get tiebreakers or make it in. So very, very important what happens in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
And you can almost sympathize with Shopify of why they're feeling so desperate, why they need to press the gas so hard. and it's starting to come at a cost in a few of these situations where they're overlooking some of the variables that could be answered by FlyQuest in response. But Shopify being able to pick up the second tier turret on the top side in trade for FlyQuest picking up the second dragon of the game.
I think FlyQuest is going to be fine with this trade. It delays the eventual soul. They're still going to come online with some really strong poke later in the game with Corki and Lilia, even if Varus is gone, the attack speed variant of the build. I can see the adjustment that Shopify is trying to make from game one, where they felt like they under-prioritized turrets. Here they have 6 grubs, so they want to make use of that, and they get a big gold injection by taking that second-tier turret. But because it cost them the Drake, FlyQuest will still be able to really bleed this game out to a long, long, long game.
And if we learn anything from game one, Jat, who cares about dragons if you can just find one late game fight and just end the Nexus off of that push?
It's very true. Inspired still farming up a storm. Boogie really farming well, though. 132 CS on Talia. Just noticed that. Only 400 gold behind the Lilia. So still no reason to panic. It's just weird. I have this impending sense of dread at the moment for Shopify, because if these nameplates were switched, I'd just be talking about how well they're controlling the game, how they have 6 grubs, how they're picking up all this extra gold, who cares, blah, blah, blah. But just based on how the season has gone, with Shopify leading the league in the stat called close percentage, but still being like 2-11 in game score, means they have not been good at closing out games.
Yeah, it's the power of precedence, right? For Shopify, we saw the first 3 weeks be almost nothing. And now with Boogie back in the lineup, they're starting to find their footing and be more aggressive, be more proactive. But it was only successful in one of those weeks as the loss against NRG went super long, and they lost in those clutch moments past the 50-minute mark. And FlyQuest, I mean, they are just a level above the opponents that Shopify faced in weeks 4 and 5. So FlyQuest are always going to be able to find a sizable advantage on the other side of the map.
This is rather interesting, though. It's Grubs versus a Rift Herald base race edition, because they're killing inhibitor turrets right now.
And Shopify panicking. Boogie joining the fight against Busio. Fake God already slammed him into the wall. Already on the hunt for Masu. He's burned the flash already, but the wall connects. Another rock lands for the slow. And Shopify managed to pick up 2 kills on the bottom inhibitor as well. And because of the depth of those 2 laners from FlyQuest, Inspired and Bwipo had to bail from the top push on the inhibitor.
So the game of Inhibitor Chicken is won by Shopify there. They actually have to recall from that bot push since the mid lane lost so badly. An extra turret goes to Shopify, so now it's 6 turrets to 4, plus that big inhibitor. So the question now will be, what will Shopify do with that extra inhibitor pressure? The inhibitor will still be dead when Baron spawns, so Shopify will have a lot of map pressure going forward.
We go back into the replay. It's just really strong collapse and proactivity from Boogie, not wasting a second to find the pick.
And I think FlyQuest lost track of the Talia a little bit with all the chaos that must have been happening, with bot inhibitor being attacked by Rift Herald, Lilia, and Corki, and then top lane being attacked by Ashe and Nautilus. So nice gank there by Boogie.
And with the bottom inhibitor now taken by Shopify Rebellion, you have so much strong side lane pressure without needing an extra man to attend to those waves all the time. You can now start setting up strong vision into the top quadrant and get ready for Baron in the next couple of minutes.
They absolutely can. But I'm looking at the vision right now. Thanks for the toggle observers. Not any deep vision in the spots of the map where they already have deep turret kills. So Shopify needs to make sure not to rush too much through this in fear of getting picked. But getting control of this Baron while they have super minions down in the bot side is important, because you have to keep in mind that they're not going to be getting any gold from those bot lane minions. All of it's going to be going over to FlyQuest. So if nothing happens positive for Shopify, the gold will actually creep up a little bit for FlyQuest. That's the cons of this early inhibitor being taken for Shopify.
And the fact that they still have to wait another 40 seconds before they can start pressuring that neutral objective means that Shopify are just kind of in a dead state of playing back and forth, of pushing up mid and top waves, going into that red buff quadrant, making sure that they're maintaining that vision control, which is already set up. Boogie and B-Boy staying on the map while Insanity redeployed so that he can attend to the wave on the top side of the map. And now FlyQuest They're going to have to answer the question of how far they want to start checking into the darkness, which is that top red buff quadrant.
And I mean, Shopify is pretty pot committed into this Baron at this point with how many wards they just dumped in this jungle. They're hoping to get a pick first when FlyQuest checks. But for all FlyQuest knows, the Baron's already started. Let's see how they use these blue trinkets, because they do have 2 up. They don't even have to use one, and Busio notices them.
This is where composure is so critical for Shopify. You see an opportunity for the pick, but you cannot be too hasty with your moves when you're using Fog of War to your advantage.
Going in maybe once again.
Inspired face checks. The dredge line does not land.
This is all 4v5, by the way. Bwipo's just dealing with super minions.
Insanity maybe. Gets tagged by Inspired. He's locked down. He still has a flash. Can he get out? He flashes to the right side. Zazel doesn't get a chance to lock him in, but it might be Busio that pays the price. Bwipo teleports into the fight, tries to stall it as long as he can, but Busio's already fallen. It's a 5-on-4, still available for Shopify. FakeGod has teleport. Even though he's low on HP, can always rejoin the fight. Will Shopify start the Baron? It looks like they will.
It's a nice sequence. They want to start this, but it's 21 minutes. It doesn't die very fast. Inspired still alive. No flash or stopwatch. Down to 10K. Corky's in base. I think they just get this.
Yeah, Quad has to attend to the super minions pouring into the bottom side of the map. They have that pressure thanks to the couple minutes sequence earlier before. Shopify claim the first Baron of the game. And you can start to feel the hope from the crowd once again. The Shopify Rebellion fans all showing up, trying to give everything they can to this team who are down on their last legs.
Backs against the wall. If they lose this game, they are eliminated from the LCS. Even a single win here and a series loss, they would still be alive. A series win and a series win next week, though, would actually make them go into playoffs because they'd move to 3 match wins. So there might be some tiebreakers that prevent that from happening, but they'd have very good chances if they win both of their future 2 games. Also, a fun fact, Rafa. I just heard from my producers. It depends how fun you think this is. 16th fastest inhibitor in LCS history in this game, which to me seems, I'm actually shocked with how many lane swap years we had. The fact that none of them took that 17 of them didn't take the inhibitor prior to 17 minutes is surprising.
Yeah.
But you never know. Things happen. I think crazy things happen in Shopify games. Like, this is the first time we've announced, like, oh yeah, 16th longest game ever.
Yeah, it's such a weird number that I feel like...
It's kind of cool, though. I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascinating, but now it's just racking up my brain of like, well, what other games were the other fastest?
They must have all been lane swaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to say this is probably like the 2nd fastest non-lane swap inhib ever, and I'm not fact-checking it because it's too hard.
Our eyes are on this game, and we got to make sure we are attentive to seeing what Shopify can do with this Baron push. The Weaver's Wall, nicely played by Boogie, pushes FlyQuest momentarily back. Decent chip damage onto the turret. FlyQuest now trying to lead the charge. Zazel tanks it up. Massive depth charge on the 3 members, and good poke with the culling from Insanity. And this turret is ready to fall. Just a couple more auto attacks as FakeGod, meanwhile, was working through the mid lane. Masu could not hold him off, and now the base has been completely cracked open by Shopify.
Shopify getting chance. Hope is rising. 6,000 gold lead. Every inhibitor is open. But they're still going to have to find a way to end this game. 6,000 gold ahead right now. They're looking very good. And they look quite good for a lot of game 1. So there's a lot to be hopeful about with Shopify here. It's just a matter of clutching up and actually finishing this game.
Correct. And this is where composure is so critical from Shopify Rebellion. We have seen games in the past. I think back to that NRG series where Shopify had such a commanding position through a majority of the game. And all it takes is just one mis-executed fight, and then it's just over. I do want to mention, though, while we're in a lull state, Summer Bash Tailgate is next Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. So make sure you are here an hour early, because that is when all the action will be starting up, and then we'll be opening doors around 12 o'clock for the pre-show. So it's going to be a fun time. But right now, Shopify, they've got to lock in, Jat.
They do.
They are so close to winning just 1 game. And as you mentioned before, winning just 1 game keeps their playoff chances alive.
And they have the tools here. They have super minions in mid lane. They don't have quick Drake stacking, so it's a little tricky to get an organic way for FlyQuest to move up towards them. But if they keep the waves pushed, they keep strong vision, and they find an engage with an Ash Arrow or a Nautilus Hook, I think they have big enough gold leads that they can just win a straight-up fight, which wasn't as true in that first game.
Yeah.
So they're definitely pushing waves, setting up vision, and trying to find what would be a game-ending pick, I think.
Because the Dragon is still not spawning for another couple of minutes. Shopify just maintaining that control on the top side. I would not be surprised if Shopify, say, forego the Dragon when it spawns and force FlyQuest to defend the top side, because this is an open base.
Yeah. And they're so far away from Soul anyway. There's a bit of a risk of just wanting to prevent the other team from getting Soul, because that's kind of the only way FlyQuest comes back into this game, they think. But it'll be interesting to see how they play this out. Just waiting for a possible engage. If Inspired gets the right E on someone, it could mean...
Dredge line onto Whippo. Is it the engage? Inspired Q flash right onto the back line. One cleanse onto B-Boy, but Boogie is forced to pop the stasis. Insanity blows up Busio. Whippo holding everything he can, but the Sarah Gage goes in, dies, and Boogie doesn't even go down. Shopify still have 5 members strong. Fake God could be in trouble, tries to hop away. Inspired goes in with the Eve, but Fake God flashes away. Shopify stay alive.
They get 2 for 0, but they're all so low, it doesn't look like they can make much of this map state. Increases their goal lead slightly, lets them recall, probably end up picking up that Drake and threatening Baron on the way back. These are the types of fights, though, that are very close, because even though the hook landed, Gnar is on mid-wave right now, so Zeyzal starts a 4v5 when he's the 4. That means Inspired instantly flashes in, gets a double sleep onto B-Boy and Boogie. Cleanse stops one, Stopwatch stops the other, though, which doesn't allow FlyQuest to follow up on this. And 2 more kills end up going over to Insanity. Nice little bit of juking at the end by Fake God there to stay alive. And now the next Drake is up. I think Shopify should just pick this up before pressuring Baron.
Zeyzal's going to be seen recalling on a ward. We'll see if FlyQuest try to use that to their advantage, but with super minions pouring in through the mid wave, there's no chance that they can even contest. Shopify pick up their second Dragon of the game. That does mean the next neutral objective for play is Baron, which is spawning just in a couple of seconds, and FlyQuest are already taking measures necessary to get that defensive vision in their red buff quadrant.
Man, what a story this will be if Shopify comes back and wins this series. I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm just thinking, like, they're up 6,000 gold. They're literally on the brink of elimination. If they can't close out this game, it would be the most crushing way to be eliminated from the LCS. But I want to see them close this one out, get a pick, and end the game. Busio trying to flank, though. He's spotted out.
Boogie maintaining a position from the left side so he can cut off FlyQuest members with that Weaver's Wall. FlyQuest have to respect it. The arrow does not land on Inspired. They were trying to fish for him, knowing that he did not have flash from the fight before, but no dice.
That's true. I guess it's worth the try. A lot of times you want those arrows to be from Fog of War. It looked a bit like a lackluster engage, but now arrow down makes it more difficult to make a play happen around Baron. It's allowing FlyQuest time to reset. Busio goes back, refills his ward stock, 4 sight wards, 2 control wards. Trinkets not even needing to be used yet by FlyQuest, so FlyQuest has so many different ways to sniff out a Baron start.
Thankfully for FlyQuest, no more super minions will be pouring into the base for now. All 3 inhibitors are back up.
Yeah.
So Shopify now relying on just using Fog to get it and create an advantage to force FlyQuest to come into them. Whippo is lurking around, dashes away from the unraveled earth.
So much pressure on Shopify right now because this has also been their weakness throughout the split. Unifying as a team on how to close out these games. That's a Drowsy.
Zeyzal goes in, sacks his life for the cause. Whippo tries to dash onto B-Void to capitalize. They find the pick! And FlyQuest are now wiping out 2. They wipe out 3. Thank God. We'll try to scoop them back, and they find a kill on an Inspired. Boogie's still alive. It means that FlyQuest would have a tough time trying to contest for Baron since Boogie can come in and smite it, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Rafa, I'm actually crushed right now. I do not want this to be a 2-0. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. I want to see the banger. Let's see if Boogie can keep their season alive here as Talia.
Fog, 4K on the Baron. FlyQuest have to be careful about how they handle this. Fake God still in mini form, trying to maintain vision so that Boogie can go in, but he doesn't have flash. He goes golden with his Zonias. The turn from FlyQuest. They try to pop him. Massive damage onto 2. Fake God about to go Vega, and he's going to look for Masu next. He's in trouble. Dodges the rock, but Fake God still has the hop and the crunch. Nor into the wall. Fake God with the triple. Keep Shopify alive.
They're teleporting on mid-wave as well. They might try and push for more. They have a free wave, an open inhib. Only Inspired is alive, but no Baron. I think they want to end.
10 seconds on Busio, 20 seconds on Bwipo. It's up to Fake God, Insanity, and Zeyzal right now.
Busio's up. Inspired has Flash and R.
It's going to be close here, Jat. 4 members for Shopify. Inspired and Busio holding the line, but I think death timers are too short for Shopify to close out. They just take that time to take out 2 inhibitors, and that's all they're going to get.
What a banger this is at the moment. Still a 6,000 gold lead for Shopify. It looked like this pick from Inspired was going to be the thing that brings FlyQuest back into the game. Barely gets B-Boy with that E, and they just say, let's go. Busio had been sneaking around the backside, so they can absolutely clean the rest of them at the end of this fight, getting Insanity as well. But then, Fake God and Boogie. Fake God's Gnar has been so clutch. Actually pushed them off the Baron. Inspired says, we pushed a little bit too hard here in this particular fight, where Boogie delays the initial engage with his stopwatch, lands a great seismic shove onto quad, and that allows Fake God to clean up the back end of this fight on the Gnar, where he's now 4-0-5 and again in a strong position. But let's see, we got a fight happening.
Inspired.
He's got Flash.
He has Flash. Flashes the dredge line. Busio trying to hold the front line. Meanwhile, Bwipo is stalling B-Boy and Insanity on the other side of the wall. Monster trying to pelt him down with arrows. It's up to Fake God. Quad already popped Zeyzal. Fake God doing everything he can to hold it. Bwipo is still lurking in the shadows, but B-Boy has some vision as he flashes over the wall away from Busio. Insanity finishes off Bwipo. Now here comes Shopify Rebellion. Maybe for the second fight, Busio's popped by B-Boy, but I don't think it's enough for Shopify to push it in.
It's enough for Shopify to get an even bigger advantage, though. It's a 2-for-1, and it's likely an uncontested Baron, since FlyQuest need to deal with super minions in the mid and the bot lane. It's never easy for Shopify. FlyQuest is doing so much to keep this game alive. Inspired is finding so many picks. It feels like there's always a Rel and a Renekton on a flank, but Shopify is surviving.
And Jed, I think this has been Fake God's best performance this summer split so far, and what a time for it to arrive in Shopify's most dire moment.
Yeah. And I also got to say, historically, Fake God has had a really tough time against Bwipo. He's playing so well against what has really been one, like his nemesis, it feels like, in the LCS. Let's watch Fake God in this fight. Flashes to safety. Bwipo trying to buy time on the back end. Ends up falling. And then B-Boy really just being extremely strong at the end. Revan thinks this game should have been over 8 minutes ago. That's why he's down in the seat like that. And he knows the season is over in a couple minutes if they don't do this right. This has been their issue this year, is actually closing out the game as the real God has connected to this game. Not a fake lead this game like it was in game one.
FlyQuest are so tenacious that even with this massive advantage from Shopify, it still doesn't feel like a 7,000 gold advantage. It feels just as close as an even game state.
Doesn't get much better than this. 2 waves of supers and Baron minions in the top side. You'd want to be able to break all 3 inhibitors and then slowly move up to the top, or if FlyQuest overcommits to defending this Baron wave, your 2 waves of supers can reach the Nexus turrets and you can start killing these.
They're pushing in super minions on the Nexus tower, empowered by the Baron buff. FlyQuest doing what they can to hold the line, enduring the siege, but the top inhibitor falls thanks to Fake God. Busio attempting to weave his way around and look for a flank, but FlyQuest knows that the only way forward is from under the Nexus towers as they now try to hold on. The engage on the Bwipo. He's blown up! Shopify with the first kill. Inspired is next. FlyQuest down to the last 3 members for the base defense. Here comes Fake God. A flash from Quad keeps himself alive, but Boogie sends it on the Quad instead. Down to the last legs, but Shopify still stand tall and keep their playoff dreams alive.
Let's go, Shopify, bringing us to a 3rd game against FlyQuest. It started with some dominant play in the bot lane by B-Boy and Zeyzal, and then they just had to work for it. FlyQuest put up such a strong base defense. What a play there by Shopify. 7-2-13 on that jungle Talia, 5-0-6 on Fake God's Gnar. One more gives them the series.
It's a confidence boost that you need to survive. But with that, we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that banger of a Game 2 down.
Thank you very much, Rafa. Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. That was something.
Yeah. Just as the camera was coming to us, you had some words. You're like, what do I say about this one? Maybe with the next split or whatever, man. But like, what would you say about this game?
Okay, so first of all, Shopify has a good early game. Yeah. Boostio is dying in lane for, I don't know why he died in lane this game. It was kind of weird. He's got attack to death, level 1. Yeah. That started the whole early game for Shopify, but actually really good team fights from Shopify. But it just didn't close very well. I think they had a 6 goal lead for like 10 minutes in a row.
Yeah, I think we've seen that from a lot of the bottom half of the table teams where sometimes even when they get these large leads, they don't necessarily know how to close. Yeah. The big thing for me though is again, Boogie on a comfort pick like this Talia, which we're not seeing as a power pick jungle, but he was able to affect his lanes early. He was able to camp that bot lane once they started dying.
You pick it with like Renekton or something, so you have guaranteed setup for your tactical shove, right? And this game didn't have that. He still made it work in team fights. I think the big thing was just that Shopify has much lane pressure brought this game. They even like had that one time where they drove them 2v2 and Inspire was there and got a double kill. That was kind of bad for them. But still, I like seeing that they're, not faltering, even though they're at match point, basically.
Yeah, the actual gold curve looks a little smooth. Revan did not feel that at all.
There's a little dip right past 30 minutes. Yeah. Just like, eh.
There were some moments. I want to call out Fake God, who has had so far an amazing series, even in the loss that they had. He's looked incredible. There were some moments, we even saw one of those in the replay, where it looked like FlyQuest was fighting back, but not only did we get the Talia flick, but also an ulti from the Gnar that ended up finding them like a victory in that fight. And as you can see, Bubba has some choices.
Yeah, he is not happy.
He's not happy.
I feel like Fly's got to go blue side in next game, and they can just use one ban for the Gnar. I feel like Bubba's best champion is Renekton. Has been for a long time. Yeah. Just ban the Gnar. It's Fake's best champion and the best answer he has to Renekton. Just ban it on blue.
True.
On red side, you can't spare the bans, but on blue, you definitely can.
On blue, do you think they also changed their Ashe prio? Because that's something we've been talking about, has been getting through drafts, and we've been a little bit surprised considering how strong she is in the 2v2.
I want to say FlyQuest balling could just play better. I don't feel like the way they died was a champion issue. He just got right-clicked to death, level 1. Yeah. Fighting for prio when he couldn't get the prio. So you could just try again, kind of. Yeah. So they could, but I don't think they have to.
Okay.
One thing that I just really want to point out, the fact that Shopify's playoffs lives are free.
They are saved.
They are saved. No matter how this series ends, that they can go into next week still fighting for their chances.
They're playing who next week?
Even if they lose, they have a tiny,
That's a good question.
Tiny sliver. They're playing 100 Thieves.
Okay,
but first, they have to see if they can beat FlyQuest. We're going to toss to break, and Game 3 is on the other side of that.
Hello and welcome to Immortals Progressive's Epic Game Show. I'm joined by 3 amazing competitors. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? Please refrain from pressing the button. It is great that we did not cover any rules.
School for 400.
The ancient Egyptian empire was based on what continent?
What? I don't even understand the question.
What do you mean? Pretty self-explanatory, personally.
Is the question what the Egyptian empire was or what the continent was?
There's words on the screen, and if you read them...
I thought it meant based, like it was based on... You know what I mean?
That's based.
Just look
Mid has move timer now. You guys have 15 seconds.
Oh, I did?
Oh, shit.
Don't be scared. I'm sipping
Yeah,
Tala.
yeah,
We're going.
don't
We're going.
TP
I'm backing, okay?
Hands no flash, don't chase. Don't take. Take it and do Nash in 2 minutes. take it.
We got battles. Push me. It's so deep.
It's okay. It's okay.
Lilia flash, Lilia flash.
Look Rel, no flash. Rel's no flash. I have
Kite back. I'm
look
looking
for
at
Nectin. Look for Nectin, guys. He's dead. Okay, I have no hook here.
Guys, go Talia. Narcos flash.
Lucian. Nar, no flash. No flash, Nar.
Yeah.
Looks hard, but try to kill who you can.
Oh,
Nice. Look,
Powerful press.
Corki.
Powerful press.
Oh, yeah.
No flash.
Get him.
What do I love most about League of Legends? I think I love the fact that every game is a new experience, whether there are things that are similar or not. Each game feels like you can always improve upon yourself and you get rewarded for doing so, or like there's a lot of instantaneous feedback, I think. And it just feels good when you know you're better than your opponent.
Every game is new, and there's always something to take away and learn. And another benefit of having a new game is that regardless of what happened prior in the series, there's always something that you can go in with a better mindset and more lessons learned. And I think that is exactly what Shopify were able to do. Even after a crushing loss in game 1, they endured, Jet. They withstood the momentous task of playing against FlyQuest in that second game, and they finally took them down, which has saved their playoff implications for next week.
Yeah, so I've just been playing around with our LCS playoff tool, and I can give a verbal update of what stakes are remaining for Shopify. So had they had lost that series 2-0, they would have been eliminated from playoffs. Now, if they win this series 2-1, then a 2-0 or a 2-1 against 100 Thieves next week would guarantee them playoffs. If they lose this series 2-1, they're still not eliminated because a 2-0 against 100 Thieves would actually put them in playoffs over 100 Thieves. So that's how important that was. They're still going to have to beat 100 Thieves next week.
Yes.
So no matter what, if they lose to 100 Thieves next week, even if they 2-1 this and they lose to 100 Thieves 2-1 or 2-0, they're also still out. So they pretty much need to focus on it. Weirdly enough, like the 100 Thieves thing could be all that matters for them, but more importantly, not getting swept by FlyQuest was the most important quest for them this week. It's a bit deflating, actually. Like I debated whether or not saying that because, yes, like winning against FlyQuest is amazing, but even if they lost this and they 2-0 next week, they're going to be in playoffs.
Sure, but I think then what you can say for Shopify going into this final game is play for confidence. Play to continue elevating yourself, and as Insanity said at the top of the bumper, find something new that you can discover about yourself so you put yourself in the best position to go forward next week against 100 Thieves. And I think for FlyQuest, what happens if they win 2-1? What is their playoff implications like?
So for FlyQuest, it's extremely important for them to win because then they can still get a top 2. So if they win this match, then a match win of either kind against C9 next week, 2-1 or 2-0, would make them second place, which gives them that first round playoff bye. If they lose to Shopify 2-1, then a 2-1 against Cloud9, or even a 2-0 against Cloud9 wouldn't get them top 2 because the game score tiebreaker wouldn't matter. So it's a little bit must-win for FlyQuest.
Yeah. So FlyQuest even have more of an incentive to close the series out, whereas for Shopify, use the fuel of knowing that you can play spoiler to your opponent, denying them that top 2 bye as extra drive to close the series out strong. As we head into the draft phase, FlyQuest taking blue side as Ven predicted it. They went with the Ashe. They realized how strong it was in B-Boy's hands. Shopify immediately answering with the Renekton ban. They go straight up for the Gnar and the Jhin.
Third Gnar game in a row for Bwipo. Bot lane has been a bit of a disaster this series for FlyQuest, which is quite unexpected as Masu Busio dominated the week prior, with Masu actually being our reigning player of the week. This Jhin for Insanity, we have to respect it as a flex pick. I think it can go B-Boy or Insanity. So you never know with these Shopify drafts, especially when they're on red.
Shopify, what are they going to show from their hand? Do they want to go for the Nautilus once again? Give Zeyzal guaranteed lockdown? That would be crazy. Don't get your hopes up too fast, guys. It's going to be the return on the Taliyah. This technically still could be a flex pick, but I imagine that Shopify realizing Boogie had an excellent performance on this champion, and for them, it's like, let's not give FlyQuest an opportunity to ban it in the next round.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Even though there are still a lot of flex possibilities for Shopify, I do think that Boogie should play Taliyah again.
Yeah.
If I'm just going with shoulds, because he was able to keep pace with Inspired's Lilia. And quite honestly, if Inspired hadn't picked up so many kills defending his somewhat lackluster bot lane in the last game, it would have been even more one-sided for Shopify. So they should be pretty happy with the 3 champs they have locked in so far.
Yep. There's a couple of things that are looming for FlyQuest. They have yet to pick a top laner, and this is an early Gnar blind pick.
Yeah.
In previous metas, we have seen crazy counter picks. Aurelia, Yasuo all come to mind at the moment. I'm curious what FlyQuest will want to see from Bwipo.
Yeah. I really want to know what he has cooked up, because he was quite passionately speaking with the camera glance we got into what they were talking about in between games. And historically, Bwipo has dominated Fake God. I was looking into these stats before the series, and I think all-time Bwipo was 7-2 against Fake God. This is all-time LCS with dominant laning phases. I think he was averaging 18 CSD at 14 in the favor of Bwipo. And this series, he's pretty much even in lane. Fake God has obviously won both games. Fake God has been 12-2-7 across both games. And with all of that, they still decide that their 3 bans should be Brand, Leona, and Renekton, to just let them have the Gnar. So this tells me that Bwipo is saying it's the matchup problem.
Yep.
And it's not the player, and his coaches are trust-falling him. So we need to see what he has left to shut down Fake God's Gnar, who's having such an incredible series.
The Lucian lock-in for in Shopify Rebellion. Most likely going over to Insanity once again to guarantee that prio into the Corki, which gives Boogie free reign. FlyQuest, what is their option into the Gnar? Shopify already predicted a Malphite ban and the Scion lock-in. It's just a big old tank.
I see what FlyQuest has been discussing. I feel like they've been saying, wouldn't it be nice if we just had a good 5v5 team since we can stall out the game for days and it's just about the team fights for us. That's what this Scion accomplishes. He's not going to win lane, but it's going to give Whippo a huge amount of tankiness in this game. Look what he's up against. Gnar, Jhin, Lucian. Armor stacking, plated steel caps. He's going to be the tank of tanks.
That's the gamble. FlyQuest, very positive that Shopify do not have what it takes to close a game out in lightning fashion. And to their credit, it took plus 30 minutes before Shopify were able to close out the Nexus with a 6,000, 7,000 gold advantage. So this is something that FlyQuest are just reading and saying, what do you got, Shopify? Can you actually blitz us in this final game of the series?
It's going to be about the bot lane for Shopify early. That's what has given them advantages in this series. B-Boy and Zeyzal have been stepping up in a big way. 2v2 kills in both games 1 and 2. It's given Boogie a place to play around after that. It's kept Inspired not completely at bay, but at least it limits the impact he can have on the overall map. Let's see if Shopify can pull off an upset, get wins 2 weeks in a row, or if FlyQuest can keep their chances of top 2 alive.
For Shopify, it's about confidence, and it's about continuing to surprise the top of the table. For FlyQuest, it's a chance to net the top 2 round bye, as they would have to finalize it against Cloud9 next week. But it has to start with a series closeout against Shopify Rebellion today. Both teams locked in, and I'm ready for one more banger today. We've had so many exciting games, and it has been delivering as we finally head on to the Rift one last time here in Week 6.
Oh, look at FlyQuest. They're on a mission. All 5 of them, right out the base.
Inspired will be the first one to lead for Vision, making sure that the rest of FlyQuest is not seen. Zeyzal already took a recall, so it doesn't look like Shopify will try and capitalize and punish Inspired if he goes forward, which would be the bait that FlyQuest need to set up and try to lure Shopify into that trap.
Yeah. There's an outside chance of a lane swap here as well for FlyQuest because they have the Scion, depending on how much they've been practicing it. They have a lot of lane swapping experience from MSI. And this is, from experience, the best time to lane swap because you're so locked in to the intensity of the series and thinking about the lane matchups. When in a series deciding game, the other team lane swaps, it's very easy to forget that it's possible.
Shopify are going to start poking their head around and see what's up. Oh, wow. Boogie flashing away from the Decimating Smash as soon as they place the ward down.
I mean, this tells me that Shopify was prepared, actually. The fact that he was so ready to flash away meant he was waiting for some type of lane swap vision control cheese where they get you with the Scion Q. He would have actually been completely fine, but he didn't know that, and he was incredibly ready to stay alive.
Yep. Definitely a shame knowing that after the aftermath, Boogie realizing it was only 2 members, he probably could have survived, but that's just kind of the forethought or the mental prep that Shopify are going in. They're making sure they're not giving away any chances to FlyQuest.
And now it's an experience game. Whippo, I believe, got 2 of the 3 minions. There's 4 people down bottom lane, so he's currently not opting for the let them kill me so I can get the wave strategy, and is instead just backing away.
Yeah. I was kind of ready to see with the Scion pick if FlyQuest were going to go for a late invade and then have Whippo kind of help Inspired clear the jungle a bit, but because Shopify maintained strong battle lines on both top and bottom side of the map, Inspired's not able to go right away into the jungle. But now that there is a vertical split, strong side of the bot for Shopify, top side for FlyQuest, Inspired now gets the chance to full clear through the top red buff quadrant.
Yeah, vertical jungling. The thing here, though, is that they're basically giving free gold over to B-Boy that Masu is not going to be able to get. But the whole gambit here is that Whippo versus Fake God is going to be an advantage for Whippo later. He steals a little bit of experience. Actually really clever by Whippo to step up at this time. He's getting so much experience here, whereas Fake God is still sharing with the rest of the team. They actually can't even dive Whippo here. So pretty well played here, actually, by Bwipo for the time that he decided to move back in.
Yeah, I'm not sure how B-Void got chunked. I wonder if it was just their first attempt at diving Bwipo and B-Void tanking up the turret shots, but because they're not super healthy, I think that adds to the reasoning why Bwipo feels safe in that situation.
Yeah, even if they kill him as well, he's got his passive to continue clearing the wave. Can teleport back in as well, so now we're not quite done with the swapping yet. I think the Ashe Alistair will be going bot lane, and Bwipo's going to move his way back top lane at this point. But you can see, in general, an experience advantage and a small CS lead for the Sion.
Yeah. It's funny how in the first 2 games, FlyQuest adamantly taking what might have been advantageous laning pairs into Shopify, B-Void, Zeyzal, and they lost solo kills in both instances. So now FlyQuest, and the answer is like, all right, guys, we're not sure what's happening, but we're going to save you the early laning phase, try to prevent and avoid that situation again.
Yep.
And now FlyQuest are just avoiding B-Void and Zeyzal at all costs for the first few minutes of the game.
I do think it's kind of interesting that the 2 lane swap teams we still have in the LCS are the 2 teams that played MSI, where lane swapping was a huge part of the tournament. And now it's this pocket strategy where they just have so much more preparation than everybody else in the LCS with that strategy, and they're going to be able to use it to their advantage throughout, I think, the rest of the playoffs, because classically this is just FlyQuest picks scaling and weaker top laner, and then lane swaps to escape that weakness. And since Shopify wasn't able to punish it, it at least now was, quote, successful.
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing to talk about, though, because ultimately here we're talking about margins of like 200 or 300 gold, but it is still on those margins that you can actually sometimes win games, as we now see Boogie thinking about playing something.
Yeah, but someone is also here. Inspired shows up, and Boogie's cut off. He might be forced to flash, but he doesn't have flash from the invade before. But Zeyzal commits over the wall, and Inspired is the one that gets jumped. First blood for Boogie.
And if this is an MSI strategy, I hate to say it, but FlyQuest top jungle did have some whoopsies at MSI as well. This wasn't quite that level. Inspired has flash up, didn't think it would be life-saving to use it, so he ends up going down. Beautiful play over the wall by Zeyzal, actually. Once Boogie gets chunked down, to be able to turn that around was very nice.
Just trusting in the call. I imagine that Boogie was confident they could turn that around.
Yeah, I mean, stunned, rooted, stunned. No chance to flash, actually, from Inspired after the initial re-engage.
The Shopify team has just been so different, so revitalized with Boogie back in. And it's not just an individual difference. It's how the individual elevates and lifts the team around him. Because you would imagine that when they were trying with Tomio coming in, that Zeyzal would be able to take up a lot of the mantle of the shot calling, but it seems like they were lost and directionless. Even if you check out the Shopify content in the vlogs, you know, they say like, man, it seems like we just don't know what to do. But with Boogie back in, confidence is back. Everyone is on full throttle.
It's given them so much direction in the early game, late game as well. They've been able to close out a 2-0 last week, move this series to 1-1. Even if it wasn't fast, it was still effective enough to get the win and keep their season alive. I'd like to see the Shopify story continue, and the good news is it will.
Yeah.
Actually. So even if they lose this, because they kept their game score high enough with a 1-1 against FlyQuest, 2-0 against 100 Thieves, even if they lose this series, would still keep them in the playoffs.
Correct.
But the importance of this series win for Shopify is whether they would need a 2-1 or a 2-0 against 100 Thieves next week to make playoffs. Still going to be most importance on that series, but important technicalities of this season format and what is at stake for Shopify moving forward.
During that time, FlyQuest picked up the first rotation of grubs, neither team really having a chance to go for the first dragon of the game, which is Ocean. So it seems like Shopify are going to try and balance out these lane assignments to see if they can set themselves up for that objective, but FlyQuest are not going to really give them that much ease of choice. This wave currently frozen right outside of the tower for Masu has been quite punishing for B-Boy as he cannot step up safely.
Yeah. Nice little CS difference for Masu Busio in the bot lane here. Also being able to threaten with Ashe Arrow and Alistair combo means it's very difficult for anyone to step up and get experience. So the benefits of lane swap so far by FlyQuest, they have a level advantage in top and a level advantage in bot, so it was well executed despite the one death that they suffered when Inspired was 2v3 in the top lane. Hello, Boogie. Inspired sees you.
Yep, and Boogie has flash this time. Tries to wait. No, he doesn't even get a chance. He gets put to sleep, and Quad has the damage to knock him out.
That was a little bit strange, actually. I'd almost feel like Boogie might have been looking somewhere else on the minimap when Inspired first saw him on Vision. I actually want to see this replay with like a Vision toggle. There's a chance Inspired also saw him with Sweeper before his actual motto was revealed. Either way, they just one-shot Boogie, and that's going to slingshot Inspired to counter jungle as well.
It's so necessary for FlyQuest as well, considering that the first blood was against Inspired early on that top side play. Gets him back into the game and makes sure he's on gold parity as we'll take a look back at the replay.
As far as I can tell, Boogie actually does see him, but just doesn't react instantly. So this is the red side vision right now from Boogie, and there he is. So Boogie was definitely thinking about lining his ult up and was probably looking past Quad because they were going to try and shove him back into Insanity and go for an all-in. And Inspire just gets behind him while I don't think he was looking directly at his champion on his screen.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is so tough. I mean, it's because it's not a case of window shopping. It's a case of, you know...
Gank shopping.
Gank shopping, thank you. Well, for Shopify fans, it's not completely abysmal. But for FlyQuest fans, it's definitely nice for Inspired to get himself back in the game and make sure he's not falling massively behind Boogie.
Yeah. And let's not forget as well, this is a very important series for FlyQuest. We've been talking about Shopify being eliminated from the season, but FlyQuest can still get top 2. So, very important matchup. They play against the recently defeated Cloud9. But if they win that series after winning this series, they get solo second, which means they get that first round playoff bye. So, very important that FlyQuest take care of business here in Game 3 so they can take down Cloud9 next week and have it matter. If they lose this series, it would still be nice to beat Cloud9, but it wouldn't get them top 2.
Yep. That advantage and opportunity would be gone. FlyQuest, having learned their lessons from the first 2 games, though, as we've already talked about before, Masu and Busio handling themselves well in this 3rd game with the lane swap. And because neither team still had the optimal setup for that Dragon, we've passed the time. Second rotation Grubs are already back up. No one's still contesting for the other objective. Whippo getting in that push, and Inspired should be able to pick up all 3 again.
He very well might. They have Busio on the way up to match Zeyzal, who is already here. I do wonder, Fake God is close to Megazo, so if he collapses down, he'd move. Inspired got the 4th grub, that's all he needs. No need to risk more.
And it's a teleport coming in from, I believe, Insanity, so Shopify really want to fight this. Busio and Quad are also here for the play. Boogie picks up the 5th grub in the game.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest is going to slow play this a little bit as much as possible because Masu can get free gold.
Masu from downtown, right onto Zeyzal. The curtain call from Boogie Boy on the right side, tries to aid in the fight. Zeyzal flashes away at the last possible seconds. He's ticking down. Lilting Lullaby will sleep one onto the right side, but FlyQuest do not drop a single man. However, Bwippo's in trouble, gets flicked back, flashes over the wall. Fake God will continue the chase, sidesteps the decimating smash, and he still wants to go for it. Boogie with the Weaver's Wall finally finds Bwippo as he's flicked back, and even in the undead passive, I don't know how much work he's gonna get done. Fake God is pushed off. Boogie is now on the other side of the wall. He tries to flash, but he cannot escape. Inspired trades one back.
And listen, this was perfect for FlyQuest with the way it played out. Think about how long this fight has happened, and think about how many hits Masu's gotten on this turret. There were 5 plates there when that fight started. That's 3 plates free over to Masu, so it's a 1-for-1 trade and a whole bunch of gold on their 80 carry. Not to mention, they still hit one of the grub breakpoints to get to 4 grubs. This is a scaling game for FlyQuest. They just want gold because of how strong Bwippo's Scion is going to be later on in the game.
Yeah. FlyQuest reminding themselves of how they got the advantages they did in Game 1 and that allowed them to keep at even with Shopify as the game progressed, and recognizing that, while yes, kills are traded, Shopify commit to the play, but Masu's getting the gold. And so for FlyQuest, they're still asking the question to Shopify, do you have what it takes to blitz us in the first 15, 20 minutes of the game? And so far, FlyQuest are the ones ahead.
Absolutely. Sunfire Cape completed for Bwippo's Scion. We're 13 minutes into the game. The first Ocean Drake hasn't fallen, so that's music to FlyQuest's ears. As the longer this game goes, the stronger they are going to be. Lucian Jin does not scale favorably against a Scion Alistair team comp. So they are stalling the game well. They're also extending their gold lead, and this is a very controlled game state now at 14 minutes, as we approach 14 minutes for FlyQuest. Ah, man, solo gold onto the Corki too is just so nice for them.
Yeah. It's such a cleaner game map-wise from FlyQuest than in Game 2, where Shopify were seemingly trading a bunch of turrets, and even though FlyQuest are doing what they can to even out the advantages, it's still so difficult for Shopify to really force an advantage somewhere. And they're limited on the amount of reliable engage as well when you think about it. I mean, Curtain Call can initiate with slows, but you still need to get Zazel deep into the front line and into the fight. Fake God needs to find that flank so he can find that Gnar ultimate. These are not easy to execute things.
No, they need to find picks onto like Inspired Quad and Masu, because Bwipo and Busio aren't going to be dying that much. I mean, Bwipo now just trying to move top to defend this turret against Insanity. Yeah, he's just going to ult straight in and maybe even threaten some summoners.
He weaved it and got a decent amount of chunk into Insanity's health bar, but the answer back with the calling will push Bwipo off. Throws out the Angry Beamo just for show. But Inspired is working on the dragon on the bot side of the map.
Exactly. Bwipo is just creating space because he defended that turret. Quad got the bot turret. His jungler got the dragon. Masu's hitting mid. And I'm actually a little disappointed that Bwipo didn't recall and teleport back, but he feels like he doesn't even need to. He's just stepping back into that turret as they're pushing Fake God off the lane now. So just advantages across the map here for FlyQuest. They're playing great in this game 3.
Yeah, and Fly are going to push in for this tier 2. Boogie, the only thing that he can do is just try and start up this Rift Herald and claim it as another tool to knock out these turrets on the outer ring. During this entire time, Jab, FlyQuest have taken out 2 turrets, 4 grubs. Shopify have not taken out a single turret. The defense from FlyQuest over this entire map has made Shopify's task so daunting to try and find that advantage.
Yeah, Bwipo teleported back to the top lane as well to keep that turret alive. And the inner turret is now going to be even
someone pick
more
up the
close
eye!
to Quad.
Pick up the eye!
No.
No!
Shopify.
No!
I mean, at least they won game 2. Let's think about the positives here.
That's the sigh of relief.
Yeah. This means they're not eliminated from the LCS. A 2-0 against 100 Thieves next week will win. Because I hate to be that guy, but this is a rough first 16 minutes against the scaling comp. It's the least exciting, unfortunately, the least exciting LCS game right now. But for FlyQuest, the most exciting.
And
because
honestly,
what's exciting is going to Worlds, getting a top 2 seed, getting a playoff bye, and being one best of 5 away from that championship. And that's all they came here to do.
And if you're 100 Thieves watching this game, you're taking notes. You're looking at how FlyQuest are playing the map and how many things that they are willing to give over, how many times they are willing to skirmish and scrap with Shopify, and how much they don't give an F about if they lose deaths or not, because they're just getting so many advantages on the map. Boogie gets knocked into the wall. Oh, and he's just popped. Nothing that Shopify could really do to bail him out. And I think Shopify is starting to lose their grounds here as they're just crumbling everywhere.
But FlyQuest is also playing extremely clean. I want to give credit where it's due.
Yeah.
They had some struggles with their bot lane laning phase this series that put them in difficult positions in Game 1 and Game 2. But now, with the lane swap to give experience advantages to their top lane and their bot lane, they're just not giving Shopify a window back in this game. They know they have better scaling, but they don't even need the scaling with the way they are playing the map right now, because you could pick an early game comp and one of the best outcomes is a 5,000 gold lead at 17 minutes.
Yep.
But they're doing this just straight up through rotating around the map properly, finding the right picks, and generating gold on the right people. Quad is so fed this game. The 2 kills are nice, but you don't get to 8,500 gold at 17 minutes without numerous turret kills. So FlyQuest just getting back on track after a shaky start to this series.
Yeah, and any fight that FlyQuest takes is winning, which is why Bwipo is so confident in just storming into the jungle of Shopify. Takes a lot of damage on the back end, but he's a tank. Yep. He can absorb all that, below 50% HP only, and he's still fine because he burned the flash from B-Voy.
Yeah, and he's not even late game yet. He's a very strong Scion. That shield passive already given him 650 additional health. Probably a Warmog's game at some point. I do wonder if he's just going to build more armor for now, though, for the mid-game power spike. Yep, that's what he's going to do with the Warden's Mail. I think that's very smart, considering Talia doesn't want to blow all the cooldowns just on a Scion, and then none of the AD carries are going to have any chance of taking it. I never want to say it's a draft diff because you have to play your draft well.
Yeah.
But it's what it feels like.
It definitely does. And the execution for FlyQuest has been stellar. And this is what we've come to expect from a top team like FlyQuest against Shopify, who have struggled for a majority of the summer split. Despite the recent revitalization in these past 2 weeks, it is still what we've all predicted to be favored massively for FlyQuest. And the fact that they're able to now rein back the controls in, find the windows of what was causing them problems in the early game and completely bypassing it.
Yeah.
Now Shopify don't have the advantages to get back in.
Hazel might have to flash at least, I think. No, this gets out of there, no problem. Nicely done. But in that trade, Shopify had to send 3 people to Bwipo to take the top turret, and they lost their inner mid lane turret, tier 2 mid lane turret. So another trade up for FlyQuest, and they're gonna go back, spend that gold. They got over 1,000 gold in 4 different pockets, so they'll be much stronger the next time they redeploy.
Yep. These are the strengths of what we have really come to admire about FlyQuest throughout the split. When if they're faced with problems in the early game that they cannot brute force their way through, or, you know, frankly, hands check, then they come up with solutions. And clearly that second game end of talk outside proved very fruitful as FlyQuest identified a proper game plan going into this game 3, where Shopify are just truly running out of options to come back.
For sure. Bwipo, I think, hadn't been playing up to his standards in this series in games 1 and 2. He's all over the place in this game 2, in this game 3.
Lucio flashing over and after Boogie. He's not getting anywhere. FlyQuest have complete control of the map and complete control of Boogie's own jungle.
Yeah, this is a signature Bwipo game, creating space, because he's 0, 1, and 2 on Sion with only 150 CS. It doesn't look like that much when you look at the scoreboard, but if you're the enemy team, man, this Sion has been so incredibly hard to deal with. He's been 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, defending turrets the entire game, and he's still making a large impact when the team does go for fights. So really well played by Bwipo. Quad as well in this. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the season for FlyQuest and how poorly it started for Quad.
Yeah.
Their first matchup of the whole split was against Team Liquid, a finals rematch. He gets solo killed a couple of times by APA. He just replaced Jensen. The flame is at its peak, and he's really stabilized his game since then.
Yeah.
That's the only series FlyQuest has lost, actually. So they've been on a bit of a run of themselves, even if they've dropped several games along the way. They're winning all these series with their ability to adapt and stabilize by game 3.
And it's fitting for Quad, too, considering the opponents that he has faced in the past weeks up to this point. Teams like Dignitas. You know, that was the team that Jensen went to after, and so many people were criticizing, calling. It's like, hey, Quad, there's no way that he's better than Jensen. He solo killed him twice in the reverse mirror matchup in both games.
Yeah.
He takes on Quid, another person who would have been strong competition considering that he was the reigning MVP, and he's able to deal with him just fine, outscales him, is able to play out the fights hard, and provides as much damage as he can for FlyQuest in those team fights. So Quad has been leveling up his game and proving to be worth the investment that FlyQuest made this offseason.
Absolutely. His Corgi is really hurting now, as even without the Baron buff, they're just brute forcing down half of this turret. Bwipo's thinking about R at any moment.
Now FakeGod trying to lurk around the flank, but they've already blown up Zazel. Now FakeGod has winded down back into Mininar. What a sleep from Inspired! And that should put this game to rest, as FlyQuest will knock down 3. They're going to have to wait on the next minion wave, so a little early on trying to push in for the Nexus, but that Baron is theirs.
Yep, Boogie down, Insanity down, Zazel still respawning. Got to walk around the pit, but it looks like they're going to be getting that Baron during this replay. Let's watch this one more time. You can see Bwipo so confident, knows he's completely unkillable, so can just fly in, kind of camouflaging himself with the Ash Arrow, and then literally 3-man E by Inspired. Catches a bit of turret aggro, so can't follow up. Baron is secured as well, and that is a big lead.
And before Jat, if we weren't confident saying this game is over, I think we can now safely say with an 8,000 gold advantage.
I've been reading some comments online, and something happened where an 8,000 gold lead wasn't safe, So you do have to stay engaged in the game when you're up 8,000 gold. I've learned this.
All right. Well, Fake God going to go for a last-ditch effort. Already slammed Quad into the wall, but Busio is playing front line and making sure that Shopify cannot follow up. Boogie is there with the Weaver's Wall, cuts off Masu. Curtain Call trying to weave the bullets around. Fake God takes out Busio, but here comes Whippo with the unstoppable onslaught as he smashes Boogie to the ground with the giant axe, and Quad is now back on the offensive, looking for Fake God. Zazel tries to come back in with a counterattack, but it's a whiff. Everyone from FlyQuest sidesteps it. Masu with the double. B-Boy on the run to the left side. And I think this might have been Shopify's last Hail Mary to come back. The deadly flourish only roots the tank in places inspired, sends him back to the fountain. Insanity's on the run, and he's going to have to make a hell of a base defense against the 5 members of FlyQuest.
The death timers might be short enough that it might not be endable. The static shiv from Masu killed Fake God. That's how they got him. He was too close to the wave. This massive static shiv ran up the whole wave to finish him. They'll at least get the inhibitor turret there. Whippo working on the mid inhibitor turret. They have a lot of gold, but they're going to stay aggressive.
FlyQuest make short work of that bottom inhibitor. Baron buff still on their side as they rotate to the mid lane. The inhibitor structure falls. The inhibitor should be next. Whippo standing in place between FlyQuest and Shopify to absorb any poke damage. Both of the inhibitors are gone. Shopify are going to try to look to see if they can catch them on their escape route out, but FlyQuest get enough distance and they'll get a chance to reset.
Yep, they'll have 2,600 gold in the pockets of Masu. He nearly full buys his Navori Flicker Blade. And we're going to watch this one more time. Shopify just doing their best to collect objective bounties, but then also they have a bit of a numbers advantage, so they decide to go in pretty hard at the start of this fight. You understand why they would do this. They get such good chunk onto Masu, so it's time to all in. But then, when Masu doesn't die, he then cleans up the outside of this fight. Re-engage by Whippo, and I just want to confirm, as long as not too much crazy is happening on live, as Whippo's getting hit, I want to see if this static shiv from Masu actually does kill Fake God. So Zazel gets a little closer to the wave.
Oh my goodness! You're right.
Static shiv, the dream.
Betrayed by the minion wave. Captain Jack cleanse from B-Boy, nicely done on the arrow, but that's still an inhibitor falling in the top side, and now double super minions will be pouring into the base. 10,000 gold advantage for FlyQuest. This seems like everything they need to finish this game out. Shopify will still try. Fake God tries to leap forward while he's still in Mega, but now pops back down to Mini. Curtain Call trying to open up and find an angle. But Whippo and Busio will absorb the damage. Zazel goes in. Decent damage onto Masu. Below 50% HP, but Fake God is punted in. And that should be it. FlyQuest will put a rest to this series. Put a rest to Shopify trying to go for the upset. And FlyQuest now move to one step closer for that playoff bye.
It wasn't the 2-0 that many predicted, but it is still the series win for FlyQuest. Now it will all come down to that series they have against Cloud9 next week to see who can be the second seed in the LCS and get that first round playoff bye. And even though Shopify would have loved to win this series against FlyQuest, they did what needed to be done to keep their season alive.
And with that, we're going to be joining Emily on stage for the interview.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to grab Whippo after the bow. Whippo! Yeah. Good, how are you?
What? I didn't hear you.
How are you?
I don't know, it was a good day. I mean, we won, so that's nice. I feel like, I don't know, I think I'm pretty happy about today because I feel like even though people complain about the bottom of the standings in the LCS, I think Shopify is a team that actually put in a lot of work, and you can see when they get the drafts they like and they play their own game, they play pretty damn good. So
the crowd is happy to hear that. I think, yeah, a lot of people had identified Shopify of the one-win teams as like the most dangerous in terms of punching up. One thing I did want to talk about is you have this interesting attitude, or not. It is interesting, but it's a little bit different than a lot of other top laners where you really, really highly value tanks, even in this current double AD meta. And going into this, you picked Sion, and then you guys prepped the swap. You and TL are kind of these two big swap teams. So I guess talk to me through the Sion pick and the strategy.
Well, like AD carries are OP and they build crits. So if you buy Randuin's Omen on a tank, you're pretty damn tanky. Sion gets, I don't know, he gets like 1,000 extra health just by existing. So you count that with some crit damage reduction. It's pretty good. I don't know. Also, you know, I'm pretty good at Sion, so I like him. Thank you. And then the swap, I don't know. I think it's Trauma from MSI. It's pretty bad trauma scrimming some of the best teams and getting swapped on all the time. Like it's rough. So it makes sense that us and TL like swapping because it's like some of the things they do to us in scrims. Like, oh, like you don't forget those. So we didn't forget those, and we're still using the swaps to our advantage because, I mean, yeah, obviously Sion's great in swaps, but even when we don't use Sion and you don't see Sion in other games, swapping is popular because it's just a good way to keep the game stable. And if you're confident in your mid-game macro, and especially if you're drafting some greedy mid to late game spiking champions like Jax or Sion, can be a really good way to get ahead.
And then looking forward, you mentioned some disgusting things in scrims, but overall, you face C9 next. They did suffer a defeat to TL today, but they're still looking really strong. So what are you looking from your team in preparing to go up against C9?
I don't know. I feel like I was jealous watching the games. You know, I was like the first game especially. They had like 7 team fights in 26 minutes, and I'm like, damn, I miss that kind of game. You know, like that's what League is all about for me, and that's what playing competitively. Like all my best memories of the games, like you respawn, you group up again, you look for another fight. Like there's like 1 or 2 waves on side, you catch it, and instantly you 5v5 again. And I just hope it's a banger like that. That's what I'm looking forward to.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it too. I'll see you then. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we'll send it to the lounge to close it out.
And it's back to us. At least Shopify takes a game in the series, so they still have a playoff chance, playoff hopes that they go into, I think, 100 Thieves next week.
Mm-hmm.
So thoughts on the series overall?
I think SR can be okay with this series.
Oh my God, okay as in what? Like what's?
I mean, they're still alive. That's good enough for them, I think.
Yeah.
I think beating FlyQuest would have been amazing for them, but I think they're still alive, so
who do you have taking player of the series for this one?
I think Inspired.
All right, let's
see what
it is.
I think.
He played really
There's just no way it's anyone else Inspired. That would just be too messed up.
Drum roll, honestly. Let's see who ends up picking it up. It is Inspired, but throughout the week, this is just the player of the series throughout the week. Jensen from Dignitas, Tomo coming in for the team this week, so picking up player of the series
I think
immediately.
Kush had a good series as well. Could have been him as well.
Yeah, it could have been him very easily.
Jan, for sure.
Yeah.
No discussion there, no argument. He played very good, I think, in game 2 and 3 especially.
Yeah. Just from all of those player of the series winners, which one did you like? Which games shown out to you the most? You experienced the Jensen one though.
I think Jan played well in SL in game 2, but it was just that one fight, right, that sealed the entire game. And from there onwards, I think if anyone else had played that game out, might have been the same outcome.
Okay, true.
So it's like, yes, he played well to get there, but that was it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of. But still, he had a good series as overall. Played well in the game 3 as well. He didn't make any mistakes overall, so I think he just deserves play of the week because of his opponent being the better. Like, does Inspired deserve MVP for beating the last place team?
Yeah.
Does Jensen deserve play of the week for beating Palafox? Like, come on, bruh. You know
hey, man, Jensen's one probably watching right now saying, hey, make a case for me. Let's take a look at just the full split leaderboard for the Samsung SSD Fast 5s. Let's actually check them out. Maybe your name's on the board. Oh, it's actually just for the player of the series leaders. So Impact is still number 1 from what I could see. Then it's Berserker, Masu, Inspired. Yeah, he's been stacking them up. He's actually low-key MVP of the split runner, like just.
I mean, he had a good series today as well.
Yeah.
Just not standing out that much, right?
Yeah.
Like Mordekaiser just 0-0-0, winning out that one game.
Yeah, but anytime I feel like they put pressure.
His Jax game was really good, I thought. Yeah. Honestly, I think like looking back at it, if he had a more impactful game 2, he would be player of the series over Jan because his game 3 on the Jax was much better than Jan was.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Jan just stumped harder in the game he carried.
That is true. I feel like that's kind of the byproduct of being an AD carry, but let's just actually see what the Samsung SSD Fast 5s. This time, we've got the list. Interested in what names we see up there. Anything that comes to mind for me, Berserker, B-Boy for fastest kill? I mean, that's just, I feel like the bot lanes have been really active.
That second game, Shopify versus FlyQuest, first blood on Boosio was a bit.
True!
They just kind of like, just right-clicked him and he just died and rolled over. Like, that was early.
B-Boy's definitely thanking Boosio.
My boy Isles here with the fast support item. Let's go. People really care about support items.
Fastest level 6 from Spica, so if you just want him to continue to just farm.
Full clearing.
Yeah, full clearing.
Yeah, bro. You were smurfing, bro. You full cleared on CD.
And thank you, our friends at Samsung for powering our stage PCs, all split long with the speed and reliability of the Samsung 990 Pro SSDs. So appreciate you guys out there. Appreciate the players that are on that list. Now we talked about Player of the Week. This is time to actually think. Hopefully you didn't cheat and looked at the name that was up there. Go look at it. Okay, it's Jan. All right, I was wanting to do you guess on this one.
He had my vote.
Yeah, he actually had an incredible series. You already praised him a bit. Talk him up a little bit more from the series that you saw.
I mean, I think the first game he wasn't too impressive on Navarre's, but I think he had a very good game too. He was like, the reason they won the game is off that bot 3-3 they had. I'm sure we'll see it. That 3-3 just sent the whole game into the ground. So that was a good game from him. And then in game 3, he just played really solid in every team fight, didn't make any mistakes. And sometimes you don't have to carry the whole game alone as an AD carry. You just have to be not the reason you lose.
Yes.
And Jan is very, very rarely the reason they lose. So yeah, just good series from him overall.
2 undefeated teams, a really high quality series, back and forth constantly. These were really chaotic fights, and so it really depended on who made the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah.
Definitely looked like he made the least amount of mistakes and just had like really high damage output. At the end of the day,
still frustrated we don't see 2v2 laning in this series.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting kind of scammed a little bit here.
Yeah,
with the lane swaps every game.
We need to start paying teams to stop swapping. That one. Or finding the teams that do. FlyQuest, we're watching you, but let's take a look at the standings actually. Let's throw them up. Check the standings at the end of this week with 1 week left to go. Team Liquid, Cloud9, FlyQuest, and Dignitas have all qualified for playoffs. Congratulations on that one.
Let's go.
And then the 3 teams that are fighting to stay in playoff contention, 100 Thieves, NRG, and Shopify Rebellion. The fact that Shopify ended up taking a game means that they are not out just yet. They face 100 Thieves going into the next week. So let's actually just pull up next week's schedule if we can. And I'm trying to look at the remaining opponents on the side of the screen. Any team that catches your eye right now, like just based off of performance that they had this week?
I'm wondering who NRG's playing against.
That's your answer.
Oh.
Team Liquid!
Oh, shit.
That is actually hilarious. Shopify Rebellion versus 100 Thieves. Another banger, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest next week. So that's going to be the match of the week for sure for my eyes.
What do you mean, not Davis IMT?
It could be. Are you scared for IMT? They're a team that can always, now that they know they have nothing to lose.
I'm wondering if they'll even be streaming this week.
I'm sure they will.
They're already out.
Just so they look good so they can actually have a good week.
Does IMT being out make them stronger or worse?
Last time it made them
nothing
stronger.
to lose, but also nothing to gain by playing. Somebody they're demotivated, or do they just have nothing to lose? So
I just don't want you sleeping on them. That's what I don't want. Let's take a look at NACL summer schedule. As you can see right in front of us, they're going to be having great games even after today's show. That's going to be it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Let's send it over to NACL right now. As I mentioned, the games are happening. Solid games as well. Take it easy, guys.
Flash. I have Ash. I'm in Ash. Taking the flash. I'm helping you. I said. I'm let's go forward. We can end, guys. We can end. Look at flash. Okay, we won. Bars can have the flash. We can end.
It was a slugfest, but C9 is still standing when the bell rings at the end of round 1. But Team Liquid still trying to get a kill here as Blabber tries to get over the wall here with a flash. He gets the distance. Yo! To go in for it.
I'm not giving it. Hit the flash. Both no flash, guys. Down top side. Watch the flash. Don't give it. Yeah. Tier 2. 갖고 놀아. Tier 2.
Game 2 was quick and easy for TL. It's tied up 1-1. But the engage from C9 is ready. Core JJ caught out yet again, and Berserker's got the damage to kill him off. But now the counter engage from Umpty. Impact is teleported in behind for the counter strike. Vulcan's gonna drop it, so is Blabber.
Lucian flash. TP. 4 seconds.
Kill it first.
Team Liquid is the best team in the LCS here in regular split 2024 summer.
Yeah, okay. Waiting.
Don't buy line now. Careful.
Well played.
Nice.
I'm fine. It's a good guy.
I wish it.
I have Q. He's hit. Kill his ass.
I'm not
Nice, guys. Kill his ass. Get him in. We can get Nash. Okay.
Genie's sleeping. Come. Genie's
Coming.
sleeping.
I'm stunned.
Kill him.
I think we can end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well played.
Polish.
Nice.
As FlyQuest will find the first game win of the series. He goes golden with his Zonias. The turn from FlyQuest. They try to pop him. Massive damage onto 2. They got him out. Go Vega. And he's going to look for Masu next. He's in trouble. Dodges the rock. But FakeGod still has the hop and the crunch. Nor into the wall. FakeGod with the triple. Down to the last legs. But Shopify still stand tall and keep their playoff dreams alive. Zazel goes in, decent damage on Masu, below 50% HP, but FakeGod is punted in, and that should be it. FlyQuest will put a rest to this series, put a rest to Shopify trying to go for the upset, and FlyQuest now move to one step closer for that playoff bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to your total coverage of NACL 2024 Summer Games. Tonight, our top story, Dragonsteel have seemingly taken the games by storm. We have some live footage from the ground of UG taking home their first gold medal. Let's watch.
Side can engage. FlyQuest starting to take down the bodies of Dragonsteel. Spyrax going down too. Side sub gets UG one though. Bradley still full health, has the damage though.
While dragons reign, there are some promising young athletes making their names known. Lens, who has always been known as an ace in his marksman challenges, brought home the gold for Supernova this last weekend, showing off a hometown favorite of his in Callista.
Have the scoop from Young, shoving everybody into Tobo, but they don't have enough damage.
In other NACL Games news, there are only 8 spots on the playoff podium. Blue seemingly got their second win, with Quacker having a great performance, Ragnaroking their way to a gold medal in their heat, barely pushing them ahead of CCG for that 8th spot.
Ragnarok singing the song of death of his enemies. The Jed will go down to a double kill to Levite. Blue Otter out of nowhere.
The gold-plated victory was short-lived, however, as CCG showed some serious comeuppance in their recent events. Their mid laner Shochi earning a gold medal for his innovation in his role and putting CCG back ahead of Blue in the playoff race.
Takeover misses everybody. Now Manu is unleashed with a triple kill for the Ezreal. Oh, flash forward from Aaron will shut him down, but he's the only living member on the team as Shochi will get that juicy passive.
That's it for this week's coverage of the NACL 2024 Summer Games. We're getting down to the wire now with 2 weeks remaining, so make sure you keep supporting your favorite teams.